Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Nation Wars 2019, and we are at the very end of our round of 16. We still have a couple of nations to qualify for the round of 8, and today we will do two nations. Two nations will qualify today. Will it be Chinese Taipei, Russia, or Canada for that first group? We will try to answer that question in just a few seconds. My name is Funka, and here it is, Rotterdam, the one and only.
I love how you say we're at the very end. Well, I feel like we're halfway through.
Very end of round 16.
I know that we did 4 out of the 6 days. We've got 2 more days of Nation Wars ahead of us, but these are going to be very long days because instead of the regular 3 matches, we're going to have 4 matches for you guys today and tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to qualify too, like Franca said today. Later today, the Netherlands will be playing as well. Very excited about that. But I'll save some of the Netherlands talk until we actually get there, because that first group, I really think is quite open, and I can't wait to see who makes it.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting one, I think. A couple of games coming our way here to finish up. I believe it is Group A, but we actually switched that up a little bit, so it doesn't really matter. What you need to understand is that Chinese Taipei, Russia, and Canada are playing for their qualification in the round of 8. Before we start and talk about this group, in details, we will fire up that video that you probably know by now, but still interesting to show it in case some of you guys missed the new format of Nation War, so we can go right into it.
This year's game format has been adjusted to accommodate more competitors. The game starts with a round of 40. 8 countries with the highest WCS point counts automatically qualify for the next round, whereas the remaining 32 countries are set to compete in a single elimination match. 16 winners then join the pre-qualified nations and continue to the next round, where 8 groups of 3 countries are set to play in a round-robin format. In each group, the country with the lowest point totals is eliminated. The remaining 16 countries are divided into 4 groups to play in a well-known double elimination bracket, also referred to as the GSL group. The top 8 countries then continue to play in a single elimination bracket, and the final 4 to battle it off live in Paris for the 2019 Nation Wars Championship title.
All right, we can take a look quickly at every single nation that qualified so far. So that first set is actually going to show you every single group that we have here. And the nations qualified as first place. Roddy, can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Of course, yesterday we witnessed the Reina show. Reina was absolutely on fire. Even though he did drop some maps, in the end, Reina was flawless against Canada and, well, only dropping 1 against Chinese Taipei. He still got the job done himself. Of course, at the beginning of the round of 16, we had South Korea. They were struggling a little bit, but in the end, it was rather convincing, especially on the side of innovation.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that Group D was super exciting. I still can't forget that Showtime said he was never worried, even though it was 3-2, he was getting all in. I looked at those armies, I'm like, those armies are quite big. He's like, no, I knew I had enough. And that's why he's Demauer. And of course, Group C, to the surprise of nobody, Cyril was able to get the job done as well.
Yep. And for today, we will be playing Group A and Group B, the remainder.
We're in order.
In order, which is kind of crazy to think about because we did switch things up before just to accommodate with all of those players from every single country in the world. So obviously, a little bit of a difficult task that Aomi was able to do today. So I'm really happy that every single nation is ready to play today and tomorrow. And here is Group A. Italy was able to defeat a really narrow victory against Chinese Taipei, 4-3. It was easier against Italy because against Canada, with a 4-1 victory. Canada just before also defeated Russia, but a 4-3 victory once again. I mean, those matches I think were not as close on paper, but they ended up being those close 4-3s, which made it a really interesting show yesterday. And today we will kick things off with Chinese Taipei versus Russia, as I said earlier, and then Canada is just waiting on the outcome of that first game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stories going into the matches today. Like, I personally really like watching the lineup of Chinese Taipei. There's all Protoss lineup. All of them are a little bit crazy, even though they're not as crazy as they used to be. And maybe some people are sad about that. They're like, oh man, I really miss the old Has or the old Nice when they always did weird stuff. The thing is though, guys, people get better and better at StarCraft 2. Some people don't believe that, but the level does actually always go up. Everybody gets better across the board. And certain cheeses work because people don't have enough practice against it. But over time, less and less likely that those kind of builds are going to work. You can still throw them in, you can still sprinkle them in, and it's going to be always nice, you know, to throw your opponent off a little bit. But it's not something you can rely on every single game you play. But I still think these guys are fun to watch because I said it yesterday. If there is one thing that these three have in common, I think it's killer instinct, man. Like the moment that they know they've done enough to win the game, they are able to walk to the other side of the map and get the W. And I think that's always fun to watch.
Yeah, they were the ones that were able to pick a couple of maps from some of those great teams. We said it; they lost 4-3 in the end, so not that not that much of an easy victory by any means. So those guys, they need to be respected because, as you said, maybe not as cheesy as they used to be, but they do have a lot of strategies to work with. Protoss lineup is a little bit dangerous, as you know, and they will go against Russia with Medoyed.
Medoyed has not been very fortunate so far since we've been broadcasting the matches. Obviously, he did play very tough opponents, but that's pretty much always going to happen, guys. We're in the round of 16. Yesterday, unfortunately, was not able to stop the Zerglings of No Regret. Don't worry, mate, I've been there as well. Other than that, I think the two heavy hitters on the team, Skillers and Vanya, and I'm particularly looking forward to Vanya today. And I know that Skillers has been the absolute MVP of this nation so far, but I'm sure that Vanya is quite upset with the game that he played yesterday. Vanya knows that he's not supposed to lose against the Riddler. And why that happened, I don't know. Vanya played all right. The Riddler just played out of his freaking mind. I think that kind of stuff I can get truly very excited over because I know the skill levels of these guys very well, right? So there is no fake hype. There is no story that needs to be built. No, the Riddler was the underdog. He played his heart out. But because of that, I also think that Vanya is going to come out guns blazing today. And I'm sure that he's super eager to make Russia proud. They had an insane amount of viewers, by the way, yesterday on the Russian stream.
Oh, yeah?
You see that? They had over 6K on Alex's stream.
That's so sick.
Yeah, they're really getting behind this team. And I think that's awesome.
That's really great. That's always one of the things that I look forward to when going into Nation Wars is all those community streams from every single country that get together and be happy and just watch their national team do good in the tournament. And yeah, Russia still on the run. I mean, they can still qualify for the round of 8. They would have to win their 2 matches in a row. So first of all against Chinese Taipei, and then, as we said before, against Canada. Once again, we want to remind you guys that there is the possibility for you guys to make some XP going for your war chest. So if you do possess a war chest, don't hesitate to connect your Battle.net account with your Twitch account. And as you're watching this stream, you will get some juicy XP coming your way and obviously some of the skins that go with it. All right, I think we're ready for that first interview of the day. I know you're a huge fan, Roti. And it's already ready.
Oh, if I can talk to my boy Skillers, I always get a little bit excited. Hello, guys. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right. Hello, but always hello, Skillers. Skillers, let's start off with you. I think yesterday maybe some mixed feelings on your side because, of course, on one hand, you had another good showing, picking up 3 wins, but in the end, it wasn't enough. So, yeah, what kind of feeling was left after the Nation War yesterday?
Well, I was quite happy with my games, but obviously I wasn't satisfied enough because I thought that I could get this 4th win. And I actually watched into replay after the game and I saw some mistakes, some really stupid mistakes, and I hope I won't do it today again.
You know, obviously Vanya is on the team now as well, and I kind of expected a lot from Vanya coming into this tournament because I know how strong he can be. Did you have a little chat with him after his game yesterday, and how did he experience his first appearance in the round of 16? Because obviously you guys hoped for better.
Well, I said in yesterday's interview that I think Vanya is super good and he is the best player in Team Russia, but I think yesterday he couldn't keep up with his nerves, but today I think he's in good shape, so we'll see.
All right, awesome.
All right, but always, yesterday, Chinese Taipei was so close. You guys were just defeated 4-3 against Italy, and you were the ones to be able to beat Rainer at least once. Do you think that because you did so well yesterday, you're feeling comfortable today to beat Russia in this first game?
Yes, I think we can cross Russia with 4-0.
4-0
crush. I didn't even expect that that answer. I know that's pretty crazy. Okay. Can you talk about how you prepared for that match, especially today? Like, is there any player that worries you on the Russian lineup? I mean, Skillus has been playing amazing since the beginning of the tournament. You're not worried at all?
For myself, I think my match is Protoss versus Protoss, and normally I don't practice Protoss versus Protoss very much because I think every game is unpredictable. So practice is useless. Just follow your heart.
You're following your heart. That's pretty cool.
PvP notes to myself: just follow your heart. Maybe that's what I've been doing all these years.
I will let Skillers know what's called Asian Protoss style.
Okay, well,
all right.
Getting feisty.
Yeah, I like it. Nice is actually going to play Vanya, and Nice was the one that defeated Raynor yesterday. So Vanya, easy peasy if he's able to beat Raynor.
Nice is worried about himself. He think he might be lose from Vanya, but I trust him.
That's an amazing captain.
Yeah.
He trusts his player. He goes with his heart. I love it.
And the captains will go up against each other in that PvP, but he already said it. He's going to show that Asian proto style, so can't wait for it, Funky.
All right. I guess we're pretty much done for this one. We have a really, really long day going into this. So predictions, Skillus, how do you think this match is going to go?
I mean, for Team Taiwan is pretty scary because they got 3 Protoss players, and I mean, Protoss is pretty known on this patch. It has a lot of different strats, and especially this kind of Protosses. So I still expect it to be a really close match, like 4-2, 4-3 maybe.
Okay. Same question, but always?
Yes, then 4-0.
4-0. He said it before.
Yeah,
he sticks with it.
I offered him an opportunity to change his mind, but he keeps on going with this 4-0. I love it. Guys, good luck. Have fun. We'll talk with the winners after that. See you
guys. Good luck.
See you. Bye.
I like it. Good vibes over here. Obviously, lower bracket match. There's going to be some tensions coming into the games for sure, because there are no second chances anymore. There's no like, you can lose one match but still advance. No, from this point on, for every nation, it's do or die. I'm really looking forward to the first one in particular, Nice versus Vanya. But always said that he thinks Nice said that he's a little bit worried about Vanya. I can understand that. Playing Vanya in a best of one is pretty terrifying. Now, Nice did have a couple of cool builds. I really liked the carrier build yesterday. I know it didn't work out, but I liked a lot of it. I wasn't in love with every single part of it, but I like the idea, like, yes, you can do another Immortal push against Raynor, but we know how freaking good he is against those. So why not put him in an uncomfortable spot, you know? Why not just go very quick on those air upgrades, try to get the carriers out? And he didn't win, but I really thought he made it a very competitive match. And I think with a couple of tweaks, some magic would have been possible there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it was a really interesting build to pull out. Go for those kind of crazy strategies. Do you think he can play a normal game plan?
Yeah, I think against Vanya, you can take the approach completely different than how you would take it against Raynor, right? This is a best of one as well. Vanya, notoriously, maybe a little more aggressive than Raynor. Vanya is not afraid to make a lot of units and sometimes forget that he has evolution chambers, but he'll show up with a few more roaches than you expect. So I think for Nice, stylistically, this is obviously going to go a lot better because, you know, the players like Serral, Raynor, it does feel that eventually there could be that brick wall that you run into. And at the end, we kind of saw the beginnings of that brick wall with Raynor's army. I don't think that's really what Vanya's game plan is, but I don't know, man. To me, this is a wildcard match. Like, I'm leaning a little bit towards Vanya, but maybe Nice can surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think it's a pretty tough match to call. And even yesterday, I think we expected some pretty one-sided games, and in the end it was 4-3 across the board on those opening matches. Then it was a little bit easier for Italy to defeat Canada in the last game, 4-1 in the end. But yeah, everything is up in the air, and I think it's pretty great because going into a losers match like this, if you expect one of those two teams to get crushed, then suddenly it's not a fun cast for us. it's a little bit weird for us to go into this, but really this time, considering the skill on both teams, the fact that Skillus has been amazing since the beginning of the tournament, even though the Russians with him weren't performing particularly well, he can still pull it off. And then Vanya, you said it yesterday, he probably disappointed a little, but he will be, he will be in a position that he wants to do way better.
Yep. And he knows that he will most likely have more than one shot today as well. I mean, assuming that Russia can maybe advance here, I'm sure that they're thinking about it. He can always maybe get revenge on the Riddler again if they would play. That'd be one hell of a match.
I would love it.
Pumped for that. Like, for me, it doesn't always have to be the two best players in the world, right? As long as there's a story, as long as there's history, as long as it's somewhat evenly matched, I can get a smile on my face and get ready to watch some awesome StarCraft. Well, it seems like these nerds are almost ready. Funka, we haven't even spoken about Has versus Medoye.
Yeah. That might be the kind of game that could shake the Earth core. Like you see the opening strategy and everything starts moving and stuff fall from the sky. That could be quite crazy indeed. Let's see about that game number one. Once again, you can interact with us with the hashtag nw2019. We will try to feature your tweets in the show. Show us some bets. Show us some food. Show us, are you watching Nation Wars 2019? Let's do those intros. In the top left-hand side, representing Chinese Taipei here in the blue, he is the Protoss. Nice.
And in the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of this young warrior that's looking for redemption after the disappointing performance yesterday. Representing Russia, it is Vanya. In my eyes, one of the best players in the world. No, he's very good though. Vanya is actually a really funny dude as well. A while ago, as he was forced, by the way, to expand a little bit further up north. That's something that you always have to be worried about, because now your economy is going to be a little bit slower, and likely your drones will be exposed as well. We know that these guys from Chinese Taipei are excellent in picking off drones, but what I want to say is, a while ago, Vanya stopped by on my stream, and I was like, oh, what is this Russian kid doing over here? He's like, hey, Roddy. I'm like, hey, mate. He's like, how is everything today? I was like, well, actually quite fine, Vanya. Well, what makes you ask? He's like, oh, nothing in particular. He's like, oh, Roddy, you're rank 60 or something right now? I was like, yeah, it's been going right. He's like, take a look at the top 16. And I was like, okay. And I see a bunch of barcodes and stuff, and I'm like, what am I looking at? He's like, look at number 14. I was like, Mr. Vanya skyrocketed himself.
Like a boss.
Up to 6.6K. He's just casually flexing in my chat, and I'm like, all right. You know what?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, exactly. That's so impressive, especially if that happens for the first time in your career, Yeah. I can really understand that these young kids can get super excited over that. I would do too. I think we all do. If you get close to your personal MMR record, it always feels like, there's a little bit of magic going. You just feel like you're on cloud nine. You're like, well, playing better than I've ever done before. So I like the kid. He made a good impression on me, and I've played quite a few games against him. Like I said, he used to be hyper-aggressive. I think he has dialed that back a little bit and became a little more solid across the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you're starting to be anticipated on those aggressive strategies, I think it's good that you just increase the number of strategies that you can play and start practicing those as well. So let's see what Vanya decides to go for in this game. You did say it; he was forced into a weird position on his natural that was actually taken on the third base location. And now Nice actually take advantage of this, and we'll try to get a drone in the main base, but it won't be able to. Didn't lose that much hit points though. Scouted that the third base was going on, and on back of this, he's actually going to go for a Stargate, opening with a Phoenix first to get rid of those pesky overlords around this base.
Yep, but if you open up with a Phoenix, there's always a chance, right, that they drop another Stargate. I think that kind of stuff is quite cool. Of course, you do have to worry a little bit about certain attacks. But also just with the Oracle, of course, guys. We know that these guys love Oracles. I don't know what's up with that Phoenix. That Phoenix has been drinking a little.
Finally.
Never drink and fly, Funk.
No, that's not a good idea. You're right. I don't drink and drive either. But fly, I think it would be even worse, I think. Okay, now...
Did you watch that movie with Denzel Washington? It's like Flight something. Like where he's an alcoholic.
Yeah. No, I did see it. I did see it. It was pretty good.
And then he saves the plane and he's flying upside down. I'm like, yeah, Denzel.
Denzel.
I love Denzel.
My man Denzel.
Yeah. It's my favorite actor. He's so good.
Yeah, he is. He is definitely.
Okay.
What's this cheeky pylon? What is it for?
Could be for just a proxy gateway and an insane amount of resonating glaives. I think that is kind of the way you would like to play this. Like, obviously, some people might be like, why would you even proxy a gate? Why don't you just go for the Robo? It's like, well, the Robo is more expensive. You know, the Warp Prism costs money as well, takes up supply. So sometimes proxying a gate, yes, it's a bigger investment. And yes, it feels like you're a little more committed, but it can hit very hard. I highly doubt that he's going to build a Dark Shrine there. Like, that doesn't really make that much sense to me.
Yeah, and that would hit quite slow as well. Yeah, resonating glaives, as you said. Nice call here. And should be a couple of extra gateways as well. The Robo does come in, so we should be seeing a Warp Prison. Maybe he actually tries to sneak in an Immortal. The thing is, like, if you get that Robo as well, like, it means that you can transition out of it and start Immortal production after you dealt some damage here. Gonna try a Stasis Ward that's actually gonna connect with a couple of drones, which is kind of nice. And the Oracle is gonna fly out alive.
Yep. Whoa, that's a lot of adepts already, by the way. Just at 5 minutes and 10 seconds into the game, that's quite a few adepts. Obviously, Glaives is not ready yet. So do you really want to commit right now with Glaives on the way? The answer is no, he does not. And I think that's a correct call. I know the roaches weren't out yet, but without Glaives, it takes forever to just pick up these units.
Okay, he's actually going to go for the queen, and at the same time goes for the stasis ward in the main. Did it connect with a lot of stuff? No, actually only one drone.
He went down, no? The Oracle?
Yeah, the Oracle died.
Yeah, that's kind of rough though, right? Because I think you're hoping for a little bit more. Vanya feels confident enough right now to go back into droning. I'm not 100% sure if that's the call. How many roaches do we currently have out on the battlefield? Ooh, 6 against
is not that much.
14 adepts. Vanya, you're going to need some more roaches, my friend.
So it's interesting because he showed his adepts quite fast and also didn't accept those shades. So maybe Vanya thought it was a fake. But this time it's going to be destruction here.
Oh my God.
On the third base. 14 drones, 18 are dying. And now another shade that will go into the natural. And that could deal way more damage once again. Those adepts will shade in, go for the queen at the first possible moment. Also scouts the spire as a transition here for Vanya. And already our Russian Zerg is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Vanya. Like, he didn't pull the drones at all. That meant in the blink of an eye, he lost 20 drones, but he has lost way more at this point. 36 drones. Insane amount of patience on the side of Nice. And I mean, normally you feel like if you wait that long, isn't he just going to have a million roaches? Well, the answer is no. Vanya played a little greedy. Vanya was already thinking about the next phase of the game, and just like that, Nice, murdering 41 drones will pick up the W. What on earth was Vanya looking at? Because he clearly was looking at something that wasn't his third base, and you would normally expect a massive blob of adepts to show up on your minimap, and like, even if he was out of position and even if he was very low on
units, at least pull the drones.
Yeah, no, like, what, he must be looking at something, but I have no idea what. Like, this is unheard of. You never see this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was a pretty massive mistake here for Vanya. Maybe he expected, I don't know, something different. Maybe a Warp Prism towards the bottom. I don't even know if he does have a Warp Prism, because I do believe that nothing but Immortals were produced here on the side of Nice. So maybe a hallucinated Prism or something, because the army was pulled towards the natural, or at least the main. I'm not exactly sure, but what's 100% sure is that Vanya, as you said, got murdered in this game. Like, he didn't have any opportunity to do so, and you could tell that he was frustrated because, of course, we know that this game is pretty much over. But he also didn't even try because he knew he was probably way too much frustrated here. 41 drones dying, even the roaches losing in the 1v1 fight. Yeah. That was a really rough game. But I liked what Nice was doing, because originally the fact that he showed the adepts, I didn't like it, right? Because that was kind of an anti-timing. He didn't have glaze yet. But at the same time, it felt like Vanya thought it was a bait, you know, like, I'm actually pressuring you with glaives. And since he's not accepting the shades, as you said, Vanya went straight back to drones. It's like, okay, he's not attacking, actually. And he was. And he was just waiting for an extra round of adepts. And now they've got glaives. And now I'm going to murder your drones.
After like the first roaches, going back into a couple of drones, I don't even hate it that much. But I would say, like, stop again at 55 and then make a few more roaches. But most Zerg players will even tell you, like, no, if you go up against glaives, you can't be safe enough. Even if you end up even in working count and maybe the Protoss like temporarily goes ahead, as long as you have the right amount of roaches out. The thing is, like, glaives are not, or resonating glaive adepts are not good in fighting roaches at all. So it's not just that you force out units and then it's okay. No, there is also that chance of the roaches potentially counterattacking.
Yeah.
And that makes Protoss players pretty wary. So making a lot of roaches is never really a bad call there for the Zerg. But I truly wonder what distracted him or what something must have caught his attention. I don't know, maybe he queued up some rally points around the map with some links. Maybe sometimes you want to select a drone, and if you're nervous, you know, sometimes that can take a little bit longer, right? Like you accidentally grab 2 drones over and over again and struggled with building the Spire. I don't know what happened, but that was an incredibly late pull. And it would have always been ugly, don't get me wrong. He simply didn't have the right amount of units. But that could have been 20 drones. And even though that sounds very bad, against 12 adepts
you can come
with
back.
glaives, you can absolutely turn that around because then most likely you have some roaches. Maybe you can counterattack. But yeah, if you just lose 20 drones before you even react, I mean, that's just the beginning of it. And we saw that. I mean, it ended up over 40. That's insane.
Yeah, no, that was, game-ending damage, and that's the reason that Vanya was forced into an early GG. That's the first victory here for Chinese Taipei. Nice. Did tell his captain that he was feeling nervous, but in this game he played it's not like he had to force his talent or anything. He just played a normal game. The build order selection I kind of enjoyed because we didn't even mention it because the game was pretty much being destroyed in front of our eyes, but he was transitioning quite nicely from it. There was extra 5 gateways. Immortal production was getting chrono boosted out, so all of that was working fine, and that was in general a pretty well played game by Nice. But at the same time, Vanya once again missing an opportunity to show how good he is in this tournament, and that might be a problem here for Russia because once again it looks like Skillus is going to be the man to save their nation. But always versus Skillus is going to be our next match. PvP, you can still vote in the chat. TPE for Chinese Taipei, RUS for Russia. And at the same time, also, don't hesitate to send us some tweet with the hashtag nw2019, and we will be showing it on stream, especially if it features some doggos.
Yeah, doggos, food, beautiful gaming setups. We like all of it, guys. Once again, most likely indeed, it will all come down to Skillus here. He's going to try to tie things up if he can hold his own against Bot Always. Bot Always was quite cheeky in the pre-game interview. He said he was going to show him some Protoss magic. He also says that practicing this matchup is useless because it's just gamble. I don't think that's necessarily the truth, but hey, I do believe that this guy has a couple tricks up his sleeve. So here we go. On the left top side, we're looking at the main base. The man whose nation is up 1-0. It is Bot Always.
But always.
What is that? Decal next to his neck is like a man and a woman kissing or something.
Yeah, I think that's him and his girlfriend or something on a beach. Yeah, we took a look at it yesterday.
What a romantic.
Yeah, a romantic guy, an amazing captain, and he's now playing for a team that's in the lead, 1-0. This guy will try to tie it up. He's been the absolute best player for Russia, MVP of their nation. On the bottom right-hand side, as the red Protoss, he is Skillus.
While for Vanya, this will get more and more frustrating, right? Because he's obviously so eager to show what he's made of, and he really wants to help Russia forward. And now there are 2 games that I think that Vanya could have maybe won on any other day, but now he's 0-2, and that really starts building the pressure even more. For Skillus, it's kind of been the opposite, right? He really starts to feel that this tournament, it's his stomping ground, man. Like, he's just dominating, he's showing off, he is gaining a lot of fans and a lot of followers. Skillus recently started streaming a little bit as well. If you guys want, check it out. But yeah, he truly was on Cloud9 after his victory over Sweden.
Yeah, that was so cute. Yeah, I loved it.
He did some streams. He got an insane amount of love and support from the Russian community. So that kind of stuff is good to see. And I really think that's kind of giving him wings, right, playing in this tournament. He will play even better than we normally know that he's already capable of. And for Vanya, it's the opposite at this point. It's just more and more pressure and a lot of frustration.
Yeah, and it's tough because he's also the substitute player. I mean, even though the player that he replaced didn't do too well in those early rounds, he's still that new kid that ended up being in the team. And for now, he's missing opportunities. Where I don't want to say anything about his level or anything, but he's just not playing the games that we expected. Maybe he played a decent game in ZVT, but he was just crushed by somebody that was playing amazingly well in this game, in the Canadian lineup. But this one, there's stuff to be said about that first game. definitely.
Yeah, no, it's a bit unfortunate and a bit unnecessary. But like I said, don't forget that a lot of these kids are still young, right? And for instance, Vanya, yes, he has some experience playing at offline events in Russia, but you know, when it comes to WCS events, he has played very few. When it comes to playing in front of an insane amount of viewers online, he's also not the super regular guy. So never want to be too hard on these young kids, you know. He's only 18 as well, don't forget. He just came to the big league. And we'll see how this plays out. But always has a proxy pylon. Skillers is scouting.
Yeah, Skillers will see it, I think. And it's interesting because But Always at the moment doesn't have anything but his 2 gateways, I feel. Oh no, it does have the Robo, sorry. It was already planted down, but no extra Nexus. While on the opposite side, Skillers is just expanding freely. He's got his Robo about to finish. I like his position at the moment, and he's also playing it really safe because he knows his opponent doesn't have a natural. So, shield batteries coming in.
I see this
double proxy pylon?
I'm not exactly sure, but Skillers is here as well. Whoa, a Robo Bay. Okay, so I think that Bot Always... Whoa, he wins the probe fight. I think Bot Always wanted to proxy the Robo Bay, but now because it already got found, I guess he doesn't really care anymore. This is always a difficult hold for Skillers, but with the batteries, you should be alright. Even though it's so frustrating you don't have a Prism, but he gets a lot of damage on the Prism immediately. Doesn't kill it, but it's still nice to already put that amount of Prism. And that Guardian Shield may be a little bit late. I don't know if he was lacking the energy, but...
He might have.
You need some units, Skillers. Does he have an Immortal? Yes.
Yeah, he's got an Immortal coming up. That's good that he was actually able to deal that much damage. That's going to slow the push a lot. That this Warp Prism is already in red health. Nice block on the top of the ramp, because those 3 extra adepts could have made that defense a little bit difficult. Now the first disruptor is going to be chrono boosted out right now. You got to cancel those shades once again because the wall has been filled. And first disruptor 50% done. Nexus gets thrown down. But Skillers is already making so much more money than his opponent at the moment. 28 probes against the 23, and also, well, 2 mineral lines to be mined from.
Yep, it's important for Skillers that he keeps his excellent scouting from the early game up, and it seems like he's exactly doing that as he's sending one more hallucinated Phoenix forward. Seems like Adepts went down. I don't know how many went down. Does he see it? Yes, he does.
What a
and now I kind of wonder, like, what's the response then if you're Skillers, right? Because it is kind of hard to fight Disruptors at this point. Nothing in his army is very good against Disruptors. Okay, the answer is a Stargate.
Yep.
Don't forget, guys, that's gonna take a little while. Oh, Prism.
Okay, sentries outside of the range of those shield batteries are actually gonna die super fast. So Skillers, well, maybe a little bit trigger happy on those force fields, but still defends pretty decently. Oh my god, that first Disruptor shot is gonna be massive!
Oh my goodness.
Whoa! But always, that was the best start that he could have hoped for. Well, almost the best start that he could have hoped for. Nice force field. It's going to force Skillers to pick up that Immortal into the Warp Prism. The fact that he's got that Observer in Siege mode as well gets him so much vision here onto the map and onto the army movement of Skillers.
Yeah, the next minute in this game is really going to be key, guys. We've got 2 Disruptors now, so it kind of feels like the ball is in the corner of But Always. He just wants to fire those shots forward, and as long as he connects with 1 or 2 units each and every single time, this is going to be good enough. He wants to kill the battery. He gets one of them immediately, so that's not bad.
Okay, so he's going to have a rather slow timing at the moment because both of those Disruptors are actually empty in terms of shots available here. No, but Immortal has been left behind and once again picked up by the Warp Prism. So for now, Skillers is being tested a little bit in terms of his micro skills, and for now, it's holding on pretty well.
Yep, he's got a Phoenix now though, so that's very nice. Phoenix is going to show up. Phoenix will lift one of the Disruptors. The other one did complete. And one more fire from far away just blew up on the rocks, and that's not going to be good enough. These Immortals are still going strong. Sure, they struggle a little bit with Adepts and Zealots, but these Immortals still pack one hell of a punch. So far, so good for Skillers because he's still up 8 workers, but he needs to survive a little bit longer. Yeah,
let's see. That first Phoenix almost dying would have been a really tough call here for Skillers. Also, that Warp Prism was a little bit in danger for a second, but... yeah, for now, Skillers is holding on pretty well. Those Disruptor shots, not the greatest. Here, this one might connect with the Immortal, but the Phoenix lifted up. And that third shot is actually never going to connect. Now, Stalker maybe target firing on those Phoenixes. Killed one. Now we've got another Disruptor shot.
Don't
be too greedy here.
4
Yes.
is insane. This is going to be really hard. The War Prism goes down on the side of Skillers now as well. He's clearly struggling. I must say, I really like the amount of Adepts and Zealots that Bot always has been wiping in. Not because they're actually good, but they're just a really good meat shield. These Immortals are simply not getting in range of the Stalkers, and that's what you want to focus fire on. The Immortals are going down, and Skillers and Russia are in all the trouble, as 2 Immortals going down means only 1 survives. And GG, just like that. But always sends Chinese Taipei up 2-0.
Yep, and that's a real hard 2-0 because I don't want to be that guy that tells you what's going to happen in that third game, but the odds of nw2019 being able to take down Az are rather slim.
Yes, they are. I gotta say, really, really well done by Bot always. This is obviously a scenario that we're familiar with. You know, the 3-gate robo opening against the expand player. The expand player relies on batteries, and then we go Disruptors. We have seen that before. Obviously, the first hit was really big, this one. I don't know how much of an impact that truly had in the end. I think it's mostly, like I said, the Immortals, they were never able to shoot at Stalkers. So the initial Stalkers of Bot always, they survive forever. Because look at the Immortals of Skillers. They're only firing at Adepts and Zealots. And they're not bad against them. They'll win the fight. It just takes such a long time. Yep, it just takes such a long time.
And it's interesting that I guess all of us, including Skillers, were actually putting a lot of pressure on the Disruptor, or actually like thinking that they were the biggest threat, and they were, don't get me wrong. But the amount of gateway units that Bud always had connecting with that army in general made it that even though he was missing a couple of those Disruptor shots, he was constantly dealing some massive damage with those Stalkers, with those Adepts.
Yep. Don't forget that Stalkers actually have pretty good DPS, obviously on other Stalkers because they do bonus damage, but also on Immortals, especially if those barriers have been activated. And like Stalkers against Immortals sounds like the worst fight ever, but if you get a couple of Depths in front of your Stalkers, those Stalkers suddenly starting to do quite all right. You know, you put on some real pressure on those Immortals, and you force Skillers to run. And obviously, if you're running, you're not shooting anymore. So just really well done by Bot always. Great execution. Maybe a little bit of nerves on the side of Skillers in the end, because it did feel like that the first split obviously was non-existent. And those units just to buffer would have already been nice. Secondly, I think Phoenixes were a little bit too late with the pickups a couple of times. If you send it forward, they need to actually pick up the Disruptors to disable the shot, the Purification Nova. And also the War Prism was just left for that. And War Prism is also very strong defensively.
I agree. There were a couple of mistakes that might be connected to a little bit of nerves being felt by Skillers. I mean, he was the top performer for Russia, and they're not eliminated by any means because once again, even though they're looking at a 2-0 at the moment and might be a 3-0 after the Pro League phase, there will be a revive. And Skillers has showed that even with 1 life, he can bring it back quite hard. You know, like he was so close from doing it yesterday. He did it against Sweden. So don't count out Russia by any means because Skillers is still in the hood.
Now, if this is a very cheap script and I'm a Hollywood director, I would somehow make nw2019 win a couple games. That'd be quite something, right? With all the talk about him, everybody wishing for a B or something along those lines. Wouldn't it be something if out of nowhere, nw2019 shows up and gets a victory or two here? It is, like Funka said, just pretty damn unlikely. There is a big skill difference between these two. nw2019 is at the absolute bottom of Grandmaster League and has made it to a final of a WCS event. And you guys may think that those guys are in the same league, but Todd, you can talk about that all you want all day long. You've played in plenty of tournaments yourself.
I came here at the perfect time regardless. nw2019 is going to enter the field now. And what's better matchup than to go up against Haas here to try and prove himself, to prove that these 2 previous losses that he had were a fluke.
Well, I just wonder what he's going to show up with. Because I have the feeling it has to be crazy. Because if he just plays a normal game, I think he's going to get these.
Has he tried to play a normal game so far? No.
I mean, the guy's no regret. I mean, he built 4 Evo chambers. It's pretty macro-oriented in my book.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Here we go. Thunderbird is going to be our map. Right bottom side. We're looking at the main base of Haas. It's going to be a Forge opening, Todd? I think it is. Forge. Yeah.
Not yet. His opponent in the red, representing Russia. nw2019.
Excuse me, Todd. I don't want to be that guy, but it's nw2019.
nw2019.
Yeah, not Medu.
Hopefully he's not going to be dead.
He's not Medu dead just yet, but We'll see how this game plays out. Drone is...
What's going on with Vanya, man? You keep saying he's one of the best in the world.
Vanya's having a tough time.
Yeah.
No, he's struggling. He's a lot better than the games that he has played so far. But like I said to Funky as well, don't forget that these guys are young, you know. There's probably quite some pressure on his shoulders. He really wants to do well. He hasn't done well yet. Obviously, when I say Vanya is one of the best in the world, I'm exaggerating a little bit. I like to joke about the Russian Zergs being absolutely godlike. Kitor, B, Basset, and Vanya.
That's because they take a lot of points from you on the ladder, or?
They take a lot of points from everyone, though. Nobody's got a winning record against those dudes. They only lose against each other, okay? Nah, but they actually are very good players. You don't get up to 6.6k MMR on the European server if you're not actually very good. Anyway, let's talk about this game, because Medoyet is proxying hatchery in front of Has. He's cheesing Has, Todd.
That is some serious blasphemy. Has is like, what?
Gonna be a spine
This
crawler
has never
rush?
happened to me?
I think it's gonna be a spine crawler rush, but the first Zealot is gonna be out very quickly. These drones feel a little late to me. I think normally you want to build those spines immediately the moment the hatch is done.
What?
What?
He's sending back the drones.
Yeah, but now he's a one-base Zerg, Todd. Okay.
I got nothing, man.
No, guys. There are drones in the middle of the map. They have freed up the path as well for the Adepts of Has, so that's
I
gonna
can't
be...
believe he cancelled.
And well, he's gonna respond with the double X, man. What do you think about that? Todd truly has nothing, guys. Like, Todd looks at me, he's like, I think nothing, Kevin. I think absolutely nothing.
Even though there was a Zealot, I think if it started like a Queen, then, you know, made Lings, hit that inject immediately, started the spine. Like, one Zealot can't be attacking 4 spines simultaneously.
I do believe, Todd, no matter what build you play, you need to put a little bit of heart and commitment to the build. You can't just like be 99% in and be like...
You stay the course.
Yeah.
A captain goes down with his ship.
Yep. Well, this captain decided to get 2 new ships and 2 new expands. We'll see how this plays out.
Captain went for a swim, left the whole crew behind.
Good save, by the way, by Medoyet. Saved one of his drones. Unfortunately, not able to save the second one, but that's all right. 8 drones for an Adept. Not bad at all.
That's dead.
Yep.
Or?
Yeah, it's super dead, Todd. Super dead.
30 out of 22. The soup is looking pretty bad for the Zerg player now.
He was already supply blocked and then he lost an Overlord. And now he's also only building one Overlord. So I have the feeling this is going to take a little while.
This is triple bad.
Yep. It's a disaster. There are a couple sentries on the way on the side of Has. I think he just has gateway units at this point.
I love how he's getting the meta Scarpace, but he's like, I really need to scout you right now. Yeah, that's what you need to worry about. I think building that drone count's got to be at the top of the priority.
Well, he's also going to have to build a few more Zerglings, otherwise he might just roll over against these Stalkers. Medoyet is in trouble, guys.
Has right now is like, for all these years, when the people defended my cheese easily, this is what this felt like. Wow, that's pretty satisfying.
There is a fort going down as well. Meanwhile, there is just very casually 3 Stalkers roaming around. I feel at this point, Medoyet has been supply blocked for more amount of time than he's not being supply blocked. This is below the season
recall?
average. Yep, I think a recall would be nice here. Even though the Zergling count is quite low, maybe Has just wants to fight for a little while. One Stalker does go down. I think after that final link, you probably want to recall here.
Peace.
I think they'll both survive. Close call, but they do. And now the nice thing is that he also forced out 10 more links. That drone count is still absolutely not where it should be for our Russian Zerg Medoyet. In a little bit of trouble.
Just looking for any excuse to say his name at this point, aren't you?
I'm just working on that pronunciation, Todd. I've heard he has big plans.
I think you're almost ready to go to Russia, yeah.
Well,
Medoyet.
I've always had a good time in Russia.
Can you say some stuff?
In Russian?
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't think I'll ever be on a WCS cast again if I say those words.
Привет.
Привет, Medved. Как дела? Norm. Horishno. That's my...
I love that you put so much attitude in it, you know? You could just say the words. You're adding a lot of extra sass, just like when you speak French. Or when you do that French impression, that's really not that good.
It's not a French impression, it's a Todd impression.
You do realize your Stefano impression sounds like just like my impression, right?
Yeah, but all of you guys sound the same.
It's Doesn't sound like me at all.
I love that the most. All right, guys. Roach Ward and Hydralisk then have been morphed in on the side of nw2019. He's got 15 army supply. That's a very bad sign. Was supply blocked again for another second. I feel like Haas is playing a minigame. He's like, how many minutes can I supply block this dude? Well, it turns out the answer is quite some time. He's hallucinating Archons as well. Is that disrespectful?
I mean, he's just having fun at this point. It's not particularly useful. It feels like you almost should have kept these for force fills, but there's no units anyway.
Yeah.
Roaches and Lings are about to come out here for nw2019. He's literally stuck on his side of the map.
But there's
behind
no
the middle
DPS
line.
in this army, though, so I'm actually not exactly sure what Haas is going to achieve here.
He has no recall for a while.
Oh, that's actually quite good. Is he going to get everything here?
Oh my god.
Look at those fake Archons putting in work.
Haz is not trapped in there with nw2019. nw2019 is trapped in there with the Haz.
What are we watching, Todd? What are we
Redesigning the map.
Oh, cross the ball, landing in the middle of the pack. All of these sentries and Gaver units will go down, but of course not before. Haas has created a 26 worker advantage for himself. I think he's having a ball. Oh my god, 4 bases. Haas
Wouldn't
is
you be tempted to drop down like 4 Stargates into Kyers, have some fun? It's not every day you get into this kind of lead against a Zerg.
Hey, Lurkus, by the way. I do like Lurkus, Todd.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing. I can imagine if Haas just makes a million Gaver units and then runs into Lurkus. I'm not saying I believe. I'm saying there is a chance.
Yeah, actually, Lurkers, they can be scary if there is not that many Immortals in particular, which right now I think Haz is not really worrying about. He's kind of focused on getting a ton of Stalkers with +2 and Blink. Still building up the sentry count. This almost looks like, you know, Wings of Liberty, Hollow the Swarm-esque of an army.
How many, I think at this point Haas has already lost 5 sentries or something in this game, right? 7. So he has made 19 sentries 8 minutes into the game. He's bringing back the Soul Train,
2016
boys.
call there when they build order back.
2012, mate. Parting in his Soul Train.
That was with Immortal, to be honest. It would make more sense than this, but it's such a good spot that he feels confident. The double forge as well.
Triple, quad robo. Quad robo, guys.
And he's making a 3rd forge.
Yeah. He's having a ball.
He's like, Lurker, you want to make Lurkers? I'm going to make 3 times more Immortals than you have Lurkers.
All right.
I dare you to try and turtle.
Haas is having a very good time force fielding his way over Thunderbird. He's going to get a very easy cancel here on this 4th base. Or nope. Okay. I love how he did let him cancel. I feel like he actually was able to kill it there. A couple of Lurkers are on the way. You can say what you want about Meta yet, Todd, but he is making it past the 9-minute mark against Haas. A lot of people have lost quicker than that.
Yeah, that's true. Multiple production will now begin. Will nw2019 eventually siege? His gas income should be decent enough to get quite a few Lurkers here in the moment. That's a slight income advantage, you know, not the biggest.
91 probes, Todd. He's at freaking 91 probes.
That is ridiculous.
I have the feeling, the thing is though about Haas is like Haas is very good at a lot of things, but I don't know if Haas is good in running into Lurkers. So if
Hey, we've seen some. Hey, he's blink forwards. Okay, like some of the best out there. Him and Patience, they've suicided many groups of stalkers, linking into tanks, Widow Mines, Lurkers.
I think all Haas needs to do is get 1 Warp Prism and then warp in 12 Zealots in the main, and then it's the easiest win of his life. But I'm actually like, in a way, I am a little bit worried because I feel like if there's one Protoss in the world that can lose army after army against a bunch of Lurkers, I feel like that guy could very well be Haas. Incredibly good at certain aspects of StarCraft 2, not the greatest in others. Look at that main base, though. Wouldn't you want 12 Zealots in there? Get in there, Lewis.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be too focused on getting prisms out and being active for now. It feels like he's just kind of flexing his macro muscle. His new, freshly acquired macro muscles.
Yeah, he skipped Tuesday at the gym. Only upper body.
Like he skipped leg day.
Well, the first Immortal does go down. A couple force fields will land.
He's got chicken cheese.
Why don't we get a Warp Prism? I'm actually so confused about this. He's got 100 workers, by the way. Like, I know that he can send in wave after wave, but what's the Lurker count? Actually, the Lurker count is probably not high enough. It's only 9. I think he needed a few more.
There is a bunch in the back.
The
Yeah, he doesn't have much mid shield, that's the problem.
No.
Like roaches, you're just gonna tank the damage, stand there. Lurker's doing a ton of damage. Drones are gonna be pulled off the line. I mean, why not? He needs to hold on against this attack anyway. Has with a ton more supplies kind of breaking through right now. The Immortals still doing a ton of damage, and it looks like this is gonna be it here for the Russian Zerg.
I think that is going to be correct. Obviously, from start to finish, this was very, very good for Haas. Started off with a proxy hatchery that Medaillette decided to cancel 99% in. From that point on, I think you're always going to have a pretty hard time. Haas just had some fun. Went up to 100 workers, made over 20 sentries in this game. Then dropped 4 robotics facilities at once and triple forge. He's building more probes, by the way. Come on, Haas. 105 workers.
Playing Nation Wars, they said. It will be fun, they said.
Oh, that's great. He's
going to head back to YouTube real quick.
He's going to upload his new video. Incredibly close game versus Haas. 105
I played in Nation Wars. Epic game.
Park champ, you know, and you put the hands on your cheek like a real YouTuber. Alrighty. 29 additional drones have gone down. And yes, there are quite a few Hydras here. But this army of Haas is powerful. Reinforcements are coming in for Haas as well. And don't
He's defending.
Yeah, but don't forget about the upgrade stuff.
I hold a maxed out army of
Oh my God, he's getting 3. He's
just
getting
won a
4
title.
more robos. It's an 8 robo. 8 robo, 118 probes. Haas, you are ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure he knows he has way too many
Yeah,
probes
of
as well.
course.
He's like Mimim at this point.
He's got 5 times the worker count of Medaillette. Oh my goodness.
He's just giving material to Medaillette, man.
He's actually playing tower defense at this point.
Oh
you know?
my
He's
God,
like-
there's more Immortals than there's
Yeah.
anything else out of Zerg.
He's like, I'm going for a wave of Immortals right now. I believe that will take down the siege tower on the high ground.
Oh my God, the damage.
Yeah, this is tower defense if I've ever seen.
And remember, it was double forge, by the way. He's 3-1 in upgrades.
Yeah, it's triple fortune.
Yeah. Triple, yeah, even.
He's about to get 3-3-2. He's getting cannons,
Look at
by the
this.
way.
He's getting a ton of cannons on his new base,
Yeah.
even though he's got all the army in the world. I think he's been watching your stream.
He just wants to take down that Overlord, thought. Did somebody send a memo to Meta yet that he's officially Meadow dead? I mean, I do love fighting spirit, don't get me wrong, but I think sometimes people do push it a little too far.
I last 15 minutes in the games if he has.
He's like sick blinding cloud on the ramp with lurkers and a drone block.
Well, he needs that blinding cloud right now, in fact. Oh my God, the lurkers are gonna die before he has the blinding cloud. No! As he's just gonna run past everything.
Yeah, well.
Oh my God.
Has
no protection.
Yeah, he's doing this on purpose.
Like, let me help you with that hive, by the way.
Let me help you get out of this game by killing all of your buildings. You know what? What if I just take out the spawning pool? The documents as well. 7 Immortals, by the way, guys, being produced at once. The Extractor is the last building that remains. No GG. Had to be said. Sometimes it's hard to squeeze in a GG, you know. You're in a base rate scenario and you're just still trying to hang in there, winning the game. Haas puts Chinese Taipei up 3-0. Todd, what on earth do you say after watching a game like that?
F.
F's in the chat?
Yeah, that's about it, I think, usually.
I just saw a man make 125 workers and 8 robos. And then he ran past lurkers and he just killed.
You're inspired, aren't you? You can't wait to go ladder later.
I have nothing to say, Todd. Sometimes even I have nothing to say.
Guys, I got something to say. There is a page called matcherino.com/nw2019 on which you can find a cap, hoodie, t-shirts, portraits, all of that good stuff. Coffee mug. The amazing coffee mug. So please check that out and help us boost the price pool. Oh my, what?
That's Friday night shopping. You guys been stealing credit cards again,
What
haven't
were we
you?
at, 4,300?
Yeah, we started at 4.2 yesterday. Friday night, baby.
Yeah.
Friday night shopping.
We've just been getting better at plugging the page as well, so obviously it's helped. But
I would
yeah,
love to say that is the case, but I don't think that's the case, Todd.
There's a great hoodie and a cap. Who knows? It might be the latest edition of this cap here. Maybe next time we just do baseball bats and
I've said that for
and
a
other
while.
stuff.
I actually feel like
E-strap.
at this point it became such a meme that we should start selling baseball bats. Imagine WCS event 2020 in St. Petersburg. and everybody shows up with baseball bats. It's like, good luck taking out Skillers in that event, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Alrighty, guys. We're going to head over to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back. We'll figure out who's going to be the revived player from Russia, and if we're going to get another reverse all kill, or if Chinese Taipei will advance and play against Canada.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. After the epic game and epic conclusion that we saw here in Map 3, Chinese Taipei is now up 3-0 against Russia. And I think we're all expecting Skillers to come back out, unless Medoyed is feeling it. It's like, has got lucky.
I don't think Medoyed is feeling it. Obviously, I think maybe there is a little bit of chat between Vanya and Skillers. Like, I know that Skillers had a much better record so far, and now clearly has a much better showing than Vanya. But winning 4 PvPs in a row, like, whew. Then again, winning 4 ZVPs in a row against these Protosses with all their crazy builds. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think you got to give it to Skillers just to give him one more chance to shine, because he has done such a fantastic job in this tournament. But I think it's going to be really hard, even for the young warrior that is Skillers.
He's having to carry Russia pretty heavily this Nation War, I gotta say, match after match. It's always come down to him. His teammates have been having a really hard time helping, and even Vanya, who's maybe got a little bit of stage jitters. And it is going to be Skillers coming back out here to face, but always first and foremost. So Skillers needs to win 4 PvPs in a row, as you mentioned.
Yep, and all these guys are good as well, right? There is no free win in there for Skillers. Like, Nice is dangerous in PvP, Haas is of course dangerous in PvP, and we've already seen it before, but always very dangerous in this matchup as well. But always was very confident in the pre-game interview. He said we're going to win 4-0, and I was thinking, it's like, I really don't think that's going to happen, mate, but... Yeah. They're on the right track, Todd. Yeah. Just one more map win, and that would do it. Be very sad, of course, for Russia and Skillers, who's done such a good job in this tournament. Would be sad for our buddy Alex as well, who's obviously hoping to see a little more Russia action on his stream. Get those numbers up. It's awesome to see the Russian community get behind this team. They're going to need to support more than ever. Because over here on the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of a man that is very eager to end Russia's dream right here. And right now, this is But Always. Let's take a look at that decal.
It doesn't get any more romantic than using a photo with your girlfriend as your StarCraft decal. Take notes.
Well,
boyfriends of the world out there.
I can think of a more romantic picture. Imagine you behind your computer playing StarCraft and your girlfriend standing behind you. That'd be very romantic.
I mean, if you take a photo of that and then use it as a decal in the game, yeah.
Yeah. Look how close we are. Even when I'm grinding ladder, she's right by my side.
And his opponent in the reds. Russia's last chance. It is Skillers. I love how they sit through our BS over there and get ready to cue the music as soon as we are finally ready to intro.
I mean, what about Crow? Crow's looking at the Nexus for like some days a minute and a half, and he's like, "Jeez, Louise, guy, can you get it over with already? I want to show what else is happening." Crow sees all these things. He sees probes scouting around. He sees proxies being built. And he has to listen to us about romantic pictures.
Feels bad. But yes, Skillers has got a difficult task ahead here. He's almost, all right, let the doors with the spike close on me. Yep. I can't do this.
That's the first proxy. I think that's a very well way to put it, Todd. That's kind of what this must feel like. Double Adept opening on the side of Skillers. Obviously, Adepts is going to give you a little bit of map presence. Skillers try to just expand and play defensively before. Maybe he's going to go with a slightly different approach. Maybe he's just going to look at this and be like, you know what? If I just apply pressure to these nerds, maybe I can force them into mistakes. Because I do generally believe that Skillers is the best player of these 4, right? Nice, Has, But Always, and Skillers. I think Skillers is the best. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he can win 4 in a row, of course.
Yeah.
We already saw him drop one. There's a Stargate.
I do agree he has the best chance. Yeah, Skillers going for a Stargate. We see a Robo on the other side. Once upon a time, that would have meant that the Stargate player would have a massive upper hand on his opponent, but nowadays doesn't mean nearly as much, to be honest. Which I'm kind of glad, because I'm not a big fan of playing rock, paper, scissors in StarCraft.
These Adepts are going to show up. One Stalker is actually not enough. One Stalker will lose the fight against 2 Adepts. Wow, that's a lot of sentries, by the way, on the side. Yep. Going to be a quick scout. So, But Always a man of extremes, right? Obviously went super aggressive in the first PvP this time.
Yeah.
The complete opposite. Expanding a little bit quicker than Skillers did as well. But I think Skillers is all right with that, right? Most important thing is that you know what is going on.
A man of extremes. What is has then? 118 probes and 8 robos, man. That was absurd.
Oh, this is a
Whoa.
really good start, by the way. But always not paying attention. And he's got no pylon on the low ground yet, and he's got no shield battery yet, Todd.
Yeah, that's got to be a cancel. I guess he's got the sentries on the high ground. He needs to reward with the pylon. Doesn't quite do it. So the adepts,
They're
they
gonna
get to
go,
choose whether they go in or not. He's just
Can
going to unpower the gates.
Yeah, there is an Immortal that's gonna pop. Obviously, that's a bit scary as well there with the force field. I don't think you can kill the Nexus here, but this is still uncomfortable, right? Skillers can at least catch up economically and even create a lead for himself, which is something that he's already doing. But always making a robo. Okay, is he gonna just run to the other side of the map? Does he have a shield battery? Does he have a shield battery? He does have a shield battery. All the buildings look the same.
Yeah, the Stalkers, they were pretty stealth down there. Gonna go for the sentries. Gets one. Should be able to get one.
Ooh, that's not the trade of your dream.
Yeah, that's not good. The Stalkers were close enough to really do a ton of damage. He got a prism, right?
Yep.
So I guess Bud always wants to go on the offensive.
Oh, absolutely. He wants to be very aggressive. That was a fake Nexus if I've ever seen one. Now, he's obviously building probes, and it's transitional, as TLO would say. But this is an opening that he absolutely wants to get some damage done with. Don't get us wrong. Don't be fooled. Don't forget there is a prism in the mix as well. Could maybe drop a force field in the main base. These guys are capable of doing that. Imagine 2 sentries and an Immortal going to the main base, Todd. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna want to look to attack at the front and land some good force fields. If you can trap some of these units, but
well
he was trying to trigger that. He actually did, even through his death. That pylon's kind of exposed, but it's still very hard to attack that. There's starting to be a lot of units. Force field are gonna start landing, but they don't really trap anything. I guess they keep the army away from there, so now he can just go for the shield batteries.
Oh, the Oracle takes an insane amount of damage immediately. The force fields are excellent on the side of Bud always. Obviously, he needed to do this economic damage and probably a little bit more. I still think it's a hold here for Skillestad, because look at his Immortal. It's still so healthy. All that Skillers needs is just a few more units. Can he get them out there? Wants to get the Prism. That's
he walked in Stalker, so the Immortal's still going to work, but the shield batteries are mostly out of energy now. The Immortal, can it hold on? No, there is enough damage from the Stalkers to take it out, finally.
Yeah, but now all the Stalkers are in a lot of trouble as well, no? One Stalker will absolutely go down here.
The target.
It's a hold. What happened with the 2 Adepts on the other side of the map? They're still here?
They're about to go on a rampage.
I believe that he evacuated the probes to the top side, right? So these Adepts could have actually killed a lot more.
Where are they going?
That's still good, though. 4 probes?
Yeah.
Oh, good save. I think there are some probes above the natural, right? That was well done. Because imagine if you lose those as well.
Yeah.
But Skill is still ahead, though. Look at that. 30 workers against just 25.
Sick defense. I thought he was out of it for a second, but...
Yeah, it looked bad, but the Immortal was still super healthy. And the shield batteries, they are
helped
so incredibly good defensively.
Where do we go now? We made 1 Phoenix. It's almost tempting. Yeah, okay. It's very tempting to keep on making Phoenixes from there. And I mean, I'm sitting next to you at this stage, like the inventor of the Protoss mech.
You know what?
You wouldn't even have Warp Gate here. It would be only Phoenixes and Immortals running around trying to catch Blinkstalkers. At least last time I saw you play.
You had me when you said it would be tempting to make more Phoenixes here. I agree. I'm familiar with that feeling. Actually, Phoenix Immortal is very good against the things that Bud always has right now, because he doesn't even have Blink. And even if he does get Blink, well, you're going to force him to basically make 8 or 9 Stalkers. Guess what? 4 Big Daddy Immortals show up. Pew, pew, pow, pow. Get out of here.
It's like StarCraft anime. Pew, pew, pow, pow.
Kaboom.
That's the Banelings.
And that's another video for Meta, yeah. Protoss mech in action, live in Nation Wars.
I'm seriously curious why he stayed this long in the game against us. Like, who would want to get eliminated? It's almost as if he decided, he's like, today, I'm going to play a 15-minute game versus Haz, and I'm going to call it on YouTube. I play a 15-minute epic game versus Haz. And then it's like 14:30, and he's like, he has 3 buildings left. He's like, come on, hold on, please, stop attacking.
You know, once upon a time, I got hired doing an event at a tech convention in Las Vegas. And I basically had to commentate at a booth where random people could play against Idra, and they would have to survive as long as possible. And the person that survived the longest would win, like, I don't know, a power supply or something.
I bet Greg was having a lot of fun.
Oh, Greg was on tilt, and I was on tilt too. Like, it was absolute worst.
So what did the games look like?
Oh, horrible. You know, guys opening up with basically a lot of defensive structures. Every Terran would fly their buildings to the corner of the map, you know, like flying barracks, flying commands, and it was the worst.
So what was the longest game?
20 minutes or something, because there were a couple guys that were massive.
And they stayed until the last building.
Oh,
then,
absolutely, yeah, of course. They would fly them to different corners of the map as well.
That sounds like a great... I would have loved to see Greg's face.
Oh, Greg was so angry.
As he had a bunch of mutas flying around trying to find all the buildings. That would been amazing.
And like, he would
Truly
actually...
why he started playing RTS games.
He'd be more pissed against the Protoss that would make like a lot of cannons, and then Tempest as well. Like,
Yeah,
super
the
pissed.
worst.
So he would try even harder to kill those guys. You know, you know how Greg is. He was not amused at all. No blink, by the way. It means that these Phoenixes are going to be annoying for quite some time. Obviously, there's going to be Archons, but it's pretty obvious that Bud always just wants to make one big attack with Zealot Archon. But I think as long as Skillers can just get his own little Archon out, he should be all right.
Sometimes a very slight difference in army can change everything, and in this case, it's Skillers that's quite a bit ahead in supply right now, and mostly in army, 49 to 29. That's a very, very big difference there. It almost doesn't matter if like your composition is not nearly as good, which I mean would be hard to happen anyway because you usually get kind of the same stuff. But in this case, he went Immortal heavy against no Immortals from Bud Always.
Yeah, so it really does feel that Bud always is on the clock, and he wants to hit this one timing with a couple of Archons and then a lot of Zealots. Well,
He
they
starts
say
plus
that
two.
he gets +2 as well, so maybe I'm full of it, guys. I don't know. Skillers gonna fly in. That is a couple of very easy pro pickups. All that Skillers needs to do, in my opinion, is get 2 Archons. The moment that Skillers has his own 2 Archons, that is Archon number 1, I believe. Get one more, because if Zealots get a 6 round on Immortals, suddenly Immortals are not that immortal anymore.
But he has quite a few shield batteries. There's 2 on the left, and he's getting 2 more next to his army here right now. Skillers
perfect.
was in a little bit of the wrong position. I think he's going to try and lure him back to the shield batteries. There we go. We got the engagement. Quite a few Stalkers from Bud Always will try to help. Guardian Shield is doing a ton. Phoenixes are finally going to fly in. There's still 3 Archons alive, but there's too much from Skillers.
Yep, they can pick up the Prism as well. The Prism had an Archon inside of it too. GG! Is this the start, Todd, of another magical Skiller story? It could very well be, taking out Bud Always, so he gets his personal revenge at least on the Protoss that defeated him earlier on Ephemeron. Score is 3-1. Russia still in it, Skiller still in it. We've got a series.
He made it out of the first room.
Yeah.
We're still playing a game over here. Made it out of the first cube. That was some sick defense there. I really thought he was going to be in much more trouble than he actually was in. I feel like, but always it was a good choice for him to go for this attack, but Skillers was really good at the repositioning. Because even But Always here made the most of the force fields, right? He moved to the top right side, he killed 1 shield battery before the engagement even started. The force fields were always clutch. We see that Immortal struggling to attack for like the longest time he wasn't actually attacking.
Sniping that Prism in the end was massive, huh? Otherwise, there is a good chance that this game does indeed end right here and right now. Because at this point, But Always absolutely has some sick micro potential.
He almost pulled it. He picked up something. Right there.
Yeah, one unit went down as well, probably a very low HP unit. And like sniping this Immortal in the end is obviously nice, but then you have to pay the price with 2 more Stalkers going down as well.
You know, the Zealot Warping was really smart too, right? Because if they can get up close, they actually destroy Stalkers very fast. And even this counter attack here was really nice. And then after this, if you have a bunch of Phoenixes, I mean, we've all tuned into the Water Stream. You've got map control, you can always fly in and kill a bunch of probes. This put tremendous amount of pressure on But Always, who got desperate, went for this timing, but Skillers was very ready back at home.
Yeah, it's a little bit of weird of a timing that he started +2 as well, right? That could have been one more Archon. I honestly think that he was just a little too far behind. I think the Phoenixes put Skillers in an excellent position. I have to admit that I was worried for like 0.1 second because I felt Skillers was a bit out of position. And I'm like, I've lost a couple games myself where I was like, I've got a lot of Immortals, I'm going to be fine here. But then all of the Zealots suddenly get nice and close on top of your Immortals. And you're like, well, am I in trouble? But the answer was no, Skillers was not in trouble. The next player is going to be Haas. Well, that should be a fun one, Todd.
Bringing out the big guns here. Haas looking to try and get into a positive record. Get out of here, Roddy. We got to get ready for the interview here with Funka. I know it's his favorite moment. Yet again. Yeah, another PvP here as Skillers needs to win 4 in a row. And that was a good start here against But Always. Very, very solid performance.
Yep.
Again, very good with the aggression, good with the defense then later on. And that's a good sign, because he still has to face Haz, then Nice, and then a revived player from Chinese Taipei.
You gotta be super solid mentally here if you're Skillers, because you're gonna be on the receiving end of a lot of Protoss BS. That's basically what's going to happen here. A lot of PvPs coming your way and a lot of crazy strategies from those Protosses from Chinese Taipei. Actually, speaking of that, in the top left-hand side here of Disco Bloodbath is the breaker of Kaelaris. His name is Haz.
His opponent still needs to win 3 PvPs in a row. Representing Russia, the hard carry, it's Skillous.
Honestly, that would be quite the feat if he was able to reverse that situation, Skillous, here in this matchup. Showed it numerous times against Sweden. He was
Get a
close
statue
to
of him somewhere in Russia.
Yeah. And get ready for those celebration streams after that. Ooh, Haz? Pretending like he's going for a cannon rush?
He's actually walling off around his expo there as well. This is very interesting.
Ooh.
Looking to try and maybe play some aggressive build here. We'll find out in a second.
Now Skillous knows.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. This is not real. I see your base and there's a flagrant lack of a forge.
I wonder if this is more for aggression or defense here from Haz. Because the wall of, like you're making your buildings forward, right? You can reach the opponent's base quicker, but it's only one gateway. And by the look of things, he might be going for a perfect wall there eventually. So it's almost like, that old school-esque where you used to perfect wall up your ramp on maps like Viney and stuff, and then you would go for a Nexus very quickly and then just defend whatever's being thrown at you. And I feel like this kind of build, if you're getting proxied, you're just kind of dead a lot of the time. But in this game, he scouted so early that he knows there's not going to be any proxy or any kind of super heavy aggression. It's a longer rush distance. No, it's not a small map, Funka.
Yeah.
Relax. So, I don't know.
None of those maps are small. That's the thing.
You finally realize that?
Yeah. No, I finally... let's not talk about that. No Nexus. So, Adept, Sentry, and then a Twilight for Haz? Alright, where is that? In the main base, I guess? So was it scouted by Skillous on that cycle? No, it wasn't. But now Skillous knows that there is no Nexus. Interestingly enough, Skillous will be the one to block off the entrance here, so that Adept cannot shade through the opposite side of the map. Should be cancelling that pylon in a few seconds, that's it. And the answer from Skillous is also going for his own Nexus, because we've seen that Gateway Nexus expand, even though that's not exactly what Haz is doing right now, because he does have that Twilight Council.
Yeah.
But we've seen that build being pretty hard countered by RoboPlay.
And Skillous is going to pressure with Stalkers, which is very dangerous, because Haz is going Adepts with Glaives. So usually I think he would want to try and wait for a certain amount of Adepts, at least 6 to 8, and then go for the attack. But Skillous is the one that will take the fight to him here, thanks to this proxy pylon, which does get spotted. There is no shield battery.
No, there's one. Oh, there's not enough. Yeah, for now it's 3 Stalkers against 0, and the second Adept will pop here eventually. But we said it; those are not the greatest units in the world to kill Stalkers with. So already has in a lot of pressure. Is he already dead? Like, I feel like there's nothing he can do, man.
It feels like it, because now Stalkers are going to be warped 2 by 2.
There's one gateway against 2.
And everything's going to get unpowered in a second.
He's going to lose that warp in? No, okay.
This build is terrible.
Yeah, I just don't see it being a reliable option. And Skillous just like that. It's just going to make a bunch of Stalkers and pressure with it, and then boom, GG, game 6. Honestly, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
Like, even if there was a Dark Shrine, maybe you could hope for some DT action to defend, but that was not even the case. Wow. I'm really confused by what Haz was trying to do there. I mean,
he was trying to expand and
early Nexus
that Skillous
turned out to not be a Nexus.
Yeah.
Twilight Council that didn't allow a proper technology that was that could have been helpful in defending, because Glaives were not done. But at the same time, if you've got 3 Adepts with Glaives, like, what are you going to do against 7 Stalkers?
You're gonna die.
You're gonna die.
That was weird.
That's nothing. Those 3 Adepts.
Yeah.
I misused that meme. I'm sorry about that. We will go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be game number 6 here between Chinese Taipei and Russia. Can Skillous do the reversal kill? Well, you guys will have to wait to figure it. Welcome back, everybody, to Nation Wars 2019 round of 16. Chinese Taipei versus Russia is going on right now, and it is 3-2 still in favor of Chinese Taipei. But after that weird game,
Chinese Taipei versus Skillus is going on.
Versus Skillus. Yeah, you're right. Medoyed and Vanya were Medoyed. We're not. Well, I don't want to say good enough, but they weren't able to grab themselves a victory. So now
they didn't make the cut.
It is a matter of, can Skillus do the all kill? That would be his second one of the season. He did it against Sweden. Can he do it here against Chinese Taipei, where everything is on the line? He got his work cut out for him a little bit, because Has went for the weirdest build of all time in PvP, which was bad in terms of technology, Nexus timing, and number of units. So
that'd be a crazy story if Russia was to make it there. Skillus is just an absolute beast so far in this tournament. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind for Vanya to get another shot to show what he's got, because I feel like Roddy, he was on the right track. Sometimes you just get a couple of rough games. I've played in Nation Wars myself.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed to say I think it was against Cass. I got proxy Thored and I died.
Yeah, I remember that game actually.
Where all you had to make was one immortal, and then he would have left the game if he saw it, even without fighting. So,
yeah. That happens. The pressure gets to you.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes. I don't know if it's the pressure. Yeah, like it's a combination of things. Pressure, like that a lot of people are watching and you're not feeling it. You didn't eat the right food. You didn't get enough sleep. Many factors can come into play. But this guy is definitely feeling it. Starting in the bottom right-hand side. Finally won 2 maps in a row. Russia's last hope in this matchup here. Skillus.
In the top left, in the red, representing Chinese Taipei, he is nice.
And Chinese Taipei with a pretty good performance, by the way, in this Nation War, even though here they're in the elimination match. They've scored a lot of points against some teams that I would rate very, very high. And
Italy yesterday, for instance.
They're still here in the round of 16 and 2 matches away. Still on match point there. Yeah, absolutely. Italy as well.
Yeah, Italy yesterday was a really great game. A really great best of 7. And it's a little sad that he couldn't close out the deal, because it's always cool to see some of those, top great players getting challenged a little bit. But no, the story went a different way, and Rainer, as well as his teammates Ryu and Ryosis, were able to clutch a first place here in this group. We're still wondering about that second nation that will qualify, and it's still up in the air. The nation that will win here, whether it's Russia or Chinese Taipei, will go and face Canada after that.
And Canada, definitely also, they have the potential to make it a previous top 4 finisher, I think it was.
Nation Wars 4.
Yeah, Nation Wars.
We've got some amazing footage of...
when we went,
they went outside and they chased some pigeons.
To catch a pigeon, and he never made it. Obviously.
That's kind of tough chasing pigeons in Paris. There's a lot of them, but it seems like you can never catch one.
I mean, with your bare hands.
Yeah. What about with the shotgun? Is that what you do?
Like if you give me a crossbow, I'll catch you a pigeon real quick.
Really? Okay, so we have some pretty interesting video to shoot in a couple of weeks. We'll get a crossbow.
No, like a net, anything.
All right. So, normal builds this time.
Yeah.
Nice. Just cut the weird builds and went for something more traditional here with the double gateway expand.
Yeah, the wall-off at the expansion experiment was a failure. So I think we're not going to go back there. It's going to be some sentries, some stalkers being made at Nexus from both sides, a pylon down the ramp with which you can get a shield battery if you're under assault. And then from there, it's going to develop into a lot more of a normal game, I'm sure.
Speaking of the interviews that we recorded back then in Nation Wars 4, I think we also had Team Poland and Team Canada trying escargot back then, snails. That was some pretty quality content.
Dude, escargot is great.
So you're a believer in the escargots?
Yeah.
I can't really eat that.
I think really?
Yeah.
I think frog legs not so much, but snail is actually pretty good.
But you are gourmet. You like fine foods.
Of course I do. That's why it's a 6-pack of Kinder Bueno every day that I'm here. Today we actually bought some 6 chocolate.
Yeah.
I bought the biggest pack of Ferrero Rocher that I've ever seen in my life for the staff. For today and tomorrow.
That's going to be amazing. All right, so this game...
You know what? Players that are watching this
Yeah?
and that might qualify for the round of 4,
Yeah?
there'll be some for you as well. When you
Oh,
I'll buy another
snap.
pack. For the round of
Todd's
4
got you. He's got you for Ferrero Rocher and some amazing French deliciousness. Even though Ferrero is not even French, I believe it's Italian.
Really?
I think it is, yeah. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. We should take a look at this when we can. What we can see right now, when we can take a look at, is that both players are playing a fairly normal game, with the addition of forges on both sides, which usually tells us that yes, you want to invest into that +1, then +2, then eventually +3, eventually. Oh, okay, nice.
Cancel that.
Nice finds a way to grab himself 3 probes, maybe a 4th one. That's good.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Even shit out.
Run! Hey, is this guy's John Rambo or like what is this?
Last Bloods. Through the Last Blood. That's pretty sick. 4 probes for only 1 adept. Totally worth it. A prism, 2 passing ships in the night. Well, actually 2 ships that kind of follow one another, but neither of them
Unarmed ships.
They're both fishing ships.
Hey, they can't really hurt each other, but the first warp prism here from Nice is actually gonna follow closely Skillus's prism, which means it's going to be quite hard to get an opportunity to go into the main. Both hallucinated phoenixes.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I drop 2 Stargates here.
Instantly?
Yeah, if this happens to me. I don't even care if the prism flies away, like I still keep them.
That was the weirdest freaking follow or freaking chase I've ever seen in my life.
I think he realized like this had potential to do a lot of damage instead of going across the map and being like, oh, I'm going to multitask all over the place and let's see who kills more probes than the other. He's like, I'm just going to follow you and make sure you don't do any damage, and I'm fine with not doing any damage myself. And now finally feels confident enough back at home to leave that prism. Oh, actually, they both.
Yeah, they're both going back at their base, but...
By the way, Immortals, very risky.
They can't really defend the prism by themselves, but I guess you could still drop him and kill some Stalker. He's being super diligent, nice that is, of using those hallucinated phoenixes to get the proper vision at all time. And I like what you said about Nice not trying too hard of dealing extra damage, because extra is the damage that we're looking at, because those two adepts in the early game actually dealt quite a bit. So he was ahead in terms of the worker numbers for a couple of minutes now. And now he fills up the Warp Prism with 2 Immortals. He's going to wait for those barriers.
And this actually forced a warping of Stalkers, a big warping of Stalkers, which are not the greatest in those fights. Like especially when you're going charge, you'd rather be going, whoa.
Oh, that was greedy. Okay, so
just
do you recall right now?
Recall, I think.
Prism and recall? Oh, sorry, Pylon and recall? He's not recalling. He's going to lose both of them.
God.
Okay.
Mistake.
Yeah, that ended up being super expensive here for Nice, losing 2 Immortals and the Warp Prism.
So now the Immortal count would definitely not favor him. He's got 0 against the 2 of Skillus, and if you're Skillus here, you understand what just happened, like how good it was for you, that trade, and I think you already thinking about hitting a 3-base timing there eventually down the line. I mean, we see Nice, he even made a ton of probes. Skillus never started a 3rd Nexus. I expect this to go down regardless of whether he wants to attack or not. He's pumping out a ton of charge loss right now. And by the way, he's going for ground armor upgrade instead of +2 attack. So I think he's just going to make a look at the gas. For once, just look a little bit left of the supply and look at the gas. 1,300. That's going to be a ton of Archons that he's able to work with.
Yeah, it's interesting because he did save a little bit of gas here. Oh, do you lose your Warp Prism? Nice. He's actually making a lot of mistakes here. Can the Warp Prism escape? It looks like it will not. 17 HP left before that last hit of Stalker.
Oh my god, that timing is
77 army supply against 50. That +2 is bound to finish in about 20 seconds, but the +1 armor will be finished quicker.
It's going to be 1-1 against 2-0, but the army of Skillus is, I think, far superior there, especially because of the Immortals.
Keep in mind that they will be fighting probably around the shield batteries, which is a decent advantage for Nice.
When the armies are this big, the shield batteries don't come into play nearly as much, especially if it's a low number of them. But he's winning a lot. And there's 2 Immortals to 2 now. But charge wasn't even finished yet. For Skillus, I think that's why
that's why he's waiting. Yeah.
2 more Archons morphing.
Okay, Nice knows now that he will have to pull off the amazing defense. Will +2 make a difference here? Oh, the beginning of the fight was so good, though, for Skillus, getting some free shots before our Protoss player from Chinese Taipei is even able to shoot at first. The Warp Prism now gets rebuilt, so help out a little bit in terms of micro, but the numbers are so good in favor of Skillus here that he should be able to close out that game. Keep in mind, he doesn't have a third base. Well, he does have a third base, but he doesn't have the probes to go alongside with him. And Nice.
He realized he had a ton of probes, more than his opponents. Dude. He actually pulled probes off the line and he's going to hold on.
Look at the army supply. What happened in his fight? I don't even understand. It was 50 to 30 and then suddenly it's 45-29 in favor of Nice.
He had some weird movements, and also the Guardian Shield wasn't covering a lot of his army. The Sentry was kind of at the back, so not everything was being affected by it. Now Skillus is the one in emergency mode.
I'm so confused.
Let's get some shield batteries on the third base, but it looks like Nice. I mean, because they've traded so much, not in a rush to go on the counter-offensive just yet. Did he start any additional upgrade yet?
I don't think you want to do you want to add any upgrades there. I think you want to finish the games right here and now. That you can see that he actually chrono boosted some of his gateways to be able to go and produce a little bit more units faster. Which is kind of nice. Now the counterattack is here. What it does, it's actually forcing so many warp-ins.
If you recall now, with the Prism, you actually might have more on the other side of the map.
I don't know about that. It's 30 army supply ahead here on the side of Nice. Nice is losing some probes, and he's also not microing properly here, losing an Archon for nothing. What are they doing? Okay, did he warp in? I think Skillus warped in. No? Not even.
No. He's just keeping so much of the army back. I mean, he's still finding damage because he's just Zealots and the one Archon there. There's no proper anti-air to really shut down the Prism.
This game's so confusing, man.
PvP for you, man. He also an Archon there.
Yeah, but the suit did lie so much in this game, Salts.
Please.
What does it mean?
That's preposterous.
We could see that Archons are actually kind of bad at taking out Templars. This one was saved at the last possible moment. And can we take a look at the army composition just for a bit? So 3 Archons against 4, 2 Immortals against 1, 20 Zealots against 17. I mean, the army of Skillus is not that much better. If he can get that Warp Prism out with a couple of extra Stalker Shot, that would have been amazing. Now the position is pretty great here for Skillus. He's making so much happen here with so little.
Neither player can really attack into the ramp like this, but it looks like Nice wants to prove otherwise. He moves down the ramp. The Archon's getting so much surface area. There is quite a few more Zealots here for Nice. Skillus will be pushed back. Does he turn around here? The Prism can help him reinforce into the fight.
Oh, saving those 2 Archons was key. Like if he lost those 2 Archons, I think it would have been lights out for Skillus. Don't move your Prism! Oh my god!
Oh! It drops one before the Prism dies, but Skillus, that was a big loss there.
All right, now Skillus does have the upper end in terms of economy, and every second that goes by is actually a good second for Skillus. Let's see if Nice can finish the game right here and right now. +2 didn't finish on the side of a Russian Protoss, and that might be the last attack here because it's 56 probes against 43. The army supply is slightly in favor here of Nice, but the shield batteries are going to make it a little bit hard for him to engage. The Zealots are actually kind of low on hit points, and the number of Archons is pretty massive on the side of Skillus.
Yeah, he's trying to buy time here with the shield batteries, helping for a little bit. The Immortal on the right side needs to come in. Big Zealot warp in here.
I think that's going to be enough, Todd. I think Chinese Taipei will go into the winner's match. Skillus was not able to reverse all kill in that situation. The third Protoss was the charm. GG gets gold. And Nice qualifies Taipei for the deciders match. After a wonky game that really went on both directions for the longest time. I mean, I really thought that Skillus, considering the beginning of the fight that he had, the fact that he had slightly better army. Of course, he had 1-1 against the 2-0, which is better, I guess, for the player that has the 2-0. upgrade, but he had such a better fight. He had so many free shots that I really that first attack I really don't get how Nice was able to reverse the situation. He had a late warp prism, couldn't really micro with it.
Yeah.
So Skillus might have messed up his micro a little bit.
I think he had more shell batteries than I anticipated as well. He went up to like 5 or
4 or
6.
5, yeah.
Which is a lot to have on the third base, and he really moved just his army so well. You technically have some sort of defender's advantage, right, with the Wapin being like so close as well to your army. And he just reset position a little better, I think. Also, that +2 attack, I think technically is better than having the 1-1 upgrade, in my opinion. So that was something that he had going for him as well. He had a superior economy. If he was just able to even hold down, he was always going to be ahead, and he did just that with the hold. So good job, Chinese Taipei. They will now face Canada in our next match.
Yep.
That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup indeed.
We lose Russia, by the way, which is kind of sad, but they had a very good showing. Skillus can be very proud of himself.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Russia, making it as top 12 if you want, because it's actually top 16. They're 4th place. I messed up.
Poor guys.
Top 16 here. No, top 16
we
is really
40
good.
countries.
Dude, out of 40 countries, and considering that it had to go through a 4-3 victory against Sweden to actually make it to round of 16, I think they can be really happy with their round here.
You know, I played Home Story Cup many times, and I made a round of 32 every time, but there was 32 players. So this puts it in perspective, right? You guys went further than the amount of teams that there was here.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Good job.
Russia will be the first team eliminated here in the round of 16. And to know who's going to qualify as second place finisher here in this Group A, we will have to decide it here in a best of 7 between Canada and Chinese Taipei, which means that in general, Chinese Taipei had to face every single opponent in this group, which is kind of interesting. You know, they played Italy. They did eventually lose in that game, 4-3. Then they went for a losers match here against Russia, and now they have to face Canada. So there is no question asked that if Chinese Taipei were to qualify for the round of 8, that it would definitely be the second best team in this group. So once again, guys, you can go into matcherino.com/nw2019 and get a lot of different items that are ready to be bought and ready to be, shown to your friends, to your family. Look at this great and look at those great, amazing items. We started with the mug, and I think everybody agrees on the fact that the mug is pretty amazing. You get pushed the price pool by about $5,000 already.
Almost.
That's
Let's
pretty
get
great.
there by tonight.
Yeah, I think we can make it happen.
Such a big jump, to be honest. Yeah, we need to keep on building up that price pool. Also, I think this stuff is pretty cool. Like the Nation Wars logo is amazing.
It's in our bag as well.
Yeah. Make sure to get your hands on that, guys, if you want to, for Christmas or for whatever reason. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Just treat yourself.
Just treat yourself. All right, we'll go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the last match of Group A. Not the last match of the night, of course, because we will have plenty more quality StarCraft after that. But Chinese Taipei versus Canada is just after the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Second best of 7 of the night. And we are looking for a second nation to be qualified here in this Group A. Will it be Chinese Taipei? Will it be Canada? Well, the answer is just around the corner, really.
Yep. What we do know is that every match is going to include a Protoss. I think that is very exciting. Maybe unfortunate for the Riddler, because yesterday against Protoss, he didn't have the best time.
Yeah.
But I do believe that against these kind of Protosses, maybe things will go a little bit better. Because obviously, these Protosses are not exactly the same as Skillers. They'll probably have a very different approach of how they want to play PvT. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think if Chinese Taipei does make it into the run of 8, I'd call it a little upset. I did not expect them to make it into the top 8 at the beginning of the tournament. Then again, if you look at that lineup, 3 Protosses, all above 6,000 MMR easily, if not a lot higher. Yeah, you can see them
On the
go
Korean
far.
server as well.
Yep.
Yeah, no, those 3 guys, you don't want to underestimate those guys by any means. They have the opportunity to go for something really aggressive, as well as the new version of those guys, which is playing pretty decent PvX in a macro in a macro situation. So this team is performing pretty well. They were on the verge of actually putting Italy in the losers match with a 4-3 loss against those guys in the beginning of this group. That was yesterday. Now they were able to defeat Russia and Skillers, especially. With some decent PvP action.
What was that last game, by the way? Like, I'm sitting backstage and I'm wondering what kind of a clown fiesta did I tune into? It's like, first there is an attack. It's like, can he win the game? He's like, no, did it? Oh my god, he's actually so far behind. Then Nice is like, you know what? Because you are so far behind right now, what if I give you 3 Zealots and then I also give you 3 Archons?
Yeah.
Skid is like, well, that would be very nice. But Skid is like, I can double down, okay? What if I'm up 16 workers and I'm in the middle of the map? Nice would be like, well, that would be very nice, actually, because that is my way back into the game.
Yep.
It was quite the meme fiesta, but that's kind of what happens every now and then in PvP. Take another look at the lineup of Canada. Of course, we saw Canada in action last night. Scarlet even showed us some of her amazing Protoss skills. Thought that it's going to be cheese for sure. I'm like, nope. I've seen that Scarlet Protoss, okay?
Yeah.
If there's anyone perfectly capable of playing some nice macro toss, it is Scarlet. And then, of course, we've got No Regret. We know all about him. Can't wait to see him in the interview again. And of course, the Riddler, our Terran, who played the game of his life, in my opinion, against Vanya.
Yeah, he played very very well, but in the next matchup, he was not as good, I would say, against Protoss, because he did lose against a simple Oracle, basically.
The Phoenixes. He lost against the Phoenixes.
Did he?
Yeah, he opened up Heli and Marauder, no? And he got absolutely shut
by
down.
an Oracle.
Well, not just by an Oracle.
Yeah, the Oracle showed up. There was no anti-air. He lost 8 SCVs and a mule.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also like, that's okay if you can kill 15 probes on the other side.
Yeah, and then the Phoenixes defended that push pretty well. I didn't get what you were meaning at first, but I'm behind that. But just in general, the PvT action was not exactly what the Riddler wanted to have. But this time he will have to play a Protoss. That's just how it is when you've got 3 Protosses in the opposite team. Here are our matchups here. Scarlet versus Has to kick things off in ZVP, then No Regret versus But Always, and then the Riddler against Nice.
You say that though in ZVP. Well, what if
Yeah.
Scarlet is like, you know what? Let's play some PvP.
If she does that, I would lose my mind, man.
Yesterday I displayed my PvZ. What if I display my PvP today?
That'd be sick.
I actually look forward to No Regret against But Always as well. I think there is some potential there. That is going to be played on Ephemeron. And then, of course, the Riddler versus Nice will take place on Thunderbird. I think for the Riddler, there is a little more hope here than there was going up against Skillers. Like, I feel like some of the top European Protosses, they just don't really lose against these weird, unconventional Terran players that like to play a lot of mech. And I feel like when it comes to these guys that like to play mech, that like to go for the memes on the ladder, they're often a lot better against Zerg than they are against Protoss. Because Zerg players have a really hard time, like, shutting stuff down.
Yeah, you're right.
While good Protoss players can just be like, okay, you want to sit back? I'll take 4 bases. Now what? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it? That's the question. What can you do while watching this broadcast, you ask? Well, you can tune in and also earn some XP for your war chest. Just connect your Battle.net account with your Twitch account, and as you're watching some amazing StarCraft 2 action here on No Gaming Inter and Nation Wars 2019, you'll get some sweet XP. All right, we are ready for the interview. Canada versus Chinese Taipei. Who do we have here? Once again, No Regret and But Always. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, what's up?
All right, Jake, first question. We were a little bit nervous.
Here we go.
We couldn't reach you. What was happening over there in South Korea?
mean, we were watching K-dramas, and then I got a message on my phone that we had to play. You literally saved the broadcast, my dude. your DM. Like, all the Discord messages don't ping my phone, but that DM did. I was like, oh, guess we're playing tonight. Now, we thought that the show started at 2, because that's when it started every single time except for this time. So.
Yeah, because we have 4 matches today, so that's why we started 2 hours earlier.
So we probably should have realized it's Taiwan, so it was probably going to be a really quick group, you know?
Well,
so, yeah.
All right. How do you feel about going up against Taiwan here,
so.
Jake? How do you feel about going up against these crazy Protosses?
Well, we've got a pretty good PvP lineup for our team, so I'm not that worried. But it's going to be hard for the Zerg players. And by Zerg players, I mean me, because I'm the only Zerg player. But we'll see. We'll see.
Does that mean that Scott...
Also, I have no idea about Riddler. I mean, that's just a question mark, I feel like.
All right. Does that mean that Skytes is actually going to be playing Protoss here? Yeah.
It depends.
Are you just memeing?
Remember what I said last... Do you remember what I said last interview? If she wants to win and throw out, like, the self-respect, she'll play Protoss.
Okay.
So we'll have to see.
I'm looking forward to that. But always, congratulations, first of all, on making it to the Deciders match. That was pretty nice. So in the end, you defeated a really strong Protoss opponent. This time, except if Scarlet decides to go for Protoss, you'll be facing Zerg or Terran. How good do you feel in facing those other matchups here against Canada?
Versus Zerg is okay for me. Just I don't like versus Terran, but my match is versus with No Regret, so I think it could be fine.
How much do you know about No Regret, though? He's quite the legend.
Cheese player.
Cheese player?
Rex,
Cheese player.
Rex?
Did you just call me a cheese player, mister? Did you know, like, the first year of your existence on ladder, I thought you were Haas. Okay? I thought you were literally Haas. But, like, Haas with one hand. I thought, you know what? Haas is just fucking with people on this account. It's like a bad imitation of Haas, and then I realized, wait, it's a different person? My mind was blown.
Oh my god, this game is going to be amazing. Jake, if you lose this one, I'm gonna lose it, man. It's gonna be amazing.
I mean, it's possible. He's Protoss. We'll see.
But I always have a quick question about that previous Nation War. In that final game that Skillers was playing against Nice, were you worried? Because at one point it started to look pretty bad for Nice, right?
I don't know what is Nice doing. I think in the middle game should be 100% impossible lose from Nice, but he already did. Almost.
Well, I guess you guys were all very happy to advance. What do you think? You felt very confident going up against Russia. Now, without jokes, how confident are you going up against Canada over here?
4-2.
Okay. So you're going to give him a couple maps. No 4-0.
Yeah, no 4-0.
Like 4-2 Canada, right? Was that?
Yes.
Was that it? What did you say? 4-2 Canada? Okay, gotcha.
No.
Thanks.
Come on.
I think he meant it the other way around.
I think he meant the other way, yeah.
Oh, the other way around. That's an interesting, bold Artosis prediction there, my dude. I respect that. I respect that.
All right, so what about your prediction then, No Regrets? Is it 4-0, easy peasy, because Scarlet goes into PvP action or something like that? Or
well, I'll give it a 4-2 because I think Sasha might play Zerg, you know, which is like not a good idea.
That's a shame.
We'll see. Yeah.
She's not that good at Zerg, you know.
It's true. I mean, it really holds her back.
All right.
God.
You know, when she reads the balance patches, she reads just the Protoss section. She shouldn't actually read the Zerg part. That's her like lifeline.
Yeah, don't read those Zerg patches. So many nerfs, you know. It's not a good idea.
As soon as she saw the creep tumor thing where like you couldn't cancel, she just queued up as Protoss, and she's like, never mind.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Didn't read the rest of it.
The race is dead, basically, because of that change. All right, let's cut out the memes now. Let's get some games going. Good luck. Have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I love whenever Jake goes on like a little rant, but always is just like staring into the camera. He's like, what is he on about? Like, I've got no idea.
What the hell is this guy talking about?
And every now and then, I feel the same way. I'm like, all right, here it is, another tantrum.
I like the comment about the fact that he thought Bud always was Has, but with only one hand.
No,
that was quite funny.
It was a funny interview. Also, how about that was like, no regret, cheese player. It's like being called a cheese player by the Chinese Taipei lineup. That says quite something, right? We have a couple tweets coming in. This is awesome. This is what we want to see. We want to see you guys enjoy Nation Wars, hopefully as much as we do. Spaghetti and meatballs? Looks all right to me.
Yeah. I'd go for some spaghetti and meatballs here. Has, please, Has. No, he's already dead. I mean...
Oh, that was, I guess, about the middle.
Yeah, middle yet.
That was quite the game.
That was a crazy game. I have no words. I was trying so hard, but sometimes it's not enough. PvP isn't something I'm strong with, but it was pretty close anyway. That's all for this Nation Wars 2019. Being thanks for all the support. That was Skillus, obviously. Please give that kid a follow. He's just amazing. I love it. Like, just in general, the smile that's on his face, but also like just the general skill level that he showed and the resilience, because he was pretty much playing by himself during that tournament. He was at least a little bit left alone here. He was doing the heavy carrying, and he did so well. I mean, round of 16 is nothing to be ashamed of. So obviously, go and follow Skillus. I think one of the great products that we need to look at in the upcoming month.
Yep. Well, upcoming month might be a bit quick, but 2020 could absolutely be the year for his real breakthrough when it comes to some of those WCS events. But he already had a good showing, right, at one of the Kiev spots. I think he had a sick run. He played a couple of fantastic games back then on the stage. And overall, Skillus is one of those young dudes who seems very motivated. He always brings a good vibe every tournament he goes to. Definitely a pleasure to have him in the scene. Yeah. I sent him some nice words. He has nothing to be ashamed of. I can understand like the mixed emotions, because on one hand I'm sure that he's quite happy, especially with like his overall result, like when it comes to map wins and map losses. But of course there is that feeling, like he probably looks around, he's like, what if we would have played with B and Vanya since day one? Then like maybe Vanya gets a couple wins in the earlier rounds, so he gets that monkey off his back. He feels a lot more comfortable. He can really start playing to the level that we know he's capable of. Like having a little chat with Crow as well. It's like a lot of us got used to some of these 17-year-old Zergis. I mean, Sarah was very young and is still young to some degree, but Reina, of course, is ultra young. Like, we almost get used to that it's normal for these kids to show up and not somehow have any weaknesses and just show up tournament after tournament and dominate. But we never expected that of anyone before these kids started to do that, right? So, yes, Vanya is still a young guy. He's still quite new to the competitive circuit. A lot of these guys, they need to grow into it. They need to get some experience under their belt before they can truly show what they've already shown on the ladder and in custom games and in smaller online tournaments.
Yeah, but I mean, that Russian lineup in general, with all those guys that are getting better and better at the game, as you mentioned, I think looks pretty promising
compared
for them
to 2 years ago. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Compared to 2 years ago, it really does feel like the Russian scene is blossoming a little bit. And I really think that has a lot to do with the amazing work that Alex W007 has been doing for that entire region, both, of course, for Ukraine and Russia. Alex is an absolute carry of that scene. Produces a lot of awesome content.
And a pretty good StarCraft 2 player with that as well.
Yeah, he's amazing. 6K random player.
What a god. Jeez. All right. Cheese player.
Kidding, Alex.
Game number 1 here between Canada and Chinese Taipei. And honestly, like, if you look at that matchup, I'm excited, man. Like, Scarlet versus Has. That has the potential of going into some weird aspects of the game. So for now, Scarlet's supposed to be Zerg. We never know, but I expect her to be playing Zerg. Like, going into a PvP against Has was like asking for something kind of weird to happen.
Yep. Now, is this man gonna give us another 125 probe, 8 robo build? Or is it gonna be a little more similar on the left top side of Acropolis? We're looking at the main base of Has.
And his opponent here in the bottom right. So some call her the Queen of Blades. She's definitely an amazing StarCraft player, whether she is Protoss or Zerg, she is Scarlet.
So I think realistically, looking forward into this Nation War, I think the Riddler has a chance. I think he's going to be a pretty big underdog in his matches, but there is hope, maybe some crazy Terran action, and there's a good chance that the lineup is not that familiar with the Riddler, so we'll see. I think for Jake, it's going to be like hit or miss, right? Like either he's going to crush,
I'm with you,
or it's going to look a bit silly. So most likely, the heavy lifting is going to have to be done here by Scarlet if Canada wants to advance and make it into the round of 8, which wouldn't be for the first time. Canada's already made it to the offline finals once. Crow is showing us that there is already a forge being warped in. This was a hatchery first opening, so let's see how Haas is going to basically play this one out.
Okay, the drone is actually following quite closely. I mean, when you're playing against Haas, you have to be worried of those build orders, but now...
So good.
Haas does its 4 pylons, and we have a perfectly placed slot here for a cannon. And because Scarlet already cancelled, he will go into cancelling those 3 pylons himself. And maybe you throw down a couple of cannons as well.
Yeah, the thing is as well, there are so many different follow-ups for this, right? When it comes to Haas. Haas is already mining a little bit of gas, so there is a chance that Haas will not expand. There is a chance that he will start getting some batteries, but he does have a probe here and he is just going to expand. But this is all right. We have seen this before. I mean, Goblin against Serral, right?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously played out a slightly different matter, but most of the time, this works out all right for the Protoss because of the way that the Zerg economy works. With that larva mechanic that's part of the game, you need those extra bases. Otherwise, your economy just can't snowball in the way you want to snowball.
Wow. You know, this is already a pretty cool victory here for Haas. And he's also able to get the scout onto that Roach Warren. Ooh, Scarlet.
Nidus.
239. And a lair already going up. Oh, Haas did scout it. All right, that's a lot of good scouting info here coming on the side of Az. He's gonna react to that early lair with his target, or maybe at the same time. I'm not exactly sure. I think it was in reaction.
What I really wonder about is if Haas has the confidence to still build a lot of probes after what he scouted. Because there is such a thing as overreacting to this, right? Like imagine Scarlet stopped mining gas immediately after your probe left. You start building batteries everywhere, maybe defensive cannons, and suddenly you are 12 workers behind. But Haas, his scouting is absolutely on point. He even tried to snipe a larva there.
Yeah.
It's actually quite cool. Well, I think, what is this going to be? Scarlet, what are you going to build?
I think you were on the money there. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not. No, I think she might just try to throw a bluff at him. Like, okay, I've been scouted, but I'm not gonna use that lair instantly. I will see.
This is
2 extra queens, 2 roaches.
You have to knight us from this point. Look at the economy. Only 20. Well, okay.
Third base. No. No, Nidus. You're right. Okay, I expected that drone to go down the ramp.
All right, defensive cannons. Where are those cannons being built? Where are the overlords? Let's take a look at that. Wait, is that an orc opening? Wow,
That's kind of greedy when you... Yeah, that is crazy.
I think Scarlet might actually just expand, Nidus outside of the main base. That makes a lot of sense to me, because then the Nidus will always go up. And don't forget, we already have a couple of Ravagers on the battlefield. Ravagers are great against static defenses, but the economy of Haas is better than the economy of Scarlet. So imagine a world where Haas can get out 2 Void Rays, maybe 3 Void Rays, and we Void Rays together with Oracles. It's all about the fight against the Queens, but if Haas is able to win the fight against the Queens, then Haas will stabilize, and Haas would be in a fantastic position to just win this game.
Okay, the Void Ray is actually gonna get close to that Nidus popping out. He now sees the Nidus out. It's actually the second Nidus to get a little bit closer to the fight here. 3 queens are out, a lot of Ravagers as well, 3 Ravagers here. A couple of shield batteries are actually gonna make that cannon and pylon almost invulnerable for a bit. You should actually repair that pylon, because I think that another sequence here, another shot of Ravager, might be too much.
Careful with the Oracle.
Yeah.
As I think a bit distracted, was looking at the Adepts. The Adepts obviously have a lot of potential to get 4 or 5 probes very quickly. But once again, don't forget my words. It's all about the fight between these Queens and the air units. Now the Oracle goes down, but the Queens are starting to run out of energy. I don't think Scarlet wants to fight in
drones are dying at the opposite side of the map, and Scarlet has to evacuate with a couple of Queens to defend that mineral line. This is really key. Like that counterattack with Adepts.
It's perfect.
It was really good by Haas. Does he have the time to get a 3rd Void Ray out? I think he will be able to, but now the shield batteries, they don't have that much energy left. The 2 on the left side will start being used.
Yeah, the queen count is growing. You know, I'd really love to see. I know Scarlet is super broke, but just 1 Spore Crawler here. Just 1 Spore Crawler. You know, put in 1 drone in that Nidus network. 1 offensive Spore Crawler could be fantastic for the queens to fall back to. And again, the queen count is looking good. This is still the only fight that truly matters in my eyes. Can the Void Ray start taking down queens? Or will the queen count simply get a little too high?
Okay, we'll see in just a few seconds as the gateway will fall here to the corrosive piles of Scarlet. The pressure is onto Haas. Will he be able to defend against that attack? Now another Adept will come into the main, but there's a queen to defend with. The target fire is pretty decent from Haas. He's gonna get an extra 2 drones. That means 17 drones against 27 probes. Economically speaking, Has is in an amazing position, but the question is, can he build the units that he needs to go and defend against that attack? He only has 1 Stargate.
Yep, and it's gonna take a little while. This is the fight that matters. Void Ray taking a lot of damage, draining these batteries as well. Queens are starting to run low. I wouldn't go for Ravagers. I would always go for Queens. 1 Void Ray goes down. That's massive. And I think things are starting to look better and better over here for Scarlet. As Phoenix is being added now, but 1 Phoenix is just not going to add that much. You can maybe lift the Queen with the highest amount of energy, but I think the initial fight, when the Queen count is low, that's the most important one, and that's the most winnable one, right?
Yeah.
Because at that point, there is very few transfuse available. Now, the longer this goes, Has a better economy, but what is he going to build to stop this onslaught of Queens and Ravagers?
Can we take a quick look at production tab just for a second? Is he adding anything? Okay, another gateway in the main. But he also lost the cybernetics core, which means he would only be able... Okay, a second Stargate did pop out. And I'm starting to like this a little bit more, but I don't know if he's got the time to do so. 3rd Phoenix will pop out, and Void Rays are actually taking the fight against that huge number of Queens. And I feel like Scarlet has done it here. No Queens are actually falling. The transfuses are raining down here on those Queens that are low hit points. And the Ravagers, huge number of those, raining down here on the Nexus, on the Void Ray, on the Stargate. Every single building is under attack at the moment. And the corrosive bomb will connect with the Void Rays. GG gets gold. Scarlet gets that number 1.
That's sick, because that was even quite close till the very end, because Queens are a little bit like a domino effect, right? If the first Queen starts to fall, then suddenly all of them can start falling. And as long as there are batteries powering these Void Rays and Phoenixes, there is a little bit of hope. But, I mean, those corrosive balls... Well done by Scarlet.
The deal.
I really think, first of all, like, I'm not sure if I would open Oracle if I have the feeling I'm being nice. I feel like at that point, with the scout you have, it really doesn't hurt to open up Void Ray, because then you can go multiple Void Rays. It's just a little bit easier to micro Void Rays in range of batteries against Queens than it is Oracles, right? Because the range of Oracles is a lot shorter, so Oracles have to go away from the batteries, kind of on top of the Queens, and it's very likely you lose that unit very quickly. So in that case, it would make maybe more sense to have slightly higher Void Ray count immediately. Well done, though. Great execution by Scarlet, because that was very close. There was no room for errors, but Scarlet didn't make any errors.
Yeah, no, the decision-making from Scarlet was just pristine. She didn't question herself any second, I believe. She just knew exactly what she wanted to do, and she knew that even with that really low economy, she had the opportunity to build enough Queens to defend against those Void Rays, or actually be safe from those Void Rays, adding on Ravagers after Ravagers, which is, when you're low on economy but you're still mining from 2 gases, I guess, is a decent way of, spending your gas every time. So I think we ended up with like about 12 Ravagers, which is a huge number. You're putting pressure on so many different buildings and even units, as we saw at the end with the double kill getting grabbed on those Void Rays. So kudos to Scarlet. That was a pretty tough game, and you have to feel comfortable to go against a Chinese Taipei Protoss that goes for a forge opening like this, cancels your hatchery for not that many minerals invested. He canceled 3 of those 4 pylons that he built originally. He had the Nexus at the same timing as the late hatchery that Scarlet built.
And the massive probe scout, let's not forget about that.
And the massive probe scouts,
Seeing the lair, but still getting the victory must feel really good for Scarlet. I think the way that she preserved her unit count was really awesome. It's quite easy to feel like you're really on the clock, and then you get a little too deep, and then the cannons really start adding into some serious DPS. But I feel the cannons barely picked off a single Roach or Ravager. Scarlet just did a really good job at staying right at the edge, the safety zone where pressure is being applied because of Corrosive Ball, but meanwhile the cannons are not really participating in the fight.
All right, game number 2 is going to be on Ephemeron between No Regret and But Always. Another matchup that could go quite fast.
I'm excited for this one.
Yeah. It has a potential of being quite crazy indeed.
To me, it spells Clown Fiesta. I think.
Clown Fiesta?
Yeah. Team Fiesta, Clown Fiesta.
Yeah.
Feeling it. I think this is going to be a wild one, because this is a map where I don't think Jay can really pull off like too many crazy builds. Like, this is not a World of Sleepers or a Thunderbird where you have those mineral walls. Like, nope, it's going to be relatively straightforward. This is obviously the result of the first match, and we are getting ready for No Regret versus But Always. But Always already said cheese player.
Yeah, he knows. He's not going into this match without knowing anything about No Regret. He knows about the reputation of Jake Umpleby. That guy. He knows how to win games fast. He knows how to win games on one base. He knows how to win games from basically any position, right? Like he's got that skill, and he has no fear. Because I don't know about you, but every time I go for some crazy all-in, I feel so pressured. Like even like if I go for a 3 racks, even on ladder, I feel bad. Like I'm like, oh, I'm putting everything in the same basket, and if I get defended right there, I feel really bad about it, right? Jakey doesn't give a damn about that. He's like, no, I'm gonna do it game in, game out, like every single game. He doesn't know how to play the game differently.
This has been the way that he approached StarCraft for the longest time. So I don't think he really feels like that. Either way, we already have some things unfolding. So let's get this party going. In the left top side, representing Chinese Taipei, it is the Protoss. Quite good in his previous games in this tournament so far. Can he continue? It is, but always. Picture.
His opponent in the bottom right-hand side, representing Canada. He is a cheese player. He is no regret. And interestingly enough, we're looking at a super early pool.
Yeah, I believe it was a 14 pool, correct, Crow? I know Crow's always paying attention.
Of course he is.
It is a 14 pool. I think that's actually kind of nice by no regret, because this is a little bit wild, right? Like, on one is like, do you respawn the same way as you do to a 12 pool? Well, no, because, you know, this is slightly more economic. There is going to be a relatively quick expand. Of course, really cute drone movement there by no regret, hiding the drone, avoiding the probe, getting the hatchery up on the low ground. A couple of slick early moves. But if I'm always here, it's like, okay, you obviously don't want to overreact, because if you overreact, no regret can just start building drones and you start falling behind. But if you underreact, it's still an early pool. There are still a couple of Zerglings heading your way, so you gotta respect it for what it is.
Yeah, it puts you in a weird position, in a weird zone, where you don't really know exactly how much you're supposed to invest into defense. Double Gateway Cybercore plus Zealot Wall is up and running. Those Zerglings should never be able to go inside the main, but always... Oh, no way!
Almost gets run. That's still good. That's still good for the Zealot.
That was close.
Yeah, very close.
Way too close for comfort, I think, for But Always here. A couple of Zerglings there. Threatening to go into the main, but in just a few seconds, and the depth is going to be on the battlefield, so I think that should be alright.
Well, the Zealot does get surrounded, but now the Adept is in the sweet position, so even if the Zealot does go down here, which I want to say should be the case, and it will be the case, the Adept will clean up. So I think overall very clean defense here by Bot Always. Yeah. Ideally, you want to save your Zealot, but losing the Zealot is no biggie. I think at this point, the Protoss knows, it's like, this went alright for me. That's quite an investment for Zerg, making that many Zerglings early on. You know, that doesn't help your economy. I think it's all right.
Yeah, he knows, at least we know, and he should know, that he's pretty much ahead in this game. Nexus is about to finish in just a couple of seconds. He had the better economy for the longest time, and now he's got that Adept that doesn't have any threat here. I mean, the Queen is pretty decent, but Zerglings, they don't have speed yet. Let's see if Jake can save that drone. He won't be able to. Maybe he loses second one. Oh, that was close.
Good movement.
Just getting outside of the range for just a few seconds. Well, at the last possible moment.
That's the next level save, in my opinion. Because, like, building the Spore and cancelling it, yeah, that's cool, but you still lose some money. Jake is like, I can do better. I'll just make sure that it's out of range, and I don't need to morph it into a Spore Crawler. So well done. That could have been a little bit worse. There are some scenarios where that first Adept can even get 3 drones already. If you're sloppy with your drone micro because you don't have Zergling speed yet, that could have been painful, but no regret, handled that quite well. Evolution Chamber is going to be the follow-up. We saw him earlier in this tournament bust out a +1 melee build. I had the feeling that was more because of World of Sleepers, but I think it's going to be another +1 melee opening over here.
Yeah, you might be right. And it also sounds like a no-regret build. Like, right, having those early +1 Lings and maybe eventually +2 Banelings that would one-shot probes. I don't know if that game is going to go long enough for this to be a feature in this game, but we'll have to wait a little bit as the +1 melee does get researched. Roddy, right on the money once again. 2 sentries and a stalker will push out those extra Zerglings. Metabolic boost is about to finish in 10 seconds. And we've got the lair coming up. So no regrets. We'll go into tier 2. That's been a long time since we've seen that building coming out of Jake.
Nah. Jake lost his Hydra timings and stuff like that. We obviously give him some crap here and there, you know. We like to tease him a little bit, but obviously Jake knows how to tech up, knows the mid game. Like when it comes to late game, sure, I think he's a little unexperienced with the Vipers, and he's not the guy that's gonna end up with 25 infestors. But obviously, he's perfectly capable of executing some very strong mid game timings. Now, the idea of the +1 melee, guys, in my opinion, is very simple. I think that Jake really wants to keep it always on 2 bases for as long as possible. The downside is that sometimes you make so many Zerglings and your economy is so weak that if your opponent runs to the other side of the map with 2 Archons and a Prism and a couple Gateway units, that's already very hard to deal with.
Right, let's see. The Zerglings don't have +1 yet. They don't want to take that fight with 3 sentries with a lot of energy available.
I thought he saw it with his Zergling.
He did see it. And he's going to kill it now. We also have Pneumatic Carapace
and
about to finish. The Robo-Bay actually interests me a little bit. It's like, what are you going to do? Because I don't feel disruptors here. I don't think that would be a good idea.
I don't think
the Colossi would be pretty decent.
I agree with that as well. This is actually a very good fight for the Lynx. The force fields are excellent though, but eventually these force fields are going to run out. I gotta say, beautiful positioning there with the Immortals and that Zealot. But this is still a very easy cancel, and that's the cancel we were talking about. So that's a... Whoa, what?
This guy is just crazy.
What? Is he gonna...
I should have saw it coming, man. Pneumatic Carapace in a no-regret game has to be for a massive link drop.
This is insane.
This is insane indeed.
Well, imagine if he gets the Robo before the Colossus is out, I think that would be the jackpot.
Yeah.
But, well, there is a lot of surface area on the north side of that Robo, but that Colossus is more than halfway done. And I feel like one Colossus, you can just run away that forever. You can do a little bit of dancing with the probes as well. One Colossus is going to completely shut down this build of no regret.
Where are those Banelings being morphed in? Okay, they're here, but they're not in not close to the overalls anyways.
Maybe do you just right-click on the Colossus with your links, you think?
You could. I guess you could, because it's actually kind of hard to hide a Colossus. Like, Zerglings will get some surface area on it.
Keep your eyes on the Zhurov, guys. That's going to be very important. Good job there with the safety sentries as well. Baneling's going to try to blow up maybe the other sentries.
Oh, he's got a lot of Zealots in the main. Let's see about those force fields. Actually, nice. But always was not looking at this particular moment. Zealots and Colossus will clean the entirety of those Zerglings onto the main base. And in the third base, yes, it costs a lot of sentries, but this army is still alive and the third Nexus is still going up. This was a beautiful defense by But Always.
Yeah, I feel really sad for Jack though, because I do feel like he just got ultra hard counted.
Yeah.
Like the Colossus is not a unit you expect 6 minutes and 45 seconds into a game. And I can actually see this build cause an insane amount of trouble against so many other Protoss builds. But yeah, a Colossus just shuts this down, man. Like, this is painful. There is no unit better right now against all of these links than this one Giraffe.
Can we see the income difference since the beginning of the game? Okay, he did have to pull a little bit of probes, but always that is, so no regrets. Had a decent time for just about 30 seconds where he was mining a little bit more, but let's see. The next phase is going to be Baneling drops. I think But Always should be able to anticipate it, but once again, look at this. He's actually putting pressures on so many places. Jake, you need to drop those Banelings. Now he does. And it's 4 probes that just died, 10 in general, 10 in total.
Couple of Immortals going down as well. Wow, these links are getting some insane damage done during all of this. Some great moves here by No Regret. He needed to make some moves, picks up a couple of links that were force fielded in as well. Is going to drop those links in the main base. And after taking care of the Immortals, suddenly Jake with 70 drones, can't he just make 1 million roaches and a click? Because Roach is going to absolutely annihilate these Colossi if there are no Immortals to save the day.
It's amazing. He was 44 drones just 30 seconds ago, and now he's feeling pretty cool, like with 70 roaches. Drones. So let's see. Wow. Roaches are being morphed, being produced at the moment, but he doesn't have that much room to produce new units. He's actually about to be supply block. Let's see if he can make enough. He doesn't have that much gas either to build those roaches with.
I mean, like, if No Regret survives here, guys, he's most likely going to win the game, but Roach speed is not done yet, and the Roach count simply isn't high enough. Like, this extra wave that he just did of damage, that's cool and all, but he needs to kill this army, and I don't know if he can get the right amount of Roaches out. That Observer is going to go down to the Spore Crawler. That shouldn't really have a massive impact on how this fight is going to play out. I mean, this is buying some time though, right? Like, all that Jake needs is like, he gets up like 20-ish drones, but
I don't think that army is supposed to fight against so many force fields and Colossus. 2 Colossus here about to rain down on those roaches, trying to get as much damage possible here. No Ravagers either, so force fields are actually having a field day. They are the masters here in this game. And Jake, yes, he went for a crazy strategy that looked promising for a second, but now the counter-attack, it looks like Wings of Liberty, to be honest. Sentries with Colossus, winning against Roaches in a PVZ. Yes, we're not in 2010, this is 29, and Nation Wars 2019, sorry. Nation Wars 2019, but well played by but always. It was just like the first wave of defense was just pretty much perfect, and that advantage that No Regret was supposed to get from that first sequence, that first drop, just didn't happen, and then suddenly the counterattack proved to be too massive.
Yeah, but that's once again that killer instinct that we've been talking about these guys. Because I would actually be a little bit hesitant to run to the other side of the map after taking so much damage. But it was the absolute 100% perfect call. Because I think if he sits back for 2 more minutes, being down 25 workers, No Regret would absolutely win that game. So obviously No Regret, maybe the macro was slipping a tiny bit because he did have a lot of minerals, right? Maybe could have had a few more roaches. I thought it was an interesting game, a very fun one. I think Jake got unlucky that he went up against super quick Colossus. Then he still found an insane amount of damage, but then you're just going to give kudos to Bot Always for once again finding that killer instinct and realizing that if I just run to the other side of the map right now, I don't think you have a lot. And I find that a pretty damn good call to make, because yeah, I would find it a scary call, but it was absolutely the right one. If he sits back, I think he's going to lose this game, so well done.
No, really well played. And also, like, whether it is like a little bit of luck on the side of Bot Always going for that Colossi strategy, you could also argue that there was a little bit of studying done by Bot Always, thinking that his opponent might go for something unusual and maybe link-based, and then suddenly that Colossus opening makes a lot more sense. So just in general, Bot Always, well, pulling some weight here for Chinese Taipei. He's been the most stable player, I would say, for the team, grabbing victories in every single matchup that they had since the beginning of the tournament. So kudos to him. It's now 1-1 between Chinese Taipei and Canada, and this match is still super open.
Yep. The next one is going to be the Riddler versus Nice. Now, the Riddler had that amazing TVZ. I mentioned it many, many times already because I was very impressed by his performance there. The TVP did not work out.
Daniel.
Yep. Yeah, the TVP didn't really work out, but it's going to be a very different TVP. It is on Thunderbird. Maybe we'll see some mech. I actually think that he's going to mech it up.
Yeah, I expect mech as well. If there was one map that you should feel comfortable with going mech while being kind of safe on 3 bases, I think, yeah, Thunderbird is a good map to do so.
All right, let's get this party going. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the 5th day of Nation Wars 2019 in a row. We are still in the round of 16, guys. For everybody that just joined us, we are qualifying 2 nations today. This is the decider match of Group A. And after this, we're going to have a magical party because Ukraine is going up against the Netherlands. And the winner of that nation war will face off against America. So I think we've got a very fun day ahead.
Who do you even cheer for in that one?
Me?
Yeah.
Netherlands.
Really?
Absolutely, mate.
You're American as well.
I am absolutely American. I love everything about America, but I love the Dutch lineup just a little more. Over here on the left top side of Thunderbird, we're looking at the main base of the man that likes to make it happen sometimes. It is the Riddler. He leveled up his deco.
His opponent in the blue, playing Protoss and representing Chinese Taipei. It's nice.
It's nice. Do you think that anybody that has ever watched StarCraft 2 will not hear "It's nice" in Cyril his voice? I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, you can only hear that in Cyril's voice.
That was the greatest interview ever. Cyril, it's the first time ever you made it to the final. Tell me, what does this mean to you? Nice. He's come a long way.
It is indeed nice.
Yeah, he's so chatty these days.
Yeah. But still, like, I mean, obviously not super, like, overconfident or anything, but it's like, I've got room on the in my cabinet for my trophy and stuff. It's pretty cool to see him come out of the shell.
I definitely think he has blossomed a lot. And what I like about Serwa as well, that he's still not afraid to call BS, right? If he feels like he's being asked really silly questions, he's just the one. He's like, these are really silly questions. This is stupid. I love it. I mean, I love the It's Nice Serwa as well. You know what, Todd? I'm down with multiple versions of Serwa.
All right, so Canada, it definitely needs to These players, the Riddler and No Regret, they need to give some help to Scarlet here, because I feel like if Scarlet gets the full skillless experience and has to win 4 games against Protoss, it's going to be pretty tough. So far, No Regret wasn't able to do that versus Always, but can the Riddler maybe score a point here? This TVP on Thunderbird.
I agree with you, but I also do think it's possible. Very possible, right? And don't forget, I think the big advantage for Sasha here is that she was able to win the first map. So there are still 2 lives available for her.
Yeah.
Skillers, of course, started his journey down his first life immediately and then had to win 4 in a row. PvP maybe slightly different ballgame than PvC as well.
Yeah, but I mean, he still had to win 4 PvPs.
Yep.
And Scarlet would still have to win 4 ZVPs if the Riddler lost here.
Yeah.
Provided she's the revived player from Team Canada, which should be the case.
Is there a bunker? There's no bunker, correct? But there are 3 Marines. 3 Marines should be all right against the...
Should be all right. They're going to beat up this... They're going to beat up this Adept like it's the Joker movie, man.
Still haven't seen it. The most recent one, you mean?
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
What? I thought we were supposed to watch it together.
Bro, I was in America for like 1 month. I went to watch it myself. I have to count on you for... You didn't even wake up for lunch today.
That's true.
Are you kidding me? You went to bed before me?
Well,
I'm like, hey, meet at the lobby at 12. And then like 12:03, I'm like, all right, let's call Roddy's room.
Actually,
I can make it, mate.
I did watch your stream when I was laying in bed. I resubbed and I didn't even get a thank you, by the way.
You did.
48 months and I didn't get a thank you.
I thanked you after, for sure.
Oh, really? Oh, must have been some delay then.
You didn't stuck around long enough. Anyway, Adepts was clashing a little bit with some of these Marines. Now an SCV is getting chased out on the map. We've got a Prism on the way, which is not necessarily the most common thing to do here. That means that Nice wants to be fairly aggressive here.
Yeah.
He's got a wall off at the front of his natural. You think Stalkers or Adepts to harass?
I think Stalkers just to poke and be very annoying. And if Terran players are greedy, there is no bunker. The Adept makes his way into the main base, by the way, so Nice gets a very good sneak peek. There are multiple Widow Mines being produced. Like the most important thing, I think, for... actually, that's tricky as well. I want to say for the Ridley is that he focuses on defense. But when Protoss players move out with a Prism and their units, actually sneaking 2 Widow Mines to the other side of the map could be absolutely deadly, right? Because you don't want to warp in any units defensively. So this is going to be interesting. Really good scouting, of course. Spotting these mines is a massive tell. There is a pylon already. You might want to get a bunker, my friend, the Riddler.
Really smart for Nice, by the way. He brought all the Widow Mines to the natural because that's where he was attacking. So now I believe there might not be anyone in the main base, which would be a disaster for the Riddler because now he has to move the Widow Mines there. They're going to be terrible against this.
The Widow Mines already left. Is he going to turn them around? Yes, they are. This is a lot of stocks, though. All of the SCVs are going to have to be pulled. Here come the mines. GG, just like that. It is all over, Todd. I mean,
just like that. As I was mentioning, Scarlet may have to win 4 games in total versus Protoss. She's already won 1, but it might take 3 more there for Canada to have a chance to advance on to the round of 8. Wow.
Now, we may want to explain what happened over there because not everybody plays as much StarCraft or watches as much StarCraft as us. You guys might be like, what on earth? Why did the Riddler leave? Well, the Riddler goes for a very greedy build that is technically good in having as little as home as possible, trying to go up to 3 bases as quickly as possible, while just harassing a little bit with Widow Mines. That's quite alright against a lot of builds, not against the one where 7 gateway units show up in your main base. Now, of course, somebody would be like, couldn't he have possibly defended, dropping the mines, you know, pulling all the SCVs? I do feel it's worth a shot because you never know. What if somebody makes a panic move, right? Like, imagine they pick up a couple gateway units, the Widow Mine connects with the War Prism. Is it likely? No. Has it happened before? Absolutely, yes. Yeah. So maybe it's worth a shot.
Has it happened in my games?
Yes. Have I been there before? Absolutely.
Have I lost the Prism to a Widow Mine in a Marine?
Did people clip?
Sometimes.
Did people clip
Nobody's
it?
Perfect.
Did people clip it and did I delete the clip? Absolutely. No, that did not happen. But
I mean, what Nice did was not only unconventional, it's textbook counter to what the Riddler was doing. He not only harassed at the expansion, so the Riddler sent everything there, he then made a Prism. I mentioned it, like not many Protosses, they open with a Prism like this. Like a lot of the time, if they're careful enough, if they see it coming, if they play a little bit more conservative, it's not going to be good. But now that was like the best counter possible to what the Riddler was doing.
Yeah, it's not good against a lot of openings. Like Cyclones are very good against it. A tank can be very good against it. But just a couple of Marines and Widow Mines are going to have a very hard time dealing with these quick and mobile stalkers, especially with a War Prism in the mix as well. Would have loved to see him at least try to get lucky with some Widow Mine hits. Anyway, there was a little Matcherino link right underneath us. You guys saw it. The Matcherino page is still live. Keep purchasing some items if you guys want. Christmas is coming up, Todd. You know what they say? It's the season. Do you feel it yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm about ready to hear the Christmas song by Mariah Carey about 1,500 times.
I thought you were going to
Yet
mention the Coca-Cola commercial.
I don't watch TV.
What? The one with the light train? That's a classic. You don't know the Coca-Cola commercial for
No.
Christmas? Oh my God. If
The
this
guy who's not seen The Matrix and Lord of the Rings is getting mad that I haven't seen a commercial because I never watched TV. Let's
right.
just go to a break.
All right.
I've heard enough.
Yes, we're going to go to a break. But before that, send your tweets to nw19. What is worse, not watching like Lord of the Rings or The Matrix, or not knowing
I
the
know.
freaking Christmas Coca-Cola commercial, the most famous commercial of all time? Anyway, we're going to go to a commercial break. And after that, we'll be back with Game 4 between Canada and Chinese Taipei.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019 as Canada is still facing Chinese Taipei, who's looking very strong right now. They're up 2-1 and it's going to be for Scarlet, the last player pre-revive still alive, to try and bring things back and equal the score up.
The Harley days.
Why are you whispering? Be louder. Be proud of your voice. You practiced for years on your stream.
Well, not the Coca-Cola song. You know, like I know a lot. We can do the Mariah Carey one later, Todd. Maybe on Sunday night after we finish 6 days of long nationwide action. Maybe I'll bust out a little Mariah.
I'm surprised they don't have like some sort of karaoke here. Just a microphone and...
To be honest, I like singing songs. I don't like hearing myself sing songs. And I definitely don't like hearing my friends sing songs.
Why?
Because the sound quality is just so freaking awful in general. Like none of my
The
friends.
sound quality
it's
is
always
awful, not their voices.
Well,
not...
both. No, it's a combination of both, you know. I feel like music is beautiful the way it is. Let's not butcher it.
StarCraft is as well, especially when these guys are facing one another. Scarlet, one of the very good Zergs that we have in the scene.
Top Zergs, for sure.
Yeah.
I actually
Where
think...
would you rank Scarlet, actually, in the WC circuit? It's kind of hard because there's so many good Zergs, right? Like, obviously, you put Cell and Raynor at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe...
Like a knee laser there, Lambo.
Yeah. And then Scarlet.
Then I'll probably
after
put
that.
Scarlet at fifth, sixth.
Yeah.
I actually think that's quite fair. Of course, there are still a lot of other very good Zergs out there that could, on their best day, defeat Scarlet. But I actually think Scarlet is better than what her results have been over the last year.
Yeah.
I think she got a little bit unlucky in a couple of the events and sometimes just maybe didn't play up to her full potential. She often has to travel very far to those tournaments as well, right? Coming out of Korea. But I think some people are sleeping on Scarlet and people think, oh, well, Scarlet is just a fan favorite. No, I think Scarlet is still incredibly good and absolutely always deserves to be mentioned when it comes to the top Zergs in the WCS circuit. Anyways, here we go. Disco Bloodbath is going to be our battlegrounds for the fourth map of this Nation War. On the left top side, her nation is trailing 1-2. The nation of maple syrup, ice hockey, and great StarCraft. It is Scarlet.
Her opponent in the blue playing Protoss, representing dumplings, great hot pots from Chinese Taipei. It is nice.
I feel like we know very little about these countries. Like, if I have to keep going back to maple syrup and ice hockey, I'm like, maybe I should learn some more fun facts about Canada.
What else could you mention?
Well, that it's the second biggest nation on Earth.
Just like Netherlands, their weed is legal.
Jeez. I don't know if you really want to go there, Todd. Canada is massive.
A cannon rush is in the books here, by the way. Nice. He showed some good macro earlier, but here on Disco Bloodbath, time for someone cannoning.
Huh?
Back to the roots.
Yeah, we've seen this exact opening already when Goblin went up against Zero. Obviously, that worked out very well. Scarlet is not going to make the same mistake. See, he doesn't really pull that many drones. He's just going to cancel the hatch, give up. Wants to expand on the right side. Are you really going to expand all the way at like 12 o'clock? What is that, 1? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's
this natural is
very
so
far.
Is this a proxy hatch, Todd?
I mean, proxy means proximity. This is a far away hatch, if anything. It almost feels like a hidden base at this point.
Definitely is not. There is a chance that Scarlet maybe goes for a very similar build to what we've seen before. But there is circling speed on the way, as Crow is showing us. And the second extractor has been cancelled. This is just wild, man. Like, wow. How do you ever like protect mineral lines in a game like this?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You need to have enough units everywhere. Sometimes it makes you want to play aggressive because then you want to make sure that you have units that you not only can defend with yourself, but maybe sometimes be out on the map and just be the attacker.
This is going to be so weird, Todd. Like, this is going to be one of these games, I think, with a lot of oracles. If I know Nice, I have the feeling that we're going to see like 4 or 5 oracles in this game. We're going to just see him try to pick off drones forever. The probes have been very active in denying bases from going down. Nice doesn't know yet about this base.
He has to be able to guess.
Yes, and yeah. Wants to get a scout in the main base. Wants to see if there was a lair on the way.
That's a bit weird. Like, you would want to check.
Yep.
Now he might be thinking that Scarlet's going to be aggressive if he didn't see the hatchery then.
And seeing this amount of links would also kind of worry me, right?
Yeah.
Be like, oh no. Very good job there by Scarlet, tanking all the cannon shots on her queen. Obviously a bit sloppy by Nice. Could have picked off 2 or 3 Zerg.
Oh my god, the queen's very low already.
Yeah, but he definitely can never win that fight.
Well,
Good scout,
an
though.
Oracle can.
That is true. That is true. The second Oracle is already on the way, I believe, right? Or is that the first one?
First one.
Oh, wow. That takes a long time to build an Oracle.
Cannon at home to be safe. Yeah, I think Nice didn't quite realize what was happening. He's going to see the edge of the creep now.
That's drones.
Need some
That's
drones.
Yep. I feel like this is the beginning of something that we're going to see for a long time. Drones are going to be so freaking exposed in this game. Adapts and Oracles are going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. That is going to go down. Gets one more drone, though. That's a nice little bonus, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he was really counting on getting one more drone.
And now the Oracle's going to fly in. I think one of the spores is close to finishing, and he's going to finish just on time as this Oracle flies in. He'll maybe be able to get some kills.
Goes down. Wow.
Wow, that was underwhelming.
Yep, not the greatest Oracle control there. We've seen better in the past from Nice. Still a couple drones went down, though. Not a total disaster. But because Nice went Stargate before Nexus, Nice's economy is actually not very good, right? Still down 5 workers, and now Scarlet's already on 3 hatcheries. So the drone count is only going to go up quicker and quicker. And other than the Oracle arrest, there isn't really anything that Nice can do right now.
Well, I guess just develop his economy and then decide what he wants to go into after that. He's getting a Zealot. He just swapped in a Zealot. What?
I have the feeling that Nice is in a bit of trouble.
What is this? Wings of Liberty or something? I guess he didn't have any unit in the wall.
Yeah.
And he was using the Stalker to kill that one Overlord, so it does make sense. Oh my god.
Probably afraid.
Another Stargate!
That's Oracle. That makes it even more painful that that first Oracle went down, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the work
But it
account-
also makes it less expected then, right?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like the work account is a bit deceiving because people may think, like, wow, actually it's quite close right now. I really think that a minute and a half from now, Scarlet's going to have like a 25 worker lead.
Yeah, but I think because that those other bases are like so far away from the main base, which I mean is Scarlet, they're going to be connected by creep like any second now. The goal might just be to reach 5 to 6 oracles as soon as possible. Try to figure out which is the base that has the least queens there. So maybe like 1 queen and 1 spore, and then you fly in. You kill the spore, you kill the queen, and then you kill every drone.
Well, Nice is going to try his luck in the main base. This could have been 4 oracles. It's only 3, unfortunately, for him.
He's about to go up to 5, and there's still 2 more queued as well. And what I talked about is very scary because Scarlet hasn't scouted the Stargates, I believe. So how is she supposed to know that this is going to be coming? If she knew, she'd get extra spores in every base.
Yep, 1 more spore per base, but also just more drones, right? Because Scarlet's just made 12 additional Zerglings, and these are not going to be very useful for her at all. I don't think this is the fight the Oracles want to take, though. There's 2 queens there. 1 Oracle gets sniped immediately.
He's hiding oracles.
Yeah.
Where does he go? Main base? How many spores are there in the main base? Just the 1. I think that's the most exposed one. Okay, another spore is going to start now.
I think that Nice is in trouble, man. He's already down 13 workers, and I have the feeling it's going to be a lot more in the future. Because
I mean, he has a short timing during which he can do a ton of damage to the main base. But now Scarlet sees it. What is he doing?
Trying to go up to 3 bases. Maybe wanted to keep track of the links, but well, the Nexus has been warped in one more time. This is kind of it. These Oracles really need to find some good damage. Otherwise, Scarlet is just going to run away economically. We can already see there is a 15 worker advantage at this point. These Oracles are going to try to make that a little bit closer. There are 2 spores in the main, we know that. And 2 queens as well.
Nice micro here, pulling back some of the injured oracles. One of those is going to fall. There's still the 2 spores. Does he commit? Nice is struggling with the micro really bad.
Yeah,
these oracles.
This hasn't been smooth, this game at all. We have seen a lot better from him in the past. I think 3 or 4 oracles went down so far, right? 2 in the main and 2 before. So 4 oracles have already gone down. 14 drones looks good, but for 2 adepts and 4 oracles, that's actually not what you want. Another Stargate. So we might actually get some carrier action up in here.
If 2 Stargates didn't work, a 3rd one might do the job.
This is going to be oracles forever. I mean,
yeah.
Really? 17 more drones, by the way. That's going to bring Scarlet up to like 86 workers.
All Scarlet wants for Christmas is a lot of minerals to make all the units he's ever wanted.
The Zerg holidays are coming.
Oh, that's very unfortunate for that queen.
Yeah, a few more drones go down, but obviously with the economy that Scarlet has, This is something that she is absolutely capable of dealing with. She's going up to 94 workers. She's gonna spam a million Hydralisks. These oracles won't stand a chance, okay? This is kind of what I was afraid of, since it never really snowballed. And if you play a style like this, it's important to deal the damage early on, right?
Yeah, you need to kill one of the bases, ideally. Like, kill a lot of drones, a lot more than what was killed.
Yep. Like, obviously, killing drones early hurts a lot more because you're killing a much bigger percentage of the economy. Right now, let's say these oracles kill 15 drones. So what? Scarlet is still going to have 77 drones at that point. These devs might get a couple drones, and meanwhile, the oracles kill the Nidus network. But once again, I have the feeling, so what, Todd?
Oh, why did the devs get up? Oh, they went elsewhere. To be honest, the oracles were zoning out the rest of the army very nicely. If Nice had stayed in the base on the right side, he might have been able to kill a ton more drones. He's going to shade back there, but now the Hydralisks are there. Wow. I'm surprised he let that shade go through. There was almost nothing to defend there for a second.
I think Scarlet is going to spam Hydras and Nidus networks everywhere. And then these oracles are going to run out of energy. But even before they run out of energy, I think they're going to lose the fight. StarCraft 2 is a game of economy, and Scarlet, her economy is so insanely strong at this point.
But it's also a game of supply.
Well, that's also working out well for Scarlet.
Currently at 68 army supply against 58. I expect those numbers to explode out of control as Scarlet has 5 overlords about to finish, +2 missile on the way as well. 0 upgrades for Nice. Not even that +1 air weapons. Okay, never mind. That's +2. It's not going to finish.
Yeah, that's a nice snipe, right?
After careful consideration,
yeah, but the first,
Nice has decided not to let that happen.
The first Hydra attack is going to happen on the other side of the map. It's obviously maybe a little bit early. I think Scarlet, her army can be a little bit bigger than what it currently is, but it's still going to be very effective. These oracles are going to be annoying. I think Nice has been using an insane amount of energy, though, Todd, over the last few minutes of this game. Got to be a little bit careful because all of these oracles seem quite low in energy, and I don't think Nice really has anything on the other side of the map to fight against Hydras. 4 Stargates, not a Stargate, but energy left.
He must have heard the scream by now, the scream of doom from that.
I hate to be that guy, Todd, but I think this one is really over. I feel like these Hydras are... Well, that's a lot of oracles. Here we go, but a lot of them have no energy. Like I said, they'll go forward. They get picked off very, very quickly. And just trading here is not good enough because Scarlet is a lot richer than Nice. 19 probes go down. And in the end, yeah, most of the Hydras did go down. But the economic damage was dealt. And there is more where that was coming from.
And these guys are completely out of mana, energy here.
A few more do show up. But only a single cannon over here on the left side
He's still pumping oracles 3 by 3. If he can keep the Hydralist numbers low enough, why is he not attacking the Nidus before he goes up? It will go down on time. These cannons have helped a lot, by the way. The little rotty cannons here with the shield batteries.
Absolutely. Hydra count looks decent there. Nice wants to get a few more oracles out. The queens are going to show up as well. There's a lot of energy on these queens, by the way, Todd.
The queens are coming.
Now there's a Nidus in the main base as well. That one is really going to hurt. Scarlet's going to put everything back into the Nidus. Will the oracles go for the Nidus network? The answer is yes. Hey, that was a really good pickoff.
Yeah.
Because that actually allows these oracles to win the fight. But once again, a little bit of economic damage has been dealt.
Yeah, so many of the oracles are dying, though. He's down to 8 against 18 Hydralisks. The cannons now finally are going to fall. Shield batteries on that third base are starting to run out of energy very quickly. Hydralisks left over. Scarlet with a big supply lead still.
Yep.
Finally has bridged the defense of Nice properly there.
A game of supply, Todd, but definitely a game of money, right? This is what money can do for you in StarCraft, guys. You can play reckless. You can just make Nidus after Nidus, and people will think like, wow, Nidus is so insane. Well, that's not what's deciding this game. What is deciding this game is that Scarlet just had an insane amount of freedom, and she created an incredible economy for herself.
And when you play the game of supply, you look at D or you lose.
And I honestly think that these oracles are simply not going to cut it. Especially because they will run out of energy as well. The final oracles are going to try to hold the line, but it is not going to be enough. GG gets called. Scarlet will tie things up. We are now 2 apiece. And Canada is looking all right when it comes to making it into the quarterfinals, because this is still Scarlet, her first try. So even if Scarlet goes down once, Canada can always decide to bring her back.
Very impressive by Scarlet, honestly, under all the pressure, facing an unconventional build. I mean, we saw Nice earlier dismantle No Regret with ease, and then now Scarlet able to do this well against him here. That's definitely showing promise for Canada to maybe stay alive in this tournament and make it to the round of 8. So
I really think it goes back to those first two oracles, right? That went down. That I don't think really had to go down. The first one was all by itself. The second one was just a little bit later.
The control just wasn't there.
Yep.
Like even when he flew inside of the main base, I think like pulling back the injured oracles is almost worse than staying there and doing extra damage with them, because he was going to lose some of them anyway.
Yep.
And I really feel like Nice had to bridge the main base at this stage.
Oh, that is a beautiful
That is
cat.
a beautiful cat indeed.
I'm already starting to feel itchy.
Thank you guys for sharing. That's a beautiful dog as well. That's Domino.
Domino. Tried to make Domino cats with me, but Domino
didn't want
wasn't
to?
feeling it. No.
Domino's actually pretty small.
Domino,
This picture makes him look bigger because he's at the front of you guys.
Domino only comes in for the GGs.
Like tasteless.
I thought Bot Always was the one-hand version of Hess. That's a little rude, okay.
In a clown costume.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's going full Christianer, unfortunately.
Hey, the tweet is pretty savage too. No Regret delivers his best performance in an interview though.
Aw. And you know what? I feel like we
Poor
shouldn't be
Jake.
too hard. At least
Yeah.
Jake is showing some personality.
Yeah,
He's making the show more fun.
Jake
And-
is amazing.
Yeah, and I actually felt he really got a little bit unlucky because I think his build would have done so damn well against almost everything other than a quick Colossus. And who the hell makes a quick Colossus in 2019?
Apparently, when you're from Chinese Taipei, you do whatever it is that it takes, even when it's a Prism against Terran and like some very aggressive adepts. You know, like in a normal game, you do this, like you're just losing everything to Widow Mines and whatever it is that Terran has defensively. But these guys, they're just finding some cracks in the armor of their opponents, and they're exploiting those very nicely.
Yeah, they're aggressive and they're very, very good in executing their aggression in general. Like when it comes to opening like a Robo 3-gate in PvT, I always think of like Mana. I feel like that's such a Mana thing to do. Mana and DNS are like the two European protoses that I feel like have tried that for a long time. Just be in the face of the Terran player and are very good in forcing errors of their opponent. But in this case, it was very easy for, it was Nice, right? Or But Always. Was it? Like they're all the same.
Yeah, it was, but always against No Regret.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Riddler game.
Oh yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Obviously, the build that the Riddler had, like that simply had very little chance of succeeding against that aggressive 3-gate Robo opening. Now, who's gonna come out next? We still have... Do we still have But Always to play? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nice was first. So now
Actually, I was wrong earlier. It's But Always that played against No Regrets.
Yeah.
And
now But Always will go up against Scarlet.
Yeah.
That's how this works. Because But Always is still alive. So we already know the next opponent. We're just waiting for the players to be ready. It's getting close, Todd. We're close to eliminating another nation and knowing our first extra additional quarterfinalist. After, of course, we're going to qualify the Netherlands later tonight as well. That's going to be really cool. That's going to be it's going
I
to be
don't know
tough.
about that one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, like Neeb might have something to say.
I'm even a little bit worried about Ukraine. I mean, you can't sleep on Ukraine, right? Bly is crazy. Cass is pretty damn good still. Hellraiser is really strong.
Yeah.
Though he said that he's been struggling to show his best performance in Nation Wars because he feels like he's been getting a bit nervous because of the best of one format. But yeah, Hellraiser is good. It's going to be fun. I think the second group is going to be super cool. In Group A, definitely delivering so far as well. But I am starting to feel like we are heading towards Canada, making an appearance into the quarterfinals with Scarlet playing this well and still having another chance at potentially taking down two Chinese Taipei Protoses.
Yeah.
It's possible, Todd.
Looking pretty good right now for Canada. Not just that, we would be heading into another Funkai and Roddy interview, which I'd be very hyped about as well. For our next matchup, but yeah, Scarlet versus But Always here. Scarlet will be looking to try and avenge No Regret. Didn't have the easiest of times earlier. And she looked really good in the previous game, I thought.
Yep.
And just like solid in general. Like Scarlet, she can play with so many different builds. She can always adapt to whatever it is that's being thrown at her as well. And last game was no different with the unconventional Mass Oracle being used not to the best of its effect.
Yeah, she's such a stable player in general, and she's got so much experience. And even those crazy strategies that looks like Chinese Taipei is trying to use against her, no use at the moment. But here comes the better performer here of Chinese Taipei in the bottom right-hand side, spawning at as the blue Protoss. On Winter's Gate, he is, but always.
his opponent in the reds, representing Canada, the Queen of Blades, Scarlet.
And I can't believe that I didn't even mention the fact that No Regrets was being a little bit cheeky in the interview about But Always, but he did lose against him.
Yeah.
Shame on you, Jake. No, of course not.
It's
Still
funny
interesting.
It's funny when players call each other cheeser and they're both getting offended at each other, calling each other cheeser, but they're both actually cheesers.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Now, it's interesting. It's interesting that But Always, for now, is the top performer from Chinese Taipei. Probably the one that we knew the less about. We didn't expect that much from. But still, super, super stable.
No, not but still, But Always.
But still.
But always.
But always. I'm actually
A
wondering.
new meme was born.
A new meme. A new meme enters the fray. So what do we expect here? Winter's Gate's such a weird map, though.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really play the normal kind of style. Like, Scarlet here opens up with an early pool with an hatchery behind this. So this is not as all-in as it could be.
And she went for quite a few links, which was scouted there. And But Always needs to make sure he respects this attack as he needs to. With some chrono boosted units here, we see the Adept on the way. You need to shut that down hard. It's a big investment for Zerg to get this many links early on. Like
the gateway is going to be too slow. Okay, it's a Stargate actually.
Yeah, in the wall. I think as long as the Adept gets out soon and starts working on those links, he's going to be okay. Like obviously, it's going to be a little bit annoying on the probes for a second, but with good micro, sometimes you don't even lose one single probe. Oh, it's going to lose one. The second one almost dead. Oh, he almost pulled it back up.
Okay, 2 probes, decent. Can she get another one?
Those don't have
3
shields.
probes.
A lot of these probes don't even have shields. Okay, so there's going to be 3 probes dying. But Always kind of fell apart there. Could have managed that a lot better if he sent back like all of the probes to the minerals and then turn around.
He does have an opportunity with those 2 adepts to make it right for Chinese Taipei. But yes, losing 3 probes to a 6 Zergling aggression that you scouted might not be the best performance that But Always has shown since the beginning of Nation Wars. Let's see if that counterattack can restore the balance in terms of economy. Actually taking a lot of hits before even getting close to that mineral line. Scarlet, she's forced into building a couple more extra Zerglings. And But Always, because he's been surrounded just before his shades were accepted, he had to cancel those. Opens up with a Phoenix.
Wait, what? Where's
no overloads?
Where is it?
What is that? What is this dark magic?
What trickery is this?
I mean, Scarlet did scout with her Zerglings that Stargate was being thrown down super early. So that overload that we expected to be on top of that ridge here was pulled away in the top right-hand side, as Crow is showing us. And Phoenix will have to settle for a scout on a third base and a little bit of pressure on that overload. Might be a little bit better than pressure. Well, maybe Queens can reach here. Yeah, they will be able to. Nice creep spread from Scarlet.
Maybe they can reach.
Overload.
Yeah, sure. Easy.
With 9 range, they should be. All right, Spore going into the main base.
Very unconventional to go into many Phoenixes there, by the way. Like a lot of the time, you know, even if they open with one single Phoenix to chase away the Overlords, Protosses, they will go back into Oracles after that. But maybe But Always saw that the Oracles weren't working so well against Scarlets when Nice was trying to micro them. It's like, all right, I'll just do it different, play with a bunch of Phoenixes. This feels very old school. Once upon a time, in Wings of Liberty was you would open 4 to 5 Phoenixes, go straight into Colossus, and then get a ton of Stalkers with Blink, and then Sentries, which back then you couldn't even break with. You didn't have Ravagers to break them, so that was very, very strong. Nowadays, we don't see this kind of build nearly as much. Like stuff like Viper is going to be really good against Colossi, especially if there is no High Templars. Even before that, Ravagers are going to negate the effect of Sentries very well. So for now, it's just an Immortal being made. And maybe But Always, like we see him building up his sentry count here. Just made the 1. So you might just be building an Immortal-based army to do a follow-up push here, which usually, even though you make a third Nexus, you still go for. Yeah, we see the Prism on the way, so he definitely wants to be aggressive.
Ooh, losing a Phoenix like this?
Great movement.
Huh?
Great movement by Scarlet.
Yeah, making full use of those 9 range queens for the anti-air. And yeah, well played by Scarlett. She might begin to know that there is something missing. For instance, a third base thought.
Imagine
That
Roddy
is
watching
coming
this, by the way. He sees Phoenix is dying. He's like,
My
feels like he
babies!
lost one of his limbs.
Yeah.
Every time that happens, a part of him dies.
All right.
Second Immortal on the way.
Yeah. It's Phoenix, Immortal, Sentry, all in on the side of always. I'm liking this strategy. I think it has a lot of potential, and Scarlett just fired up 12 drones.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's not scouting that much. Okay, she sees the move out now. She wasn't scouting that much in terms
She
of...
throws out an infestation pit. What is she doing?
I think it's
so
just the
dangerous.
building is okay yet. She just needs to make a ton of roaches.
She needs to cancel it.
Especially Ravagers against that many sentries. Okay, it's going to be a cancel. Here we go, Scarlet. You need to make as many units as you can. 3 Ravagers are going to morph now. Clear Reconstitution is on the way. Spore's going to move in position here to try and help with this. There's a ton of Queens to help out, but Scarlet needs maybe a little bit more time here to get more forces out. It's 66 drones against 44 probes, so
Where's the
Scarlet
war prison?
definitely droned quite a bit here.
Okay,
Prior
let's
to
see
this
what
attack.
happens here. It's first set of force fields.
She bought time here.
Yeah, she did buy a lot of time, and she's got an amazing economy, which means that she should be able to produce as many units as she wants. But the question is, will it be in time? Lots of Ravagers here to break down force fields, which are a key part of this all-in here. A couple of Zealots will eat some Corrosive Bile. The Spore helping out so much, and Corrosive Bile landing on sentries. This is such a great fight for Scarlett. She's doing it all right here. With 66 drones, she's defending that all-in with ease.
Look at the supply.
Look at
Scarlett
the...
just has so much more. She's so smart. She brought the Spores as well to help with this. She made a ton of Ravagers in the first place, so she was able to really delay the attack by spamming Corrosive Bites. And Scarlett is going to smash through this army and put Team Canada on match point now.
I was a little worried, let's be honest. I mean, 66 drones, an infestation pit that didn't make that much sense as the all-in was crossing the map, but Scarlett realized that the all-in was coming, canceled the building, but also went into massive unit production, and the execution of the defense was just pretty much pristine by Scarlett. The Spores being there to help out against the Phoenixes, help out against the Warp Prism, the targeting of that Warp Prism with the Queens, Corrosive Biles landing on the proper units and proper locations. Just in general, a perfect defense. You could argue that Always could have handled it a little bit better, but in general, just Scarlett playing an amazing game, an amazing defense when she needed it the most.
And so that means Chinese Taipei is going to be down to one last player, a revived player. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, you're going to find out who that is, and then we'll have the conclusion of Team Canada versus Team Chinese Taipei. We'll see you guys right after this.
And we are back here with the potential last game of this nation war between Canada and Chinese Taipei. Scarlets is on a roll and only one victory away for qualifying to the top 8 of Nation Wars 2019. Will Chinese Taipei will be able to invert that situation? We'll have to see, and we'll have to see who's going to be the revived player on the side of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to call, actually. Like, they've both been playing quite well. Like, obviously, Scarlett's doing well herself currently. I don't know. I really don't know. Who did the best specifically against Scarlett? Definitely not nice.
I'm
not
guessing
has maybe.
It's probably between those two. I don't know. I'm feeling Bud always because I felt like he was the better player here in the entire run of Chinese Taipei. So if it were to finish right there, not give him the opportunity to go at it again, that would be a little sad. But I have no idea.
Okay, so it's gonna be nice. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the only one that we actually didn't expect. Quite crazy, right?
I thought it was between Nice and Has.
Okay.
I didn't think, but always personally.
Okay.
But then again, like, it's very hard to read into these games too much. Again, these were best of ones, very specific situations, specific maps and stuff. Now, Nice did get to pick the map. And he picked Wall of Sleepers. Excuse me?
It's crazy. Why would he go there? There's something. There has to be a trick there.
Plan, yeah.
Is it like Nexus first onto that rich guy's geyser
build
into a lot of void rays? I really don't know. Because in case you guys don't know, it's supposed to be a really good Zerg map. I mean, World of Sleepers.
More so against Terran, I guess.
Yeah, no, definitely. But the fact just remains that having a rich gas geyser is really good for Zerg. I mean, it can be good for Protosses as well, especially cheeky ones like Nice or But Always or Has or any of those guys from Chinese Taipei. But in general, for Zerg, it is a pretty massive advantage. So going for that map is actually a little bit worrisome for us.
Crazy votes. 70+% for Team Canada.
And the chat is actually right for now.
Yeah.
GMs in the chat, rise up. You guys are right.
Starting in the top right-hand side of the map, playing as the Blue Protoss, representing Chinese Taipei. Needs to bring this back. It is Nice.
And in the bottom left, his opponent. Her name, it's Scarlet, the Queen of Blades.
Scarlet seems very motivated here.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, playing incredible in every single map so far in this nation war. And there is no room left for mistakes for a team Chinese Taipei here. Scarlet, if she lost this map here, she still could be revived. She has 2 tries to try and beat Nice. What build order do we go into here? It's just going to be standard gateway down the ramp, gas.
Yeah,
for now, nothing crazy, no cannon rushing anymore.
Yeah, we'll see what Nice decides to do, because once again, we're kind of surprised that he went for this particular choice of map. So you have to feel comfortable going into a PVZ in this one, knowing fully that your opponent could go for that rich guy's geyser, but by blocking the natural, Nice forced Scarlet into taking another location, and she went for that normal third base, which means that she should not take that frontal third base with the rich guy's geyser, so it might not even be an item in this game. So you might have read a little bit too much into it, but...
Well, for now, right? If it comes into play eventually, it's still always going to be very important to mention.
Yeah, it is. Okay, chrono boosting at the depths, but going for the warp gate right away, so we might see a technological building before.
This is going to be a Stargate.
Stargate, Twilight, no. Robo will be the choice here from Nice. Maybe he just wants to go for a basic Gateway Immortal all-in, but it looks like Scarlet has got that, in check.
Yeah,
She knows how to deal with this. And even with extra drones, like other Zerg player would go lower on the drone count, she actually goes for like incredible amounts of drones and still defends with ease.
It's so hard to find weaknesses in Scarlet's play, right? Her creep spread is always on point. She's very good at scouting, even though in that one game maybe she scouted a little late or saw the attack coming late. It still didn't matter. Imagine if she had scouted. And with pneumatized Carapace, being as cheap as it is, you can just scout so early and so consistently. So we'll see here in a few moments if Scarlet starts it. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. She went for Metabolic Boost first, of course. A little bit out of position here against
that was a really nice start. Like, we didn't talk about it. We were mentioning like the possible outcome of an all-in in the beginning of the game, but that first setup actually got 3 Zerglings, which is really, really massive. Now, Speedling just finished. The Adepts will make it out, and not a single drone. Oh, no, actually, 1 drone went down, but that's already 7 Zerglings. And that number is actually going to go to 8. War Prism will be the first unit to come out of that Robo. So
and we have one more gateway on the way here from the Protoss player. So it's just going to be the 2 gates plus the Prism for now. Wants to get rid of that one Overlord up there momentarily. Scarlet, upon seeing this, she knows that there is obviously a Robo. You can expect Immortals to be made behind this. And yeah, we see one of those in the production tab there.
Yeah, Roachwine, you don't want to make any mistakes here. Lair is getting fired up as well. Getting an extra queen is never a bad idea.
The damage in the early game was very important, like killing some Lings, killing some drones, because it might have slowed down the queen production as well, which then slows down the creep spread. Like, we don't see, I think, necessarily too many creep tumors being planted down just yet. So Scarlet not quite able to get that going early on. But I think also when you see a Prism this early and you're facing a player like Nice, you have to be like on high alert about the potential attack coming up. So Scarlet, she did go for the Roach Warren pretty early.
Ooh.
And I think she needs to scout for a move out now.
It's happening now.
Yeah.
Todd. It's happening now. War Prism is already on the map.
This is hitting so fast.
Yeah, it is such a fast all-in here coming out from on the side of Nice. The War Prism is already on the map. I liked what he did. By going with the War Prism, I think Scarlet really thought that a lot of units were in that War Prism. It was actually empty, and he didn't have any intention of going for a Wap-in before actually going with this attack. 16 Zerglings in the production tab. 1 Ravager, which is not that huge. 4 queens, 5 queens here. Oh, the surround is actually pretty massive here from the Zerglings. Can he relocate that fight by picking every single unit in the War Prism? I don't think he can, but most of the Zerglings did die. Stalkers will also will go down, and War Prism, it's a corrosive bile in the face. The Immortal already took some pretty decent damage as well. I think Scarlet is just fine here. Yeah, Nice is actually transitioning from this with the Twilight Council and a couple extra probes.
I don't know what that is for exactly. Does he want to go Glaive? Is it for a Dark Shrine?
Scarlet already has a lair. I don't think we should be seeing DTs.
Well, I mean, even if somebody has a lair, right? If you synchronize a couple of DTs reaching those mineral lines at the same time, it's always going to be hard for Zerg to deal with. And he has the Prism as well to evacuate. I'm surprised that Nice is still on the map like this, though, because Scarlet looked very comfortable in holding against this attack. She's actually might be about to catch the Zealots on the map.
Yeah. Ooh, nice recall. I think most of the Zealots should make it out alive.
Ooh, I don't think he can pick up.
Yeah, if Scarlet is... Oh, the reaction time here from Scarlet targeting down a War Prism. This is really massive. And with no recall available, this Immortal and Sentry are as good as dead.
Yeah, they're going to get caught by Lings here and sniped. I like the choice of going for a charge because he already had so many Zealots. So I said he might be Glaive earlier, but I actually think that with this many Zealots, and obviously Nice wasn't mining that much gas earlier, it's probably a lot better to go for Zealots, but look at his Scarlet's Spire on the way. She's already mining a ton of gas, 60 drones against 42 probes.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for Chinese Taipei at all. I think Scarlet and Canada will be qualified to the round of 8 in just a few seconds. 63 drones against 40 probes. And this number is going down at this instant with some Zerglings still killing stuff in the main base. We also have a potential Mewtwo switch coming out of the side of the Canadian Zerg. That's such an amazing game right here, right now from Scarlet. And a beautiful performance here from the Queen of Blades.
And I think a Dark Shrine was on the way and he just cancelled it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, these Lings
Yeah,
Absolutely
GG.
smashing everything. And Scarlett will send Canada to the round of 8. Congratulations. Chinese Taipei is eliminated here.
Yeah. Top 12 for Chinese Taipei. Good performance from their lineup here, the all Protoss lineup. But their journey comes to an end as they get eliminated by Team Canada. Kudos to them. We will be hearing from them in just a few seconds in the interview. We're trying to get that one ready as soon as possible because we want to gather the thoughts of our newly qualified players.
I mean, I know you love talking to these players. Interviews as well.
Interviews is what I live for. Actually, if I could just skip casting games, but just opt in for the interviews with my huge notebook, that'd be amazing.
You're not big time enough to do that yet, but
Yeah.
maybe next Nation Award.
It'll happen.
Yeah.
It'll happen. Or I could actually make the call. I could make that call.
You would never.
Yeah, and then Roddy and Todd would be like, are we actually casting this entire thing, just the two of us? Yeah. Yeah, guys.
So I believe we might have our Team Canada ready to have a chat with us for the interview.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't... Yeah, not
Not
ready
quite
yet.
yet.
Not ready yet. So,
No regrets preparing content for us.
No Regret is preparing for the question that I'm going to ask, which is, why did you lose to a Haas with only one hand? I'm actually wondering what his answer is going to be. I know he's never going to say anything dumb or anything. That's just the way it is. I mean, he's so comfortable in interviews that he will have the perfect comeback to that question. But I'm anticipating something nice coming from Jake. Here it is. Group A qualifies 2 teams. Those are Team Italy and Team Canada. I think those were the 2 that were the most expected here to qualify.
Yeah. And that means that Team Canada in the quarterfinals will face either South Korea or Finland or Germany.
Yeah.
So good luck to them.
Yeah, that's not an easy matchup by any means. Whether they play any of those 3 teams, that will be a tough one. And that's another question that we might ask them. And I do believe that on Sunday, at the end of the broadcast and at the end of our 8 nations qualified, we will be doing the drawing. And I'm guessing Roddy and Todd will be doing it.
Oh, you and Roddy.
Why me and Roddy?
Because I'm wearing sweatpants. I can be in front of the desk.
I can lend you a pair of jeans. No worries. No worries. Oh, you can do it in sweatpants. Those are amazing sweatpants, to be honest.
But they don't match well with my shirt. You know, I just went downstairs to grab some food and I'm wearing like full tracksuits with a dress shirt over it. And I got so many looks.
What is this guy doing? All right. So congratulations to Team Italy and Team Canada. The two nations that we expected the most to qualify here. So no upsets whatsoever. Because we do have a little bit of time. I think it's time to remind you guys of, you know it, guys, matcherino.com/nw2019. You can hop onto the website and grab yourself some swag. So we don't have any sweatpants yet. So if you want to go for the Todd look,
I would rock them.
you can't really do it yet. But caps, mugs, stuff like that. A lot of stuff is actually available and a lot of inside of game items as well with portraits, graphs.
There's a hoodie.
There is a hoodie. I'm supposed to get one.
A hoodie. It's pretty damn cold actually here right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. So you can find the merchandising here, as you can see right here. matcherino.com/nw2019. Don't hesitate to send your tweets with the hashtag NW2019.
How about a Hawaiian shirt?
Hawaiian shirt?
To go on vacation in the sun. Kind of like the one you're wearing right now.
Isn't it amazing? Todd is giving me a lot of looks every time because of the shirt. I do believe that our players are ready for the interview. And they are. We've got all 3 of the Canadian players. Can you guys hear us fine?
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, guys. That was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's pretty much all Scarlet, though.
Yeah, but it is a team effort since the beginning. I mean, this game wasn't the first one you ever played in the entire tournament. So congratulations. Okay, I've got one question for sure. No regrets. How come you lost against a Haas that has only one hand? What happened there?
I mean, that's basically Haas without, there's no difference. Haas with 2 hands, Haas with 1 hand, same thing.
No, I expect
and
better
Haas
of you.
Not bad. He's really not that bad.
All right. So did you think
that game, To be fair, that game it wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? Like I'm commentate, I do my house stuff. You know, it wasn't that bad. I Bane dropped. I did.
You're
some
a caster
fun stuff.
now, right?
Exactly.
So
if I had more gas, I would have won that game. Okay.
On a more serious note, do you think you got just blind countered by the fact that he opened Colossi?
Yes. He built the Colossus. It's not fair.
That's the only reason, right?
If he played against any other Zerg player, he'd be dead. You know how bad how horribly bad they are against roaches?
Mm-hmm.
They're just horribly bad, okay? But it's only good against me. I've figured it out.
All
the
right.
Colossus is just in the game to mess with me.
Okay.
Specifically.
So I see Scarlett just next to you laughing a little bit. Do you care to comment on Jake's game?
I mean, I'm kind of used to this in Nation Wars, to be honest. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Listen, other people, they practice their games. You know what? I'm studying, comedians. I'm studying clowns and all this other stuff. I gotta be the entertainer because that's what I am. That's my role. I'm not the player that wins. We already have that. Would you want 2 players to win everything? Is that what you want?
I mean, that would be a great team.
Hey, what does Scarlett want?
We already have 1 player that wins everything. We don't need overkill.
Scarlett doesn't want to add anything to this. She's like, nah. I'm not touching that subject.
I don't know.
All right, Todd.
Okay.
So, am I interviewing Scarlett, or usually you guys got to keep the questions going? You're making it awkward.
Well, I mean, you keep giving the mic to Scarlett, so behave yourself for a second, and we'll have some more questions. The Riddler, I'm curious about your game. Like, it just seemed like you got hard countered quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Long story short, my parents came in to deliver some supplies, and I didn't lock the door, so they were all talking to me and stuff. It completely messed up my.
While you were playing?
Sorry. Yeah.
What the hell?
About that to the viewers.
What?
They're the least patriotic parents I've ever heard in my entire life. They literally sabotaged their country. Okay.
Can I get their email? Because this is unacceptable. Like, this should never happen again. Did you tell them you were
what did you say to
Canada?
I told them that I was playing a game right at that moment, so just leave the supplies outside and don't come into my room. And then they came in anyway. Started talking.
That's just the most
best
thing.
excuse ever.
Yeah.
Wow, I love this.
All right,
Totally
guys. Seriously, now you guys qualified as 2nd place, right? So you can either play Finland, Germany, or South Korea.
So who do you prefer?
Which do you prefer? Anybody?
Korea.
Maybe Korea?
Yeah, South Korea, right? Yeah, by
We
far.
beat them last time pretty easily, so I think we can do it again.
Ooh.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
you
I don't
guys
know.
all
I mean-
agree about South Korea?
Well, Korea, we don't have
Pretty
ping,
much.
which is nice. So
All right.
that's the nicest thing about playing Korea.
And they have to play in the middle of the night too, just like us.
Well,
We finished at 8 a.m. yesterday.
yeah, we did finish at 8 a.m. last night. That was
That's why
insane.
we lost to Italy.
Yeah, but that's
our
like a
reason.
pro gamer's, early evening / afternoon, right?
No.
No.
So now that you know about the 3 potential opponents that you're going to face, how would you rate your chances to make it to the offline finals then?
60%.
I was thinking 30, but 60 is a good number for me, I think.
Okay, the Riddler, are you going to take some
How about
more
you, Riddler?
precautions? Are you going to buy a log for your room or something so that next time?
Yeah, of course.
I think you should
Lock
invest
out
in
my
a
room.
deadbolt
In a what?
because I'm thinking your parents might be spies for another
think about
country or
that.
something.
Oh.
Ooh,
All right.
Sabotaging
you
us.
might have hit the mark. Exactly.
All right. I guess the last thing that I want to add to this is, do you have any words you want to say to your fans that obviously were cheering for you, qualifying for the round of 8? Is there a message that you want to send across before you play your quarterfinal match? No regret. I think that's your
Well,
that's your
Riddler
time to
doesn't
shine.
have any fans. My fans are fans of memes, so I'll give you guys great interviews. I'll be sure to shit talk and let the other people back it up. So expect great things from me. Here you go, Sasha.
What's up, guys? Just thanks everyone for watching. I didn't play last year, but I think this year we can definitely make it to LAN again. Hopefully do well there. I know it's actually the same time as WSG Canada, so we're going to have to figure that out if we actually qualify, but I think we can do well.
All right, the Riddler.
Yeah, just we'll try our best. I'll try to play as well as I can, but hopefully leave all us carry into Scarlet.
The Riddler, I need to ask, by the way, about your in-game decal. What's the story there?
Yeah. So there's a Discord that gives me all these images that they force me to use them as decals. So I just comply.
Wait, why? Like, what do they do if you don't use this?
You don't want to know.
Nothing much. Okay, but like the admins already told me not to use my regular clan, so I might as well just use like a different clan. So that clan is pretty much empty right now, so might as well add some decals for Flare, you know?
Are you a fan of the person in the decal, or?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I got on my you saw the game. You saw
we would like to say that we do not. This is like we got a wall here, you know.
You do not condemn.
We are not a part of the Gumi Low squad or whatever he calls it. We're over here in a different country on the other side of the world. Okay.
All right.
Well, congratulations, you guys. Well played for the games, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. If you're wondering who you're going to be playing, we'll do the draw on Saturday night. So probably around 6 a.m. for you guys. You know that you're going to enjoy that, I think.
Nice. We're used to it.
Did I say Saturday? Sunday night, sorry. Sunday. But tomorrow.
Wait, we don't have to be there, right?
No, you don't have to be there.
Okay, just checking. I don't know.
No worries. No, it's good. It's good. Because sometimes it looks like you don't know if you were supposed to be there to play, so you don't have to be there for the draw. No worries.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the Roddy tweets, because that's the only way I know, the DMs from Roddy, you know?
Yeah. Thank God Roddy is there.
Messenger. If he didn't message us, we literally wouldn't be here right now.
Did you have a message for Roddy? And then I guess, like, message of love? Or?
Oh, yeah, I thanked him. I was like, you literally saved Team Canada. He's the most patriotic Canadian I've ever met, to be honest.
Yeah, better than the Riddler's parents.
He was sending me pictures of maple syrup and stuff on Twitter. He was great.
All right. Thank you very much, you guys. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whether you're in Canada, South Korea, GG. And we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
See ya. All right.
What a great and lovely bunch here.
That was
kind of
just
sad
amazing.
to hear that story about the Riddler, though. I was like, I didn't know what to expect. Like, he started telling a story. I was like, whoa, wait a second. Like, how could you possibly excuse like this game and stuff? Like, I mean, obviously, he could have just said, well, he just out-countered me. And then he talks about his parents coming into his room. That was unexpected, but totally valid excuse, to be honest.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And they better cut it out, because I'm going to email them that this is unacceptable. I'm not joking around here.
Yeah, I know.
This is nation wars.
If your parents did that, I believe you would not have parents anymore.
I think I would move to
a different
Germany.
country.
Oh, wait.
In Cologne, maybe. All right. So for now, it's over for this group. But we do have another group coming in. And the first match will be Ukraine versus the Netherlands. It's going to be a pretty amazing one. This is the group we're talking about. Ukraine versus the Netherlands, and the winner against the United States to figure out another qualified nation for our quarterfinals. We'll go into this quick break, so please don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be Roddy's time to be super scared as his country is facing Ukraine. And we'll see you in just a few minutes. Yo.
Hello guys and welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. We are still in the round of 16. We just qualified our 5th nation for the round of 16 and that was Canada after a fantastic performance by Scarlett, of course. Scarlett absolutely carrying that team. Now we're getting ready for the conclusion of Group B. This group started on the very first day. South Korea, of course, won this group. It wasn't that easy for them. It wasn't a total walk in the park. But in the end, they did get the job done with 2-4-2 victories. Now we're getting ready for the Netherlands to go up against Ukraine. And the winner will go up against America.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for this game. I mean, it's not going to be an easy one by any means for Netherlands, even though they are the favorite here, I believe. But the thing is, you can never count out the team that features a guy like Bly. Hellraiser is on the rise for a couple of months now, and even though Cass is not, you know, the best Terran that there is in the foreign scene, he's still a fourth to be reckoned with.
Yep, absolutely. The Destroyer of Worlds still has a little bit of magic. We already know the matchups, and we're going to talk about them real soon, and I'm very excited to see them. Of course, we'll give you guys a little overview of everything that took place in Group B. We saw South Korea having a 4-2 and a 4-2, like I previously mentioned. So, like I said, no walk in the park, but they did get the job done. And of course, we all expected South Korea to at least make it into the quarterfinals, and potentially a whole lot more, as they are the reigning champions of Nation Wars.
Yeah, but in the previous seasons, they used to have a little bit of a hiccup. You know, in the round of 16, that's the stage where they would drop maps, they would even drop games in their entirety, or even best of sevens, I mean. And this time, yes, it wasn't a walk in the park, but it's still a 4-2, 4-2. They didn't have to go too deep into those last game situations. They avoided that. They qualified in one day. They didn't have to play again, which is kind of cool for them, because obviously the time difference makes it a little bit hard for those guys in Asia. So good for them. Now we've got 3 great teams, and I do believe that Team USA was quite impressive in that previous rounds. I expected them even to maybe take first place, but in the end, South Korea was too good. Now we have Team Ukraine. Bly, Hellraiser, and Cass. I mentioned them earlier. 3 really, really strong players, even though Cass might be the weak link here. We've got Bly and Hellraiser that have been showing a lot of great results throughout the year, and especially recently for our Protoss player here.
Yep. Average age quite high, close to 27, like 26 and a half, with 2 30-year-old guys on the team, both Bly and Cass, of course, incredibly old school. And like you said, Hellraiser, still an up-and-coming Protoss, has absolutely been posting some good results throughout the year. Sometimes gets amazing victories. I still remember his run at Home Story Cup. That was so bizarre. He started off his group like 0-4, and everyone's like, oh man, this is going to be a bad day for Hellraiser. And then he just came out guns blazing, winning 5 best of 3s in a row, including against Koreans like Bunny and stuff. And that was an amazing showing by him. Yeah, let's take a look at the lineup of the Netherlands. Obviously, on average, maybe even an older team, because Red is really bringing those numbers up. Is Red like the oldest player in this tournament? Must be, or very close
still
to it.
qualified? I think you are right, yeah.
34 years.
Because we did have Moment in the first rounds. Moment is 36, I believe. So he was, I think, the oldest player. A rather old team, but that means a team with a lot of experience, right? When you look at Astem, Utromo, Red, all those guys, they did win a couple of tournaments internationally. So obviously a really strong team in terms of experience. All 3 races represented. I'm loving this team. I loved the Netherlands last year. They were probably the funniest team to look at. They were really great in interviews. They were great at the live finals. They were giving us so much for the cameras and for the audience to be happy about. So I would be sad to see them go in the round of 16. They still have all the chances in the world, because they'll be playing StarCraft to qualify. Isn't that amazing?
Now, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because we have seen Red play an absolutely amazing ZVP against Showtime. I think that's been one of the most fun games that we've had so far in the entire tournament on World of Sleepers. It was absolutely crazy. Nobody had any idea what was happening, but we had just an awesome game with Red. Was so close to causing a massive upset and taking out Showtime. Then we saw him be rather underwhelming, no other way to put it, in the ZVZs, like lost very swiftly against Sue and also had an upsetting defeat against El Siba. But now he's going up in the matchup that's apparently his best. ZVT is the matchup that we've heard some things about. So Red versus Cass, I really think that's going to bring us back to the old days. That's going to be a lot of fun. Utromo against Bly obviously has a lot of potential as well. I think that's all right for the Netherlands. Like, yes, Bly is always dangerous. And sure, ZVT is hard, but I also think that Uthermal is just stylistically a pretty tough opponent for Bly. But we'll see how that plays out. And the PvP, Harstem Hellraiser, feisty.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think it's the most up in the air matchup, I would say, because I do agree with you that Uthermal versus Bly is actually a pretty hard matchup for Bly. We've seen in the past that even though Bly is a really tricky player to play against, when you've got a solid Terran player that knows all the the curveballs that his opponent can throw at him, well, usually the Terran player will be able to defend properly. And then when it comes to a straight up macro game, I feel like Uthermal and guys like him will be able to win in the mid game or early late game, and don't go into that really late stage ZVT. That usually is a good situation for Zerg, but I feel he should be dying a little bit earlier than that. But we'll see. Anything can happen. It's still a game of StarCraft 2, and yeah. Actually, thankfully, we don't know the outcome before it even starts. So that's pretty good when you think about it. Obviously, you can connect your Battle.net account and Twitch account together to get yourself some XP going for your war chest. So don't forget about that. If you do possess a war chest, you can make some XP while watching some amazing game of StarCraft 2. So that's pretty good. The technology is here. We are now in 2019. And you can sit on the couch, eat your favorite snacks, watch some amazing StarCraft 2 games, and also unlock some skins.
Yep.
I'm liking this.
You can unlock all of them by just watching. Or you can just hit the ladder, play a couple games.
Yeah, do that as well.
Doesn't hurt. Don't make it bigger than it is. Don't be afraid to lose. We all lose.
Yeah.
I mean, most of us.
Some
less
more
than others, yeah. We can't all be Jonas Atala. It is what it is. But most people, they do lose a lot on the ladder, guys. So it's okay. Go out there. Get some experience under your belt. I do believe that the interview is ready. So let's bring these magnificent captains on the screen. Hello, Bly. Hello, Luca. Can you guys hear us?
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah, hello.
Alrighty. Aga, hello. I'm going to start with you first. Now, I already said it. This is the very first time we're going to see Red in ZVT. And we were talking it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So what's the magic? What is in store for us? Obviously, you don't have to tell about strats, but is he really that much of a beast in ZVT?
Well, he says it's his best matchup, and I kind of believe him because, if you can get to the late game, I think in ZVT you're in pretty good position as a Zerg player.
Yeah, and he's also playing on a pretty decent map for ZVT, so I'm guessing everything worked out well here for Reds.
And how's the spirit overall on the Dutch team? Like, obviously, you guys would have loved to take down South Korea, and I think maybe there were some chances, especially with Harstem, his game against Inno, the first one. In the end, it didn't work out. But normally you guys have a really good vibe. So do we have some Dutch bangers on repeat? Maybe Supermax or something, like to really get the spirit going?
Well, no, but I think we're... our spirit is really high. I think we're going to go for 0 in this match. So, Harstem has been really pumped. Red is really pumped to play, and overall, we're just gonna show good games.
One last quick question: is Mark in Mexico or is Mark in the Netherlands right now?
He's currently in Mexico until Homes break up.
Okay.
All right, Bly. Before I ask you even a question, do you wanna answer back to what Agam just said? He expects a 4-0. He mentioned that Red's gonna win easily against Cast. Like, what is this? Do you agree?
Nah. Nope.
Yeah.
I feel like actually I can make for 0. Hellraiser can make for 0. And even Kaz can make for 0. So it's gonna be for 0 either way. So it's either you make for 0 or any of us make for 0. Our chances is a bit bigger, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Overall, 3-1.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I guess whoever wins the first map has the Clamor on lockdown.
Yeah.
We can just stop it.
Would you feel bad if you were to eliminate the Netherlands? Because I know, like everyone around the planet that loves StarCraft loves Roti, right? So if you would to eliminate the Netherlands, would you feel bad, Bly?
I feel like I would usually, but this year we have Hellraiser, and Roti do love how Hellraiser plays and stuff, and I feel like he's not gonna be too upset about Netherlands losing. So
Because he'll be cheering for Hellraiser. Is that right, Roddy?
I'd be a little sad to see the boys go down, I'm not gonna lie, but he's right. Hellraiser does play some awesome StarCraft. He loves his Phoenix Colossus, so I can get behind it.
All right.
And I mean, I've got a lot of love for Ukraine. I mean, we had 2 WCS events there this year, and both of them were awesome. So
yes.
It is hard not to love Ukraine.
All right, so usually we ask for predictions, but I heard 4-0. I heard 4-0. Is that like, if you, like, speaking obviously without joking or anything, do you really do believe that 4-0 is the most likely outcome, Aga?
Well, maybe 4-1, but I'm just gonna go with 4-0.
All right, Bly, you were dead serious, 4-0?
Yeah, it's gonna be closer match. Like 4-2 either way. I feel like it might be 4-2 for us or 4-2 for them. I'm not sure about 4-3, but 4-2 is the likely score, I would say.
Bly, has all the focus been on the Netherlands, or did you guys also look past the Netherlands already and potentially think about the rematch with USA?
I have a plan for whole event till the finals. So.
Okay, he already knows
That's
the
a
draw.
great answer. Yeah, he knows the draw of the quarterfinals. I know I'm going to be playing Germany, and I'll beat down
I'm
those
just
guys.
the next, you know.
Yeah, no,
next.
Makes sense.
That's it.
All right, you guys, we've got a long day ahead of us, so I want to say good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in the games.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. You know, I know every single time that we have a little interview, there's a lot of people in the chat who's like, Agaham, who's Agaham? You know, and Agaham is the player that's technically a substitute player. He got the fourth most amount of votes. It was actually quite close. It was a little bit of a race between Red and him. In the end, the old dog, the old fan favorite Red did win out. But Agaham is a very good Zerg player as well. You know, he's easily above 6k. He's got a pretty fun, unique, distinctive playstyle. He's absolutely one of these players that, like, if one of our 3 would fall out, you know, sending in Aga would be all right. He's absolutely capable of taking maps of a lot of players in this tournament. But for now, we're going to stick to the original 3. And that just means that Aga is going to be our captain and he's doing the interviews. And I think he's doing an all right job, you know. It started off a bit shaky with that pixelated webcam and broken up connections. But he's been upping up his captain game and I'm impressed.
You've upgraded his captain game. I love it. So you said it, this is a blast from the past, man. Like, I've been around since 2010, even like early beta and everything. Cas versus Reds is an opposition that we've seen throughout the years, throughout every single generation of StarCraft 2. Not that much in Legacy of the Void. It might be one of their first, maybe competitive game in Legacy of the Void, interestingly enough. But Cas versus Reds is, well, it could be a pretty good CVT between those two guys. Really macro-oriented, both of them. But the thing is, and I kind of wanted to ask the question, but usually when I ask a question about like the strategy that came into like putting the players, then suddenly they don't really want to answer because it would give out some information.
For the next round.
It looks a little bit like Cas was sacrificed in a way, being sent on Acropolis. I think it's a really tough match for whoever he would be facing. And the thing is, he would not be playing Utalmal, I feel like. So maybe going against Red, he's got a shot. I mean, Red has not been like that consistent on Legacy of the Void, but it's still a ZVT on one of the worst maps for Terran on TVZ.
But you can also look at it from the other side, and with all the respect for Red, the legend that he is, he's probably the weakest player of the 3. So can you really say that it's a sacrifice when you go up against, quote-unquote, the weakest player of the 3? Anyways, we will see. We are about to find out. I am very excited for this Nation War, and I'm definitely excited for this match. 2 guys that have been around forever. On the left top side, we are looking at the main base of the man we used to call the Destroyer of Worlds. Once upon a time, won 2 RTS tournaments in 2 different games at the same day. It is Cas. Talking about Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2.
What a living legend indeed. In the bottom right-hand side, one of the oldest player remaining here in Nation Wars 2019 round of 16 for the Netherlands. He is Reds. Jos de Kroon, I believe.
Yep. Jules de Kroon. This is really the matchup where he's supposed to shine the most. And like I said before, I know for you guys at home it is incredibly difficult to catch all the Nation Wars action because it's been pretty spread out, right? We started like almost a month ago. Things have been going, around. And we've been starting on some different days, and we've had a lot of long days. So I can absolutely understand that you guys missed a couple of games. But if you want to watch a fun match, take a look at the Netherlands going up versus Germany, Red versus Showtime. In my opinion, one of the most spectacular matches we've had all tournament long. Just no idea who was going to win it until the very end. It was wild, it was crazy, it was offbeat. Basically everything you could wish for in a fun game of StarCraft 2. In that game, I think Red looked incredibly good. Even though there were maybe some things that could have gone better, he looked good. The ZVZs, I mean, I love my boy Red, but he didn't look very good, right? Against Su, I kind of felt it was over before it started. Right. And he got caught off guard by an all-in by El Siba. That kind of stuff can happen. On the other end, it also shouldn't happen. If you're clearly the better player. Red, obviously, he's known, just like Scarlet perhaps a little bit, for over-droning, right? That has happened more than once in his career.
His thing.
Yeah, and that definitely happened in that game. But we'll see how well he shines in this matchup, which is supposed to be his best. Well, let's bring it on. I'm ready to be entertained.
Yeah, and for now, it is a straightforward opening by Reds, which is like the main difference, I would say, to that game that you were mentioning against Germany back then, was that he played some kind of a weird build as well. Like, he opened so weird with like a proxied hatchery. That wasn't really a proxy. It was just a ninja expansion in the early game, which made Showtime question himself and question the build that he was going for. For now, it's just more of a straightforward approach. So we'll see what Red can do in a matchup that he enjoys while playing, for now, reasonably normal. He did lose a drone. Should not happen in many cases, but Cass did play pretty well in terms of micro with that first Reaper. Was able to hop into the main and get that first drone. 3 bases set up already on the side of Red, and a couple of extra drones are actually going to come his way, as we are seeing once again blast from the past Hellion Banshee.
Yeah, Cass has been playing quite a bit lately, though. Obviously, I mentioned before as well, earlier this year, Cass did go to Korea for a couple of weeks. Now, I don't know if he went there for the fantastic Korean barbecue or to enjoy the nightlife or just play a lot of StarCraft. By the looks of it, he did play quite a bit of StarCraft together with Braddock back then. Now, that's already a while ago. Lately, I feel like it hasn't really brought him the success I think that he was hoping for. Sure, he had a couple of good games, a couple of good results, but I'd be lying if I said that Cass really leveled up his game again, and he deserves to be mentioned, in the top 3 or top 5 best European Terrans. He is struggling a little bit. Of course, he's getting older, but I still believe that he has what it takes to compete with the best, and I'm sure that he's very eager to show us that he still has some magic left.
All right, Lara is getting fired up. 4:35 into the game. Rather late Lara, I would say. Lots of drones coming his way, so that's one thing that he did invest in. A lot of economy. 2 creep tumors have been destroyed, which is quite a lot for only a 4 Hellion positioning on the map. At Overlord Scout's pretty massive because it will tell Red that there is something coming from that starpot, which is a upgrade and a Banshee. Do we have spores? Not yet.
Almost. I mean, this Banshee may be able to pick up 1 or 2 drones. First drone does go down. 1 more drone is being bounced between these bases, so that's a bit unfortunate, but that's all right. Red is the kind of Zerg that is always going to make an insane amount of drones, and I feel like Red's counter to losing drones is just make more drones, right? Yep. It's almost like he calculates that he's going to lose X amount of drones, and that's okay, because he likes to make a few more than most Zergs do in these phases of the game. I'm a little bit worried that if the Queens are out of position, that these Hellions can absolutely go to town. How many units does Red have out right now? Where are those links anyway? 20 links. Okay,
20 links is a pretty decent number. It's not like you're gonna be able to, just run past those Zerglings and try to get a barbecue going onto that base. I like the Banshee positioning because the lair is not done yet. Overseer were not available, so just sticking on that ramp between the main and natural made it so that Banshee actually caught a couple of drones going there. But as you can see, lost 5 drones. Let's fire 10 more. One thing that Cass got for him is the timing of the E-base. The +1/+1 is actually quite ahead of those +1/+1 from Red, but nothing too crazy. I mean, about maybe 20 seconds ahead. 7 extra creep tumors. The creep spread is pretty beautiful from our good friend Red. Lots of queens being used. and a lot of attention just given to those queens to make it as fast as possible for this creep to cover the entire map. And that's one of the reasons that Acropolis is kind of tough to play, that you've got to take care of so many paths and avenues that this creep is actually going to crawl in.
Now, before we take a look at these medevacs and see what they can get on, was it just a single Banshee opening? Just one?
2 Banshees.
Okay, and one is still alive then, I guess? Yeah. Does he still have one? Where's the other one? Okay, it's somewhere. Okay, it's gonna chill with these Marines. That's actually quite cool. But Red is at 68 drones. I think that's a very reasonable amount of workers. We've got 42 Lings on the way as well. Bailing speed is not totally ready yet, but it shouldn't take forever. Good initial surround there, and even connecting with a couple of these Marines is quite sweet.
Yeah, now the Banshee's gonna go to town. The Shift A click on those Banelings. Nice target fire. Even gonna add a couple of creep trimmers to his kills here. This Banshee opening is working pretty decently, I would say. Just managed to grab themselves a couple of drones earlier, and now just adding on a little bit of pressure from the air. And obviously there is nothing that can hit air at the moment that is pretty much able to move. Those queens, they will finally show up, as we've got some remaining Hellions that are going to be turned into Hellbats, and that's a pretty strong push.
Yep.
But once again, the layout of the map is not going to make it easy for Cass to get a proper fight here.
Yeah, the first tank sees away quite far, but it's important for Red, I think, that he sets up a good engagement here. I don't know if you have any units coming in from any other angle. It doesn't seem to look like it, but he does have a lot of Banelings. The Banelings are not heading towards the Marines, though, so I'm not sure if this was the best fight for Red. A little bit worried. He's obviously still all right. He's at 80 workers, but you don't want to lose your fort base in this matchup. Baneling's going to try to roll forward one more time. The last one does connect. A few more will clean this up, though. The Lings do get on top of the tank, and that means that Red has weathered the storm for now, and that's obviously a big victory. With the economy that Red is working with, that is an absolutely sweet victory. It's important that he doesn't run out of Banes, because Cass is not done yet. He wants to continue the siege, but Cass is actually quite committed at this point.
Yeah, he is quite committed. On 3 bases, he did fire up +2/+2. He does have a couple of extra tanks that are going to go down this way. And clearing the creep in the middle of the map is quite important, because it makes every single push that comes in from Cass a little bit more effective. Losing those 10 extra Marines that he had on the medivacs while dropping them in the middle of the map didn't look like much, but it was actually quite a huge mistake by Cass. It's going to be hard to keep that position alive for our Terran player, as well as the number of medivac that's pretty low. He needs a couple extra more. We can see the transition into Widow Mines on the side of Cass, who's adding in the fast burrow upgrade. And that counter-attack onto that 4th base, kind of cool by Reds.
Just 4 SCVs going down, but that's still nice. I must say, I think it's kind of funny that he's working with tanks while he's going up against Ling Bane, and then he goes into Widow Mines while Hydras are on the way. This is a lot of Banelings rolling forward. This time the Banelings are heading straight towards these Marines, and this seems like another victory for Red. Even though he's very deep off creep, it doesn't seem to slow him down at all. He's winning this fight without the Hydras even really participating, as the speed upgrade wasn't done yet. But it absolutely does seem that Red, his ZVT, is looking mighty fine. A couple of Widow Mines. He's trying to drag the friendly fire as well on top of these Marines. That's not going to work, but the link count is high.
Yeah, the Planetary Fortress will finish, which makes it a little bit harder for Red to get a proper fight onto that 4th base. So good for Cass here, and I think Red realizes that it's not the best position to attack now, so he's going to go to the left side at least, take control over that Zelnaga watchtower, and now probably is going to bust out that wall. There's a couple of production buildings here, as the extra barracks have been produced there. We've got a Widow Mine drop that went to the right side, but this attack is going to deal a lot of damage, and even killing those depots makes it that Cass is currently supply blocked.
Yep, because the shells is going to get cancelled as well. There's obviously a little bit of a messy engagement. We do have a couple of Widow Mines on the other side of the map. They can potentially connect with a few drones. Red is going to lose 8 of them, and he doesn't really have that many Banelings here in the mix. But look at these Zerglings still on top of the SCVs, actually being able to nibble their way through so many of them. And this is starting to get very painful for the Ukrainian Terran player. There are just a couple of mines, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough here, Funky.
Yeah, 140 supply against 163, as Todd would say. Look at it's going to be a little bit difficult here for Cass to take back the control over his 3rd base. He actually loses the orbital and all the economy from Cass that looked mighty fine before before he lost those 22 SCVs actually going down. Now the building positioning is actually helping out a little bit for our Terran player, but the thing is the numbers don't lie. Red, with a really strong frontal army composition with those Hydralisks, Lings and Banelings, just took a massive fight. Now he might get cleaned out, but the thing is no concussive shell, so actually those Hydralisks, they can go back and retreat while those Zerglings are being produced again.
Yeah, a few of these Medivacs get sniped as well, but even if a couple of Hydras go down here, obviously the economic damage has been dealt already. And I think the really cool play about Red's, or the really cool thing about Red's play so far, is that this was by no means an all-in, right?
No,
like he's been decking up during all of this. The first Viper is on the way. I don't really like the fact that he was adding like 10 or 11 drones there. I think that's a tiny bit unnecessary. With the amount of damage that he just did, I think it's all about just getting a big wave of units out one more time. Survive if Kaz attacks you. I don't know if that was Kaz's plan. If Kaz obviously sits back, then it was the right move. But I think Kaz also knows that he needs to make something happen.
He's going to load up 2 Medivacs and try to attack on the northeast side here. Actually messed up a little bit with his micro. Probably wanted to put away those Medivacs and try to go for some counter-attack on the right side, but now it's part of the army. So Kaz should split it again. Now that he cleared some creep in the middle, I guess maybe he was waiting for that. Because once again, the vision from Red, pretty amazing here in this map. He's now working with 6 bases, actually seizing that 6 base. And as Crow is showing you, look at the amount of vision that the creep is giving out. That's so much control over the map that's given out by the creep here.
These counters are very nice as well, right? They've been working out. Sure, you don't get 20 SCVs every time, but just getting a couple, you know, darting in and darting out again, that's really quite nice. Widowmine will blow up a couple of these drones. The next mine shot might actually be big on the links, but the numbers are just not in favor of Kaz here at all. We're just floating a little bit of money. The funny thing is, he's still building 5-6 Marines at a time. He's going up against Ultras in the near future.
Oh yeah.
Now this move might be alright, because I don't really know where the army of Red is at this point. So Kaz does finally get a base for his efforts. That's nice and all. Yeah. But don't forget, there are still 5 bases on the map for Red. That's a parasitic bomb as well, Kaz.
Yeah, parasitic bomb as well as a grab on one of those 2 Medivacs that was full of units on the right-hand side. Yeah, that double drop was activated again. Killed a couple of drones. He did kill the hatchery, but you said it. Soon, there will be Ultralisk with chitinous plating available. And when you're basically super Marine heavy, as we can see here, 44 Marines for 4 Marauders, you basically don't have any unit that deals damage to those huge Ultralisks.
I'm gonna say the truth, or the talk about Red EVT, perhaps there was a little bit of truth to it, because it did indeed look really solid to me, like typical Red style. I think maybe Kaz could have been a little more YOLO early on with the Hellions. I know that for a Terran play it's always risky to do that, because you don't just want to run into a bunch of links, but yeah, Red, knowing, you know, how he plays and how many drones he likes to get, maybe you do have to try a little bit harder to punish him, because Redis has played a very awesome game so far. He has won every single engagement. He's been able to deal economic damage while tacking up during all of this. Never truly overextended. Sure, lost a couple of Hydras here and there when maybe he could have retreated a bit faster. But I'm now looking at Ultras with chitinous plating on the way. 3-3 upgrades as well. Well, good luck, have fun, Marines. It's a bad day to be a stormtrooper.
No, definitely not. Even the addition of Vipers I really like. Gonna be able to take down so many Medivacs with this. Here, that triple drop in the top side is actually kind of good, but it's being defended by just a couple of Banelings, which is kind of nice. Once again, Reds is out of position, but those Ultralists are coming in and they're going to slaughter the entire army.
Yeah, look how long it takes for just all of these Marines to pick up a single Ultra. Now Banelings will roll in on creep. Maybe a Blinding Cloud as well could be dropped there. Now we're just going to go for a couple of abducts instead. I must say, really good focus fire by Kaz, but he's still going to lose this fight.
Yeah, that was sexy.
Yeah, it's just not a fair fight, right? Like, the army of Red is simply a lot stronger. Kaz still dropping as well on the right top side. Doesn't want to go down without a fight. But like I said, it doesn't really seem fair. Marines don't stand a chance against these well-upgraded Ultras. A lot of them do go down. In the end, the single Ultra goes down, but Red still at 77 workers during all of this. And of course, he's got the stronger units.
170 supply against 90. This doesn't look good for Kaz at all. He's trying to grab himself a 5th base, but he also needs so many more units if he doesn't want to die to that next attack. Red's actually floating 1500 gas. He could actually transform all those Zerglings into Banelings. First, mine connection is going to be quite cute, but I think we're looking at a GG in just a few seconds from our Ukrainian player that's trying to micro as much as he can. But there's just too much Swarm. There's just too much Zerg here, whilst the Ultralisk and Idolisk are actually getting close and personal to the rest of the bio.
Yep, Red was able to increase the quality of his army, while Cass has been stuck on these Marines and Marauders forever. GG gets called, and Red, in his first ZVT of the tournament, shows us that he absolutely still has what it takes to play some pretty fine ZVT. And the really cool thing about this as well, at least, you know, for me personally, is that we can probably see another game of Red, right? Because now he's one of the surviving players. So that means that he's going to play again if they do decide to send him out and it's not a 4-0 with like Harston or Mark starting again. Really solid game, man. I'm actually very impressed. I really think that Red handled everything very well. I was a little bit worried during that first big attack that he didn't have any sort of a flank setup, but the numbers were simply high enough that it didn't really matter, that it wasn't the best engagement and it wasn't the best possible fight. You know, he just simply had way too much.
Yeah, that attack was pretty beautiful actually from Reds. Well, at least that defense, I would say. Was pretty beautiful. He did have a lot of units and a lot of Banelings especially that could roll in. No question asked, and just go outside of creep to get themselves a pretty decent fight against that bio. Tank composition, that counter-attack to the left side was probably the right call, not going for something too aggressive on the fourth base that was transformed into a planetary.
You know what I love the most here? Look at those little links on the left top side of your screen. Like, he split them up. Red, not an F2er, obviously, experienced Brood War guy.
Yeah, it didn't exist in Brood War.
Probably very proud of his unit management, but really good job, because Cass was not really looking at it, so focused at the fight, and just those couple links were able to pick up 1920 SCVs. And if that doesn't happen, then suddenly that's a little bit different, right? Then you can actually say, like, hey, that was a decent hold by Cass, but losing 20 SCVs against those links made it a lot more painful.
All right, we're still seeing a couple of those drops that were used by Cass in this game to try and climb back into it. I like that attack. I mean, that was the only place that Red didn't know about incoming attacks because of the lack of creep that was there, that Cass was able to deal some damage. Maybe he could have loaded up those Medivacs and go for the main. Once again, Vipers were already in the air, and you can see how valuable those are. As we can see, 2 Medivacs that were about to escape actually dying to just a couple of Hydralisks that were remaining here. Even that defense against that triple drop was pretty beautiful. Once again, that was the only base that was threatened during this entire game.
Yep. And it did go down eventually, and yeah, sure, this Ultra were down, but that's when the real army showed up. And even though the focus fire here on Banes was excellent, there's no other way to put it, even left one Marauder in the front to tank a couple of these Bane hits, but it's like one of those moments, it just didn't really matter. Sniped the Vipers as well, indeed, very cool stuff. But yeah, then there is still an Ultra remaining, and it's like, well, there's only so many things you can do and look at the same time. Like I said, Cass was just stuck on the same units forever, while Red, during all of his aggression later on, and obviously initial defense, was still able to tack up and increase the quality of his units.
Yeah, pretty much a bloodbath this game, as we're seeing like maybe the 6th or 7th clip already of this game. Lots of fighting with Bio against Ling Baneling Hydra, soon to be Ultralisk, and those were the key units. This and Vipers as well. Like Ultras and Vipers actually changed the entire outcome of this game, even though that Red was, you know, already pretty much ahead by getting all those extra bases, getting that massive economy going. More than 80 drones in this game. Pretty classic ZVT here on Acropolis, but really well played by Reds here in this game number 1. Now we're getting into something a little bit more new school, even though Bly and nw2019 have been present in the scene for many years now.
Especially Bly, man. Bly's been active since day 1 as well.
Yeah, remember, go for SC2s back in the day.
Yeah, the Zotex, the go for SC2s.
He would play the 2 at the same time, actually.
And then he would play another Proxy Tempest and then like a unique organized show match. It's like, why? What are you doing to yourself, man? You're stressing yourself out. StarCraft 2 is already stressed when he's playing 4 online tournaments at once. Yeah, don't worry, I got this. Well, you know, he did all right for himself. Rumor has it that he currently owns like 7 apartments in Kiev. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that Bly...
Paid by ESL, but via go for SC2s.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Every 10 Zota Cups in a row, he's like, all right, some new property. Let's see how nw2019 is going to do. Is it going to be the 2nd TVZ in a row? It's a good moment to be Dutch. We're up 1-0. Max Verstappen just took another pole position in Brazil. We are crushing, Funke.
You guys are crushing indeed. In the top left-hand side, representing the Netherlands, he is Mark Schlappy, U-Thermal. Currently in Mexico, as you asked earlier.
In the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base of the captain of Ukraine. He felt quite confident that he can get the job done. It is Bly. I've always kind of felt that CVT is a little bit of a problematic matchup for Bly. And by that, I don't mean that he has a terrible win record in it or that he just never wins. I just feel that this is the one matchup where as a Zerg, you're like, yeah, tricks up your sleeve, it's cool and all, but the best way to play this is honestly just kind of sit back and play a very macro-oriented game and tech up. But we all know that's not really how Bly rolls. And I think from time to time, he has struggled in this matchup where he suddenly ends up on a very basic army for way too long, right? We saw in the previous game Red having some really good progression when it comes to like first having just Lings and Banes, then adding in a couple Hydras, but still making his way up to Hive. Bly, I think, has a little more trouble finding those right spots, finding the confidence to tack up and really get those late game units out.
You're right, but also I think if I could like add into that statement in general is that Bly is not he's not foolproof in the mid game, so he takes damage, and then suddenly it's so much harder to go into that late game and invest into Hive, invest into those new upgrades. Like when you're a Zerg player that has to build like 25 Banelings every 2 minutes to just stay alive, then it's going to be so hard to get those 3-3 upgrades. It's going to be so hard to get your Hive going, Vipers, Ultras, stuff like that. And against a guy like U-Thermal, who is a super aggressive Terran in the TVZ matchup, then suddenly I feel like what I expect from this game is that U-Thermal is going to find areas to deal damage, and then suddenly Bly will not know how to transition out of it.
Yeah, and I think one of the most telling things in general in StarCraft 2 as well is that as soon as there is a player who, even if he just has a slight edge over his opponent, finds damage once, it just feels like it starts piling up, right? And it's wave after wave, and you don't notice it because you're trying to play as well to your abilities, so you're trying to be bulletproof everywhere, even though you are taking some damage. And before you know it, you've played 7 or 8 minutes of very action-packed StarCraft 2, and you're like, wait a minute, I haven't made it across the halfway mark of this map.
Yeah.
And that's just not a way to play StarCraft in general, right?
Yeah,
like,
when U-Thermal plays TVZs, when he finds an opening to bite, he never lets go. He never lets go. Like he's just
is he like
that
a
kind
dog?
of player. Yeah, he's
What kind of a dog?
Bulldog?
A bulldog?
No, I don't know. Those are cute, and Mark is really cute. So
Mark is a sweetheart.
Yeah,
he's got some temper though. Do bulldogs have temper?
I don't know. I think they spend most of their time sleeping. So maybe not the greatest.
That's not Mark.
Yeah, that's not Mark. So what else then? Rottweiler?
I can see that.
You can see that?
What about a Doberman?
What about what?
A Doberman.
Oh, Doberman, yeah. Yeah, I can see that as well. No, but yes, definitely he's the kind of guy that is a momentum-based player, right? So if he gets the momentum, he gets that early opening, well, it's going to pile up. And that's the thing. When a Zerg player is able to shut down those early aggressions, then suddenly this Liberator is not going to be that aggressive because there's only one, and you've seen it coming from like miles away because of Overlord and Creep. But if you're taking damage because of the first Alien run by, and there's still a Medivac in the air, then suddenly that Liberator is going to have a lot more freedom to deal damage.
Lings being annoying do find themselves in SCV, so that's nice, of course. It's all these little things that do add up in a game of StarCraft 2. Bly is going to tack up 4 minutes into the game with 14 Lings on the way. Reaper is still roaming around. Obviously, you would always love to get a drone here, but it's not very likely that you will, especially not with 14 Lings that just popped. Well, let's see if the Hellions and Liberators can get some damage. I think U-Thermal probably looks at this as well and is like, I love that this idea is still thermostat. That's ridiculous. And I think all the Dutchies always spam it in the chat as well. It's like, thermostat. Who calls himself thermostat?
It's the weirdest idea. It's the weirdest idea ever. I don't know. Is it because he's gonna bring the cold here? I don't know. To Team Ukraine.
He's gonna bring the heat, mate.
The heat for Team Netherlands, but he's also make it a really cold area for Ukraine.
Well, I think it's pretty cold in Ukraine by now.
Yeah,
no.
I do believe a cheeky -5 or something like that.
Late November, they like to get their winters in. All right, first Liberator. It's gonna show up. Now, obviously, you don't want to siege it right underneath 4 or right above 4 or 5 queens. Oh, a Nidus, by the way, for Bly. We did mention that lair was kind of quick, so it is very important. Couple of drones did go down.
He didn't see the Nidus, right?
This is very nice.
He saw the lair, but he didn't see the Nidus.
Keeping the Liberator alive would be massive, though, because obviously if you're Nidusing, the last thing you ever want to do is leave Queens at home to deal with Liberators.
Oh, the Liberator actually made it out alive. What?
Yep.
This is pretty crazy. Can we see it again? Yeah, he didn't see it, right?
No.
All right.
This is some serious damage.
Drone damage.
And a lot of links are going to go down here as well. So this is really starting to become a little bit painful for Bly, who should be able to eventually clean this up. But you're not supposed to take this amount of damage if you want to be the one attacking. Now, the real question is, do we have enough DPS at home to take care of a Nidus network? Well, the answer is yes, because there is Fury, the tank, controlled by Brad Pitt, right there. Shutting down Nidus networks.
I wasn't sure about the reference yet, and then you mentioned Brad Pitt, and then I got it. Yeah, that Nidus is never gonna pop out. Or maybe it will.
No, this one will not. Come on. Niduses are good, Funka, but that would be pushing it a little bit.
Dude, sometimes I'm surprised.
This one maybe has some potential, even though on Siege tanks have a lot of DPS as well.
Come on, bro. Niduses are not that good.
Yeah, with the help of all the SCVs, it's going to be all right. You're almost playing a little bit of whack-a-mole.
The thing is, like, even if that Nidus pops out, like, there's gonna be so many Queens, but the number of Zerglings that died already in this game, like, makes it that 27 Zerglings is not that impressive. Queens, yes, they're good, and they've got a lot of energy, and we'll see about the transfuses. Now, he needs to prevent that Nidus in the mains from ever popping out.
In the dead zone of the tank.
He's so reactive with this. I love it.
Yeah, Uthermal's definitely paying attention. He knows that as long as these Queens stay outside of the wall, it is going to be all right. And like I feel like 4 or 5 Niduses have been shot down already. And Bly still making more links, by the way. 5 Nidus networks have been picked off so far.
Yeah, 250. That's a lot of minerals in the gas.
I mean, Bly is down 16 workers. So some people might be like, why doesn't he just transition? Well, guys, that's not that easy. If you're down 16 workers, you need to get some stuff done. But obviously, I mean, the Marine count is getting incredibly high. I think that Bly is going to look for a couple of corrosive balls on top of these tanks and an absolute miracle.
Yeah, I mean, Corrosive Balls is a really powerful spell. And, oh my god, you went YOLO to get one tank and he didn't even get it. Oh my god.
You can keep him here.
This keeps getting worse and worse and worse, man.
Now, actually, these units can go home. There is another Nidus going up there on the right top side, but I wouldn't be surprised if Uthermal now just brings the fight to Bly, man. Like, these Marines have so much DPS, and this army of the Zerg is really not that intimidating.
I think he's waiting for 1-1. Now that he has 1-1, like, he could literally run at him.
Yeah, he can fight this.
Yeah.
The Marines can absolutely fight this. The DPS of these amount of Marines is insane. There are no Bailings. Transfuse is good, but it's not going to be good enough. Uthermal steams forward, cleans up everything. And we know that Bly doesn't like to leave games quickly, but I'm sure that he knows that this is a disaster.
GG gets called here, and the Netherlands are going to be leading this series 2-0 after 2 really decisive games. I mean, no questions asked. I mean, that Nidus play was almost dead in the egg, right? Like, before it even happened, it was just like, okay, I lost so many drones, Queens, Zerglings, that even if I get a Nidus going, and especially if I don't get it in the main, then suddenly you're just popping out with like 26 Zerglings that are basically useless, and Queens that, yes, they're tanky, but they can't do that much, right? Like, getting closer to those tanks was never an issue, or never a problem.
Now, obviously, if one of the Nidus networks pops up in the main base, then it is immediately a different ballgame, right? Because then everything starts spreading out. Uthermal is going to have to unsiege the tank. He add in the natural, needs to bring everything in the main. Links can start picking up Marines that like get spawned on weird locations out of these barracks. But Uthermal knew that he had one job and one job only, and that is prevent a Nidus from going up in between the walls. And the ones outside of the walls, well, they were not that intimidating, because every second that goes by, if you have a 16 worker advantage and triple orbital command as well, well, you know you're going to be able to build a lot of Marines, and as soon as 1-1 is done, Stim is done, you're going to have a lot of firepower. And then suddenly just Lings and Queens, they don't really cut it anymore.
Yeah, they don't. That massive amount of Marines, and especially as the 1-1 was finishing, well, those Marines, they didn't wait for anybody. They were just like, let's go, let's fight, let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure we're winning.
You know what's funny is that, like, I remember some of the early tournaments we had, right? Like one of the very first tournaments in Legacy of the Void, I think there was a big DreamHack back then in Swing.
Yeah,
where Bly had a fantastic run, and he played some really sick games against Parting, I believe it was. Like, I wasn't there, so I don't remember exactly, but he was actually showing the next stage of Bly, and I was so proud of the way he was playing, because he was transitioning, like, from all the roaches, going into Mutas, then he went Broodlords, then he went back to Mutas. It was, like, really dynamic play, and I'm like, damn, like, Bly is really evolved, he's growing up. But I feel like over time, sometimes
he went back to his old tricks, I think.
And that's all right, like just to have that as part of your arsenal. But when it becomes too predictable, right? Like Uterm was probably approaching this like, well, let's just make sure I don't die against an all-in, and then I think I'm going to be fine.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why Bly is not as good in ZVT as he is in ZVP and ZVZ. Because I think in those matchups, you can be a little more creative, you can do weirder stuff. But against Terran, once in a blue moon, absolutely fine. But you need to have a solid macro-oriented game plan as well.
Yeah, no, but I agree with you. It's interesting that you mentioned that. But early Legacy of the Void Bly was quite surprising. And actually, you mentioned that tournament, that DreamHack tournament. But Nation Wars 3 actually happened just after Legacy of the Void came out. So we actually looked at a lot of Bly gameplay, and especially in that tournament, but in every single one that was happening. And we were like, what the hell happened to Bly? He's actually reaching Hive?
Hive,
what is this?
Everything.
And his early Viper control, Infestor control, all of that was pretty much pristine. I really enjoyed it. But as you mentioned, he went back to something a little bit more classic.
It's temporary, right? And then, like, for 2 months he does it, and it's like, oh, my all-ins don't work. Then he's going to switch things up, and he actually has some success because Bly does have good macro in some of the macro-oriented games, but unfortunately, it's not really working out. We're getting ready for Game 3 in this lovely nation war between the Netherlands and Ukraine. Score is 2-0 in favor of the Dutchies. And we're ready to hop into Harstem versus Hellraiser. Two excellent Protoss players in the European scene. And I'm going to be joined by my good friend Johan Mello for some PvP. I see what you're doing. You're avoiding the ZVT show up for PvP. Is your name
Rotterdam? I'm saving Funka for the interview later.
That is correct.
That's a win-win.
I mean, like, Funka is good in pre- and post-game interviews. We're not going to have a post-game interview for this one because, of course, we're going to get
but we'll have him on the post-game interview after the qualifying match.
Maybe he can do the pre-game Netherlands-Ukraine if we win, and then he can also do the final interview of the day.
He wants to be on all of them.
I know, he's on a roll, though. He is on a roll. All right, guys. Here we go. On the left top side of Thunderbird, we're looking at the main base of the man who wants to turn things around for Ukraine. Fantastic Protoss. It is Hellraiser.
Big Bogdan.
Bogdan.
His opponent in the red, representing the Netherlands, the Flaming Lips, Harstem. And Taro in control. And PvP, it's, I guess, a little bit of your specialty as well, right? Even though you play your own brands of Protoss, Roddy, right? Mm-hmm. And how familiar are you with these two guys? Do you meet them on the ladder often, or give us all the insider infos?
Often would be a slight exaggeration, but yeah, I've definitely played both of them a fair bit. But my own games don't really matter that much when these guys go up against each other because, like you said, I play a little bit like a baboon. I embrace it. I am a baboon. I'm an older man. I need my own little tricks. Can't keep up with these young studs. But I do watch a lot of the stream of Harstem, right? Yeah. And obviously.
Oh, Seven's in the chat.
Yep. I mean, who doesn't, right? Such a fun guy. He's always positive. Well, 99% of the time, he's very positive. And we know that he loves the Sentry Expand kind of play in PvP. Hellraiser, on the other hand, he's pretty wild in PvP. It's really hard to put him on one playstyle. Sometimes he goes for one gate fast expands. Sometimes he goes for all-out aggression. Then he plays a little more macro-oriented as well with just Sentry Expand, stuff like that. So it's all over the place. I think that Harstem is going to go do what he normally does, and that is maybe even open up with 3 sentries after the initial sentry stalker.
But not 3 sentries immediately, right? Like
2 more after this.
Yeah.
So
you still get some stalkers in there, obviously.
Stalker, sentry. Harstem loves it. I don't know if he's going to do it this time. I don't know if he's worried. Like, obviously, a lot of these top Europeans, they have developed their own little personal meta as well, right?
Yeah.
Because they do play against each other on the ladder. And maybe Hellraiser's like, you know what? Harstem, if you go open up with 3 sentries again, I know a way to punish that.
On one hand, you want to practice one style mainly, right? For it to be like your specialty and the thing you're very good at. But at the same time in StarCraft, if your opponent knows exactly what you're going to do, there is always going to be ways he can exploit that, right? So it can be a little risky.
Yep.
And obviously, as you said, Harstem streams a lot. So if he does the same build very often and Hellraiser's aware of it, there is going to be, for sure, good opportunities for him to try and counter that. So far, it's pretty much a complete mirror in terms of what they're getting, just slight differences in the timing here on that Robo, which is a little later for Hellraiser.
Yep, both of them are going to scout as well. I like the hallucinated Oracle Scout. It's always a split second of fear for somebody if it shows up. It's like, that's not real, right? But just like, right? Can I get a high five? And then you realize it's not real. Like, okay, I'm good. Like, one Phoenix is never that intimidating, because you know that Phoenix won't do anything. No, it's absolutely identical so far. Hellraiser is a fan of Colossus in this matchup as well. I don't know if you can really do that straight away here on Thunderbird. It's probably going to be forced to open up with the good old Immortal Archon mix as well. We saw him fire up a Prism for a split second, but then he cancelled it and goes for the Observer instead. 2 adepts. Random adepts though. No, he cancels those as well? Or did he warp him in? Guess he's going to shade those to the other side of the map.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a good opportunity to try and be aggressive if you feel like the opponent's going to skip on units in the first place. Like Hearthstone in terms of army. Like, not only does he doesn't have that much, like, it's very hard to cover 2 mineral lines simultaneously, right? It's such a weird timing as well. Like, imagine he shades into the main base. That's actually going to get spotted, which changes everything. I think he was counting on shading into the main base because there isn't supposed to be a probe in the wall, which there is. But imagine if that probe's not there and this shades into the main base. If you can trade those 2 adepts for even as little as 5 to 6 probes, it's not bad damage, right?
No, that's not little at all. Thought 5 or 6 probes would be quite massive. The Stalker's on a mission, but won't succeed. These adepts do make it out. Obviously not a massive investment here by Hellraiser, you know. It also gives you a little bit of map presence, which is nice. Now, the first thing that really stands out here for me is that we see Blink Tech, and there is a Robot Bay as well. Since it's such quick blink, though, I am not thinking Colossus here. I'm actually thinking that he might go into Disruptors very quickly.
Yeah. Stalkers synergize very well with Disruptors. In these kind of situations, obviously, like, the weakness of it is, like, if you're facing a lot of charge loads and stuff, it can be pretty hard. But all alike, if you have very good control, and actually Hellraiser is one of the guys that has looked very convincing with Disruptors previously.
That's a good scout there.
Oh,
wow, awesome. Immediately goes target. Maybe wants to get a couple Phoenixes outright against Disruptors. And let's say Hellraiser does just sit back and build Colossus. Well, then you already have a target. You can build a fleet. Nope. Maybe when Fluxbane is out.
We'll save that for the time being. Adept actually shading forward. Ooh, gets the extra probe here.
And that's something, right? A little feel-good moment. A little bit risky here what Hearthstone is doing, because Blink is close to finishing.
But he doesn't know, I think.
I don't think. I mean,
he might not have seen the Stalker count. Yeah, but he doesn't know what was being researched. Oh my god, Blink is finished. Hearthstone.
This can get very dicey. This. Ooh. I like how he dropped them immediately.
I mean, he's going to spot it. Oh my god.
Kind of funny. Move.
Third base on the way now for both players, as +2 attack will start for Hearthstone. So he's quite a bit ahead on the upgrades there, right? He's 1 upgrade ahead that started the +2 as the +1's progressing now for Hellraiser. And Colossus immediately after here for Hellraiser.
Does he have 2 Disruptors or is it just 1? It must be 2, right?
Did he realize there was Phoenixes being made?
Yeah. I mean, Colossus. Phoenixes can be all right against Colossus, but it's not really the dream because Colossus have a little bit of armor as well.
Yeah, I mean, with Guardian Shield.
Yeah, exactly. And then suddenly these Phoenixes really don't deal a lot of damage. So I kind of like it. Show 1 Disruptor, but then go into Colossus. I really think that's quite a cool move here by Hellraiser. I kind of like the way he's played this game, Todd. I know not a lot of things have happened yet, but I just find it kind of intriguing.
That's PvP for you. Like, even when they sit back and micro, it's just non-stop scouting with hallucinated Phoenixes, trying to trick your opponent with whatever transition it is that you want to do. See, even the way he's scouting, like at the back of the middle line here, he's trying to make sure he reaches that area.
He's going to see the Colossus. That's nice. That is obviously something you want to see. Now, I wonder if Hearthstone is going to just go for it as soon as he has +2. I think the answer is no, because he drops Robotics Bay himself immediately. Now, I actually think that Hearthstone could start going into Disruptors, right?
Yeah.
Because Disruptors are good against Colossus as well. It's really
they're one of the best answers.
Yeah, it's really funny how this works.
I remember I lost a series to you on Legacy of the Void when we played first time, and I was playing old school because I hadn't played Legacy yet, so I was playing Colossus and you were playing Disruptor. So I figured out very early that Colossus was not the way in Legacy of the Void.
That's such. Yeah, we played on that map, Iron Fortress, I think, back. That's such a long time ago.
I mean, we played the whole series.
Yeah, it was close though, right?
Yeah.
That's still a bit around. All right, couple Stalkers. Hearthstone's army right now, though, definitely packs way more of a punch than the army of Hellraiser. But of course, Hellraiser's army has a little bit of that Hail Mary potential, right? Oh, these Phoenixes have been very useful. Getting a couple of stocks immediately.
Maximum pickups here from what they could get.
But can you go up that ramp? That's what I'm wondering about right now. I really wouldn't mind a shield battery or 2 on the Hellraiser side. I don't think that would be
He has
too
two
rough.
disruptors, I believe.
Can you go up here, Hearthstone? I think the answer is no.
The meat grinder, look at this.
I think he's just going to go for the contain. He's going up to 4 bases, right? I also think that Hearthstone should definitely get 2 robots. Oh, disruptor! Oh! That's a pretty decent shot.
Yeah. Got some of the sentry, one of the immortals is also very, very low on hit points. And actually, ooh, okay, so Hearthstone's actually trying to harass in multiple other places. Double Prism! The absolute madman!
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. And Hellraiser not paying attention to
And he
his
sees the
natural
Dark
at
Shrine
all.
too.
Yep. Oh, and now the Prism shows up in the main base. Hearthstone is starting to find some very sweet damage here. I think Hellraiser wasn't paying attention, Todd. He was looking at the ramp. He was looking at his third base. Was not looking in his natural. And now Hearthstone wants to get more. Another Purification Nova goes forward, but will completely whiff. Hellraiser has a way bigger army at this point, so if I was Hearthstone, might be probably chilling a little bit.
Yeah, if he overextends and then gets counter-attacked, it's going to be really difficult. No way.
That strike. Blink DT, guys. Okay. I honestly think that's not like for some crazy play. I think that's just for like, all right, I think that this game is going to go on for a while.
But how is it not for some crazy play?
Because it's always crazy, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't
and
think
also, like, we've seen, you know, you're supposed to have 1 cannon per mineral line, all right? Bunch of blink DTs, even just 2. They blink on top of a cannon, it's going to go on pretty fast with these attack upgrades, so... Hearthstone, he does have 2 cannon on the third base, but only 1 in the main natural and 4th. He's getting his own Dark Shrine now. Fight fire with fire.
Yep, the invisible war. I think that this game is going to go on for a while. Hearthstone obviously dealing quite a bit of damage there. It is very nice, but I also think that PvP tends to slow down a little bit after phases like that. So I think Hellraiser should be able to claw his way back into it. He's a little bit behind, but you can technically say, since I thought that Hearthstone was the one with more zealots, but those are actually all Hellraiser zealots, right? Yeah, so things are starting to look all right for Hearthstone. I feel like the quality of his army is simply better than the army of Hellraiser as well.
Yeah, he's got more probes, but he's behind in army supply. But like you said, Hellraiser has more zealots, which in those fights are not always necessarily the key units.
It's
3 disruptor to 5 though, in Hellraiser's favor. Oh my god.
These blinky boys can obviously blink across the minerals. And there were 2 cannons and even a shield battery, I believe, at this third base.
Do you see what he's doing? He's going to send the DTs onto that third base, and he's going to attack the 4th with his army at the same time. I mean, Hearthstone is going to be very hard for him to react appropriately to this, especially because he's behind on the disruptor count.
And that's a lot of DTs as well, don't forget about that. Oh, this is going to get very, very feisty. Good shot there, though, by Hearthstone, but he ends up losing one of his own disruptors as well to the Blink Stalkers. Extra Stargate and Fleet Beacon are on the way, but here we go. A lot of DTs go forward. A couple of Stalkers are going to try to save the day. The Prism goes down immediately. You probably want to get out of there. I would probably recall this if I could.
You can blink.
No, it's on cooldown.
Oh my god.
Money shot.
That was insane.
A couple Stalkers are being annoying over here, but shield batteries are buying some time as well. Hellraiser is playing a fun dynamic style though, right? With Blink Dark Templars, Blink Stalkers.
Hearthstone was the one harassing all over the place. Now Hellraiser is really returning the favor here. Mothership now starting for Hearthstone.
Not bad, because there isn't really that much NTR. And yes, there are a couple Stalkers, but it takes a long time for
and not many detection.
Yep.
They only have a few observers each.
Yeah, and there are Phoenixes on the side of Hearthstone as well, right? So he could even snipe ops. Quite sick. Yeah, I like it. I'm not the biggest fan of motherships in general, but I think in situations like this, it's actually very powerful.
Is doing a lot. Oh
yeah, this is doing an insane amount of damage. These Immortals are not stopping. So even though Hellraiser is desperately trying to find damage, these went way too far forward, and in the end, they don't really connect with anything at all. So Hearthstone gets all of the disruptors there too, and this is turning into a disaster for Ukraine, Todd. Hellraiser is taking a lot of damage at home. He's taking a beating in the middle of the map as well, and the Netherlands and Hearthstone are looking mighty fine over here.
Yeah, his supply is plummeting here. Losing drones, probes left and right. He's got the +3 attack on the way, but Hearthstone is going to pounce on top of this army. He's going to punish these disruptors. He's still got so many of them left over as well inside of his army. Archon's doing a ton too. Can he finish this?
Oh my goodness, all of these disruptor shots are just hitting, man. I wouldn't want to go bowling against Hearthstone. He seems like they hit a strike every single time he shoots.
The local champ.
Yep, more Zealots and Immortals dealing damage. Good forward blink there as well, sniping one of these Colossi, and GG gets called. Hearthstone puts on a clinic in PvP. It started off very mirror-like, very similar. Then we clearly went into opposite directions. But Hearthstone, I feel like he really had a good read on the game throughout the entirety of it.
Team Netherlands is looking really strong here in this nation war versus Ukraine, that's for sure. The fact that he spotted the Dark Shrine here was very nice too, because he made sure he could get ready as well back at home. Like, not only, even if you already have the cannons, the fact that you know there is a Dark Shrine on the map, you can pay extra care to the mini-map. In this case, he reacted very quickly as well. And that connection on the DTs, I thought it's like you would have had Blink backup by then, but
the cooldown is...
those take a long time.
It takes a little while.
He saved some of them.
2 or something, right? Wow, it's so
they must have been so close. They were out of sync with the Blink then.
Yeah. So close. I mean, Harsim's harassment with the Warp Prisms was really spot on. Obviously, he lost one of the Prisms immediately, but the double Prism is really what allowed him to deal damage for the first time. And Hellraiser got a couple of decent shots off, but every single shot of Harsim seemed to be money. Obviously, when I say that, he missed one. But this one was good, and then the next one connects with the Disruptor there as well, and a DT.
You see that they slow down the action as the Disruptors are exploding? We're like doing 360s. It's like a Michael Bay production back there.
Well, Michael Bay is sitting in the production room right now, Todd. You don't know about that, but he's been dedicated.
Are we going backwards? Oh my God!
Spinning records. We've got a DJ. Put us on Twitch music over here.
Yata is unleashing his full creativity on us. We were just not ready for this.
Well, you know, I thought we just sit there and DJ Khaled walks into the studio. He said, DJ Khaled! We're like, what? We didn't sign up for this at all. Anyway, guys, Netherlands is up 3-0. And that obviously means that we're getting ready for a quick break. But not before. We're going to let you guys know that the Matcherino page is still live. Matcherino page, matcherino.com/nw2019. Whoa, you guys have been spending some more monies. It's really good to see you guys purchasing some of these awesome products that will increase the prize pool of this tournament and obviously gives you something in return as well.
Yeah, whether it's a cap, a hoodie, t-shirts, some portraits, a coffee mug, which looks amazing as well. Loving the design here on all that Nation Wars swag. They've done such a good job. I especially like also the intro song.
Yeah, the intro song is cool.
Too bad we can't sell this. Or I don't know that we can't, but it's not anywhere in the shop. Find a way to. I love that song.
Yeah, you want to buy the song?
Yeah.
On iTunes?
Anywhere it's available.
All right.
That song gets me, like the intro for this.
Yeah, it's cool.
Gets me pumped up.
The sad thing is,
I'm I'm ready to hear some Funka interview now. You know?
The sad thing is, we often put so much effort into the, the intro, and then like we rehearse a little bit in the order of the graphics, and then people always like, the show starts at 6. I'll tune in at 6:15. By the time that the first game is we're like, hey now, we're struggling over here, okay, trying to make this all look cool. Anyways, it's starting to look like a pretty grim day for the CIS region. Russia going down early today, and now Ukraine is really on the ropes as well, down 0-3 versus the Netherlands, but maybe they can turn it around. We're gonna head over to a quick break, and after that, we'll be back with Game 4 between Ukraine and the Netherlands.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Nation Wars 2019, and the Netherlands is putting on quite the show here, going up against Ukraine. Can Ukraine bring it back? It's time to revive a player. It's going to be Bly, isn't it?
Hellraiser.
You think?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because Bly is...
How are you so sure?
Because Bly can't beat Utermo, I think. And
Not
I think
with that attitude.
that's you always say that. Like, Todd is so funny. I could literally play Sarah on the ladder and be like, well, this is going to be really tough. And then Todd is like, yeah, sure, with that attitude. It's
No,
like,
it's
Todd,
like if
the
somebody
attitude
says
doesn't
I
matter
can't
here.
win or they can't do this, I'm like, yeah, no, with that attitude.
No, obviously it's possible. I just find it unlikely. I actually think like if somebody's going to all kill the Netherlands, I think the chance of that being Hellraiser is a little bit bigger. But it's going to be Bly. You were right. And he's going to kick things off against Red. Well, that's... Ooh, Red in his EVZ, though. I think... Well, so far the ZVZs have not been super impressive on the side of Red. But maybe a shot at redemption?
You know, Bly reminds me of... he's like this very confident guy. So they probably had the discussion. He's like, who's coming back out? And Bly's like, of course it's me. And Hellraiser is like, you sure? And Bly's like, yeah, I'm confident. And we had the same when I was in Korea and we were playing GSTL with Fnatic. Night End was always so... I never had to play. Because every time they were like, okay, who wants to play? Night End was like, I think I'll go. He was always so confident.
Yeah, and
he didn't win a single map, but...
And how did it go for Night End?
Not so well. But he was always down to play.
I love how Night End went for
them.
like 3 base Colossus pushes for the first 7 years of StarCraft. And he's like, this game is not good. And I was like, well, Night End, there is a different build out there than Double Robo Colossus. And he's like, no, it doesn't work like that. I was like, I think it does. Anyway, guys, here we go. Maybe this is the start of a magical all kill for this man spawning in the right bottom side. He is representing Ukraine. It is Bly.
His opponent in the reds, representing the Netherlands, it is red. What?
In the red, it is red.
Wow, it doesn't take much to amuse you on these long days.
I was just wondering if you're going to make fun of that. And
No.
Start having a self-giggle.
Yo's the croon.
It's kind of sad, by the way, that Disco Bloodbath is already being removed next map pool, right? I'm going to miss this dance floor.
How are we going to cope with not being able to see a big Gabe dancing in the middle of the map?
Can't wait to see Gabe go crazy in the tropical islands next week.
You saw they posted the clip again?
Yeah, I think Gabe gets so pissed off every single time they do
if
that.
I danced like this and somebody posted a clip, I wouldn't be happy either.
The real highlight of that clip, though, is the other dude that sees Gabe dancing. And he's like, you. And Gabe has no idea this dude even exists, you know? Gabe is in his own little world at that point. I'm curious about this one, Todd, because I'm a little bit surprised to see Red play. Not because I don't like to. I think it's awesome. Like, we want to see more of Red because we want to learn more about his level. He looked really good in the CVT, man. And Cass is no slump, right? Or, how do you say that? No chump. And not in a slump.
He's no slouch.
Yeah, no slouch. He's no...
He was close.
He's not in a slump. That's where I was going. He's been grinding
I
lately.
get back in this one.
No, but... And I think Red looked very well. Played very well in his game. He looked good.
English is hard, right?
After 17 days of StarCraft in a row, like, you know, every now and then past midnight, Todd. I know we're not there yet. We do start struggling a little bit. The TLDR, what I'm trying to say is that I feel that Red played an excellent ZVT, and that was also the matchup in which he was supposed to shine.
Yeah.
The ZVZs, like I said, have been very rough for him in this tournament. Now, losing against Sue is obviously no big deal, but I would have loved to see him just put up a little bit of a better fight. I felt like that game was kind of over before it started. And then the upsetting loss against El Siba, I'm pretty sure that Red would also agree that that was not supposed to happen. So, all right, let's see what he can do this time. Round 3, try 3 in ZVZ Nation Wars 2019 against Bly.
It's a clash of styles here for sure. You got Bly, who's like the wild dog. You know, likes to play super aggressive. It's kind of like hyperactive. And on the other side, you've got Red, who's known for droning up a lot and liking to build up his economy, which in ZVZ, you know, can be even more risky than in any other matchup. And Bly, we already see him with 10 links.
Here we go.
As I mentioned that.
Yep.
Red is like, you know what? I'm gonna grab some more drones.
Did immediately queue up drones behind it though, so Bly is absolutely not all-inning. The one thing that gives me some positivity here for Red is that this is a massive map, right? I feel that Red was a little bit caught off guard
Really?
playing...
I thought Funka said it's a small one.
Yeah, well, Funka has been playing too much Final Destination. They all start looking the same, you know, at one point. But maybe that this gives Red a slightly more confident feeling in this matchup, because you can see attacks coming in a little bit faster, and there shouldn't be too many weird builds that really catch him off guard. So maybe Red can let some of that multitasking shine that we know, despite his old age, he's still absolutely capable of. Isn't it cool to still be badass in StarCraft at 34 years old?
Yeah. I can't say that I know what that feels like. I'm terrible. Oh, almost connected two Banings into one here. One Ling will be able to get rid of this one so far. Reds with a very decent defense there. He's going to be able to drone up more. They are kind of equal. Yeah, they're actually very equal right now. But 10 more drones with production tab here for Bly. So maybe he's been hitting those injects a little better. Reds was massively supply blocked. 50 out of 50. 4 overlords on the way. He's now going to start Lair. I mean, he had plenty of minerals and gas to work with.
Yep. He could have definitely had these drones out already. That could have been a little bit smoother. Maybe he was a tiny bit distracted. Bly has messed up one of his rally points, as our good friend Crow is showing us. And it's not just a single drone, Todd. It's multiple drones. That's going to be very awkward. Bly's like, okay, what are these little guys doing over here? And Hellraiser is now sitting at home wondering, like, those wouldn't have been probes. I would not have done that.
And Medoyed is like, yeah, I did the same thing.
Medoyed.
Some more overlords on the way here for Bly, making sure he doesn't get supply blocked. Both players. I mean, in ZVZ, that's really how it is. You try to make as many drones as you can without dying. If you're able to do that and you match the opponent's army numbers and you get ahead on the worker count somehow, you've played pretty well. But right now, I think it's Bly that's about to completely take off on that worker count, especially if you can kill some of these drones off Red.
Wow, really good movement down the drones. I thought he was going to get a little more than 4 there, because it felt like a lot of them were clumped up. Get 6 in total. But Red's macro has been a little bit sloppy this game. There's been multiple moments where he's been floating 800-900 minerals. And I understand that he maybe wants to be safe and doesn't want to spend all of his money all the time if he doesn't necessarily know what kind of an attack is coming. But at one point, this is going to start adding up. Bly is 11 workers ahead, or 9 workers ahead rather. Sorry guys, can't do math anymore. It's been long. Red is actually going to drop down the Nidus network though. He's already building roaches way before Bly is starting to build roaches. So the Red is actually going to give Bly a taste of his own medicine. We'll see how this plays out. His own recipe. I don't know.
Interesting, like you wouldn't expect this out of Red as well.
No, I know.
So,
like the last Zerg on this planet that I would expect to Nidus all in Bly, right? It doesn't really make any sense.
And it's moving out though. This is a bit weird because this is going to make Bly worried now.
Yeah, Bly is already building 15 roaches.
Is it maybe to just reinforce?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make as much sense.
I think he's going to use the Nidus to reinforce. I think you're spot on.
Clear reconstitution about to finish.
All right, well,
the first Nidus is going to go down. Bly sees it. There's going to be a cancel on that 4th.
Where's Bly going to get those 8 Banings? Can we take a look at that real quick? Where are those morphing? Our good friend. Oh, he's going to counterattack with those Banes. So Red is obviously going to be occupied in executing this attack to their fullest potential. A couple of Banes were defensively as well. I don't know if I'm really feeling this fight for Red, right? There is a Spine Crawler, there's a couple of Queens. He is winning it for now, but will he keep winning it, Todd?
He has a lot of roaches. That's what he's got going for him here. He's got less walkers. He's going to make good trades there. Roaches are going to keep on reinforcing. The Nidus is going to help a ton to reinforce quicker across the map.
Wow.
Bly trying to hold on. He's losing so many of his own drones. He's actually behind on the worker count now. And Red is choosing to fight still, trying to catch roaches as they reinforce here into that location between all of those hatcheries.
More roaches coming in right now for Red, who still has a roach advantage, and a couple of the roaches of Bly are very low on HP. That one Queen is very low on HP as well. I think that would be a very sweet little snipe. Does finally go down. I think this has already been alright, right? With 21 drones going down, a couple of Queens going down as well.
He's got so much more. The senior member here of Team Netherlands, 34 years old, he still got it. He's winning against Bly.
This is starting to look very good indeed. I am still not sure if he can really close it out, because it does take a little while for all of his roaches to pop. But he's going to try to get another Nidus up in the main base. I don't know if Bly is paying attention. It seems like he is, because roaches are heading into the right direction. And Bly does have +2 on the way, by the way. So that's the one advantage. But Red is going to start his own +2 now. The Red is going to be trailing it up. Okay, risky move, I think. But he does unload quite a few roaches at first, and will win the fight. But that also kind of means that these roaches are going to be stuck. I love how he's splitting up just a couple of roaches right on the right side. He's trying to get a few more drone kills in there.
Maybe he should be trying to fight the army, considering he can reinforce now. But he will not. I think that was almost a Nidus there to be used as a decoy to try and keep Bly busy. But Bly didn't fall for it yet. He fought the army. He's now going to drop a Spire. He's already got quite a bit of gas, but he's trailing behind in supply quite heavily. And Red is making a ton of roaches behind this.
Yeah, being down 23 workers is obviously very painful. Now, Spires can turn games upside down. But I do think that if Red just keeps scouting a little bit, he should be able to scout this. Because don't forget, Red was able to take down quite a few queens there as well, right? I think 3 or 4 queens went down during that entire attack. Yeah, 3 queens indeed.
Not nearly as many injects now.
And also not that much anti-air, so an Overseer could just roam freely.
38 drones against 61. I think if Red just goes for like an attack and a Nidus to reinforce, he might just be able to close this out.
Oh, he's going to drop another Nidus in the main base.
That's to bring the army of Bly out of position. You see, he's going to attack the third base simultaneously. So brilliant.
Bly can attack it from the low ground. That's actually kind of cool. And drops a corrosive ball. But now all of the roaches, Todd, are in the right position. Like you said, Bly got jebaited. And I know that Spire is almost done. But 1 or 2 Mudas are not going to save the day here. You're going to need way more for that to really have a serious impact on all the roaches of Red.
And now Bly's in a world of trouble. He's down to 2 bases, 2 hatcheries to produce units. Red's looking to try and overrun him here in a second. He's just got so much in comparison. 103 army supply to 75. Bly's the one with +2 missiles somehow.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is completely irrelevant. I mean, Red will be catching up soon, but he just has too many roaches.
Yeah, still has a very sweet army supply advantage. And obviously has been dealing a lot of economic damage. He's doing a very good job in keeping Bly on 3 bases as well. Red is going to try to maybe go up this ramp, but that's going to be a little tricky, a little difficult. The first Mudas are on the way for Bly. I don't know if Red really wants to go up there. Can't he just...
I guess just kill the Roach one and those buildings. There's not enough Ravagers from Bly to really threaten... Oh my god, he even biled himself. Feels bad.
Red is going to make 14 more drones, so he's going to get not just a big economic advantage, but an absolutely massive one. But it is important, do you think he's going to make Corruptus, by the way, or do you think he just makes his own Mudas?
I think he...
With the economy he has...
he's on 6 gases against 4, if he just goes Mudas. But then he has to stop making roaches now and save all of his guys. We see Red taking 2 more extractors as well. He's going to have to pull back with his force here.
Okay, it's going to be Corruptus. I don't hate it, right? It's
both
very safe,
to be honest.
And obviously,
he just has so much on the ground. I'm surprised he didn't attack, but I guess upper ramp is like a scary prospect. He's so far ahead, right? Like all he has to avoid here is throwing the game.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is not always as easy as it sounds. As someone who's thrown many times.
Would be one hell of a throw, that's for sure. 13, 14 Corruptors on the way. That should be enough. But for now, these Mutas are going to find some damage. It's also important that you don't end up losing your Corruptors one by one, right? Because I don't think all 14 were fired up at the same time. But now the Queens are going to help out. And the Queens and Corruptors together will push these Mutas away. Bly is going to make a few more. He's still down economically. He's still down 2 bases technically as well. I know he's trying to get his 3rd base up once again. Looking dicey. Very good CVZ by Red, right? Compared to his other CVZs.
Oh, yeah.
This has been a massive improvement already.
He really showed up today. Bly is going for a kill move here. Even though he's retaking the 3rd hatchery, he needs to do a ton of damage against the Red, who's up to 4 bases. Corrosive Bites are going to land on his army there. Bly's running out of units. Corruptors chase the Mutas away, and the Roaches on the ground are going to be enough for Red.
Yep, and the Corruptors can technically start attacking buildings as well on the other side of the map. Red perhaps got a little bit scared and be like, whoa, you actually had quite a bit there. So he's going to fire up a few more roaches himself, but he's still in a very sweet economic position. And don't forget, guys, 12 minutes into a Legacy of the Void game, well, your main base is going to start running drier minerals real quick, and even the natural is going to run a little low. So Bly really needs to get additional bases up, otherwise his income is just going to absolutely plummet.
I'm surprised Red isn't Nidusing anymore. He's just focused on the defense here. I think he just wants to pretty much max out at this point. Follow those Mutalisks around. And I see a force moving out on the map. I think he might be getting about ready to attack with the Roaches on the ground and make sure to cover those against the Mutas with the Corruptors that he's got.
What is the Muta count at this point? So we're looking 17. At 17, but also 17 Corruptors. That's not a fight that's going to end well. Bly's actually walking into a surround here as well. These Roaches from Red are coming in from every single angle. And sure, Corrosive Bile did land on a couple of them. And maybe a few drones will go down here in the process. But it really does feel that Bly is starting to fight an uphill battle.
And the Corruptors actually let the Mutas get away here. Bly is finding some good damage. The Corruptors are going to fly all the way back, so he's not choosing to try and snipe some hatcheries on the other side of the map instead. He wants to come back and help and defend against these Mutas.
Yeah, Red is going to take a little bit of a beating here, right? That's a lot of drones going down, and there is a chance that this hatchery might fall as well, but the Corruptors are finally here. Well, Bly is up in workers, Mutas are quite fast. They're going to try to pick off 1 or 2 Corruptors here.
Red's going on the offensive with his Grand Army. All he has to do here is follow those Mutas around with the Corruptors. Make sure he escorts these roaches across the map to safety. And I think this is going to be enough here for the Dutch player.
44 against 14 roaches. Red already won his ZVT, but now he wants to win his first ZVZ of the tournament as well. Once again, loses track of the Mutas start. That could get a little bit awkward, because we do know that Bly is quite the expert in base trade scenarios. But normally, this should not be possible.
Double the army supply here for Red, who's defending back at home against these Mutas brilliantly with the Corruptors. Where's Neeb? He's asking, bring him out. I'm ready for him.
Of course, the winner of this Nation War will move on to the deciders match of Group B, where United States of America is waiting. It's going to be awesome. The lineup of Neep, M. Canning, and Future. A very lovely team to follow. As Red makes his way into the main base, he's going to right-click on this lair. Is he going to get it? That's a lot of DPS on all these roaches.
If they are not, the Corruptors will.
I think
they will get it.
They will. No. One more. Oh my god, the final hit. Are you kidding me? It's ridiculous. Hog champ.
Hogs in the chat. You're so happy.
It's a really good showing by Red.
Commentary, bro.
I am very
That's
happy.
why you're the GOAT.
I'm very happy for Red, right? Because he had very unfortunate ZVZs. We talked about his ZVT. He looked good in his game against Kaz, but I think getting a ZVZ victory over Bly, I mean, that's pretty damn legit. Bly is playing at like 6.6k on the European ladder. So some people are like, yeah, Red is just there for fun. He doesn't really play StarCraft anymore. Well, look at him now, Todd. Even though this game is getting a little awkward. I don't really see a way for Bly to ever win it.
It would take an epic throw. I think Red's moving across the map again with more forces. Bly is really down to very little army there. 44 in army supply against 88.
He's got 2 roaches, Todd. There are two roaches on the side of Bly. These Mutas are just flying around. Red is going to find some more economic damage. He's going to drop Bly. Soon perhaps in the single digits when it comes to the worker count, because there really aren't that many drones left anymore. Bly is going to try to counterattack himself with just a couple of Zerglings, but that really doesn't look that impressive. Only 9 drones remain for Bly. The Mutas are just forced to fly around forever, and Red will get his second victory here in this Nation War. The Netherlands will get their clean sweep.
Still got it.
And they say they're ready for America. Bring it on, Neep and Canning, Future. The boys are back in town. Red is back in town, baby. That was a really good showing.
Right, really well done here by Red. I don't think too many people would have expected him to be able to do this well against Bly in particular, but he really showed up today, and he helps the Netherlands make it to the qualifying match here of this group.
I'm actually genuinely impressed, right? Like, I knew that Red was still good. I've said this before. Red is the guy that, like, cannot play StarCraft for 2 months, and then I'm grinding every single day, and I feel like I'm in top shape. And Red's like, you want to play a couple games? And I'm like, yeah, man, let's do it. It's like, I'm going to beat up Red. It's going to feel so good, you know? Revenge for all the old days. And then I might win the first game, and then the second game I lose, and the third game I lose decisively. And I'm like, how fast does this guy learn how to play StarCraft again? It's ridiculous.
It's like bicycle.
Yeah, he's really talented at it. Like, he can take such a big break, and then sure, it's going to take him a couple warm-up games, but he's back up to speed so quickly. And I think the ZVT victory is good, but we know that Zerg is quite strong against Terran, also on Acropolis. So I feel like, yeah, that's impressive, because you still need to be good. But getting the ZVZ victory over Bly, job well done. I tip my fedora to you, Red.
And just like that, the Netherlands moves to the decider match where they will face the United States. And that's going to be a great matchup.
A rematch as well. I feel like they've played against each other before. Like I said, they definitely played in the Women's World Cup final. That's quite epic. Alex Morgan.
Nice fun fact, bro.
I don't know what else you want me to say. It's Stars and Stripes versus Cheese, Todd.
Actually, USA won that, right?
Yeah, the Women's World Cup final. But
they beat France in the semis.
Quarter, I think it was. It was a quarter final.
Okay.
I followed it.
Whatever.
Followed it very closely. Don't ask me why. It was actually quite fun. All right, well, that's going to be it for us. That's the first 4-0 I believe we've had in the round of 16. Netherlands were the favorite going into it, but I don't think a lot of us expected it to be this clean. It's good to see that the boys are in shape. We're going to head over to a quick break, and after that, we'll be back with the final match of the day, but it's going to be an epic. It's the United States of America.
All right, guys, this is the last best of 7 of the night, and this is our last qualified nation for tonight. Will it be the United States or the Netherlands? We will know in just a few seconds as we're getting ready for this best of 7. That might be quite cool, I think, Todd. I mean, that might be an understatement, but we've got some sick players here.
Absolutely. Neeb has been one of the best performers so far, I think, in these Nation Wars that we've had. Future has been one of the best revelations as somebody that's performed very well. That's, you know, you might not have expected to be able to do that as much. And of course, Team Netherlands is stacked. Honestly, Harstem and Uthermal can beat pretty much anybody. Red just showed that he's also extremely good. And they can. I'm canning.
Yeah.
It's time for him to come back out. Not only is he great at interviews, he's also a fantastic StarCraft player.
Yeah, that will be amazing. I'm looking forward to that interview. That's the only thing I've been looking forward this entire day is just getting interviews after interviews. I'm loving those. And obviously with M Canning, it's going to be amazing for sure. Let's take a look at this group and how it was shaped up here. As South Korea did take first place with 2 4-2 victories against the Netherlands and then the United States in the winners match. It was a couple of days ago. And now, after that swift victory from the Netherlands against Ukraine, 4-0, we do have that decider match coming up right now. Looking at the matchup, I don't want to go too quick into it because I know we will be showing them on stream.
Anyway.
But yeah, those matchups are actually quite interesting. Well, you guys will see as we will be showing those in just a few moments. But those two teams, they're just really freaking good teams of StarCraft. I mean, you just look at the lineup in its entirety. You grasp a little bit about that, talking about all those players, and especially the fact that Red did pull off a super performance against Ukraine. Both those two teams have got like 2.5 really great players, even 3 players. I don't know, you could say that, with M Canning showing some great stuff earlier, and Red today showing that he can perform at the highest level. That's going to be a cool opposition, I feel.
And there's the super interesting dynamic where if you're Team USA, you already were waiting in the decider match there, so you kind of got to rest, you got to study a little bit, you know, Team Netherlands, watch them play their previous matchup. Whereas if you're Team Netherlands, as much as you already had to play one match, you're well warmed up for this because you were already playing like in your official games, you're already pumped up. They just won that. They've got some sort of momentum heading into this match. You know, they're not going into it with any kind of disadvantage because they had to go through the lower bracket match. It's still a best of 7. It's still anybody's match.
Yeah, so, and it was only 4 games. It's not like they had to go like super deep to take that victory against Ukraine. They just played their own game. They used Red twice. He was able to grab himself 2 victories in a row. That's just great in general. I mean, they're not tired at all, and thank God. They're not, because defeating this team composed of Neeb, Future, and M Canning is not going to be an easy feat by any means. We can take a look at the Dutch lineup right now. You guys know all about those guys. Harstem, Uthermal, Reds, one of the oldest teams, I believe. We talked about that with Roddy, I think, earlier. And 34, Reds, 24, 25.
Yeah, he just upped his win ratio quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, 50% now, I believe.
3-3, which is not easy to get in the tournaments like this when you're facing so many strong opponents. So, and Harstem and Uthermal, pretty good ratios, actually. 25-11, 27-12.
Harstem was pretty much the MVP of last season.
Yeah.
To be honest, he was the player.
Not pretty much, he was.
He was the MVP of Season 5 of Nation Wars. And those are the matchups that I was talking about. Look at this. A TVT on Acropolis. That has to be the first time in this entire tournament. And we've seen Acropolis as the first map of every single best of 7 since the beginning of the tournament. So that goes into showing that both those teams, they went for something quite unusual, sending their Terrans there. And I don't think that either of USA or Netherlands are actually expected that matchup to be appearing here.
Yeah, because usually TVT would be on the second matchup on Ephemeron, right? A lot of the time there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some mind games, some tricks were played here.
Like not sending Red after you sent him on Acropolis just before is pretty interesting, I feel.
Yeah.
Like usually you would send Red there. I don't know about Team America Team USA, because they do not have a Zerg. But a PVZ is a decent matchup on Acropolis, so not sending either M Canning or Neeb tells me that they wanted to go for something a little bit different here. And we'll talk about it in the interview. I'm really looking forward to know what they will answer to that question. For now, once again, you want to link your Battle.net account and your Twitch account to grab yourself some XP for the war chest. If you do possess it, you will be able to grab yourself some XP while watching this tournament, which is always amazing.
Yeah. Again, like the technology allows us to do great things nowadays. Modern medicine has gone very, very far, and you're now leveling your war chest while watching this. Congratulations, guys. We made it. Let's go and check out with our team captains here what they have to say, as I believe the interview is ready. Welcome, guys. I'm Canning and Agaham. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Doing very well. Wow. What a day for StarCraft, huh?
It is. It's a great day. A great day for America as well. Looks like it. M. Canning looking sharp as always. Did you?
You know me.
Yeah. We know you. We know you. Is that?
It's one of those things. I'm not afraid to show my pride. I look over at Team Netherlands here. I say to myself, are they afraid to be who they are? Right? Team USA. We know who we are. We know how feared we are. We know how talented we are. And it just comes down to, is the other team going to be ready to step up? Because we're ready to rise. We're ready to rise. Team USA is ready to thrive.
Are you guys ready to rise, Aga? Are the Netherlands ready to rise to the challenge here?
Yeah, of course we are. We're very well warmed up, and my boys are focusing on the game, so I can focus on the interview.
All right.
We have we just have an extremely well. We just divided the roles very well.
Did you guys expect Reds to be able to do this well in the previous matchup?
Yeah, of course.
M. Canning, we just saw Netherlands get a very easy victory over Team Ukraine. Were you impressed?
Yeah, they played all right. I feel good for Rhett because, it's kind of like he was able to get his last shebang before he was able to play Team USA. So I felt pretty good for Rhett to be able to get a couple Ws. Team Netherlands is good. They got, finalists last year, but that's last year. Yeah. Right? We're on a whole new year. So it doesn't even matter. Not even fazed by it. You know what I mean? We're fresh, we're strong, we're feeling good. We're feeling very good.
What about your own specific matchup? You're playing against Harstem. How's your mirror matchup, and how are you feeling about this one?
Well, PvP, I could lose to Roddy after 3 weeks off, or I could take down, Neve and Showtime. That's kind of my range, right? Okay. So it's not easy. It's PvP. It's a bit of a wild horse, but I can beat absolutely anybody. I remember not too long ago, like 2 weeks ago, I took down Harstem on the ladder. Went to my YouTube. Might want to check it out. So it's something I can do. I will say that it's a situation that is very doable for the can.
Okay, I do have a question about that first matchup. Like, what happened on Acropolis for us to have a TVT on this map? Somebody sent a curveball somewhere. And apparently that didn't work because both of you guys sent a Terran on the worst Terran map of the early game map pool.
Yeah. I think we're both maybe weren't expecting exactly who was coming out, but it really came down to Neeb kind of wanted to get map 2, wanted to get Ethereons, try to make things up. And, we just play. We're any of us can go anywhere, it doesn't really matter. We just all can make it shake and bake anywhere, and Future's so good. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, there was WSG qualifier just 2 weeks ago, and he was up 3-0 against Neeb in the finals. He took down Straight, took down everyone, and he lost 4-3. Future is very good right now. People don't realize how good Future is, and Team USA is really strong. I will say that.
Like Red with Future, because M. Canning was afraid of Red after he saw Red play against Showtime.
Is he serious?
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's serious. That actually makes sense. What he says makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense. I'm not afraid of anyone in Team Netherlands. You kidding me? Jesus Christ. Comes in here slandering the can like that. I've heard enough. My Lord.
All right. Honestly, I want to see you guys. Play. So I'm just gonna cut short on this interview and ask you about. Except if you've got a last question.
This is score prediction.
Score prediction, guys. M. Canning, you're not allowed to say 4-0. No, you're allowed to do whatever you want.
No. I think they got some good players. They were second last year. We can respect that. We're Team USA. We're confident, but we also see that there are good teams out there. I'll give us 4-2. You know, give us a little bit of cushion. I don't want to put the pressure on Nib, put the pressure on Future to get that 4-0 to, you know, make me happy. So I'll give us a 4-2 W, and we'll see you guys in the round of 8.
All right, Aga?
I think 4-2 for us.
All right.
Can you go more into details, like how you think it might go down exactly?
Well, I think Euthermo is going to win his match, and Hearthstone is going to win his match, like almost 100%. The only matchup I'm worried about is maybe Red versus Nib, because Nib is extremely good.
Sounds about right.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Good luck on the battlefield.
Thank you so much, and good luck. See you
guys.
All right.
What a character, this M. Canning.
Yeah.
I love how he just stood up. He's like, is he serious?
Is he serious? And then he turns around. It's like he shows us everything. Shows us the
Was
bald
that a
eagle.
pajama, by the way?
I have no idea.
I can't tell. I can't quite tell.
I think we've seen that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stud boys. 10 out of 10. Yeah.
That
Quite
was
amazing.
A very strong performance here out of them. But now they're going against a whole different beast with the US of A.
Kebab and No Gaming SC2, and now I feel great. Sounds about right.
That's that seems to be a part of the Roddy diet right there, consisting of subs, McDonald's, and kebabs.
Ravi, let's go Team USA. And he's got a whiteboard and everything.
They're pretty buff on that board.
Yeah. Nib is not that buff, actually.
Yeah.
M. Canning's got the massive arms, and then Nib is just in the back, just waiting. Like, I'm good at StarCraft too.
Nib's the only one that looks somewhat accurate.
All right,
the other two look like they got trained by Adra.
Sorry?
At the gym. The other two look like they got trained by Adra.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Adra was, still is, I guess, but I haven't seen
He's pretty buff.
picture. Yeah, he's pretty buff these days. Have you seen him recently or just on Twitter?
No, I heard.
Oh, you heard. All right. So keep those tweets coming, obviously. With the hashtag nw2019, it's way easier for us to track those tweets down and use them in the show. You can vote in the chat. You know the drill. USA for Team USA and NLD for Team Netherlands. First matchup is going to be a TVT, and I'm telling you guys, like Acropolis, you won't see a lot of TVTs going forward into this tournament, so I like what Aga was saying. I'm pretty sure that Future was there to snipe Red, thinking that Future could do it, even though the map is not too Terran favored in the matchup. Do a little bit better than what we've seen before by Cass, for instance. But that's just not what happens. And here, the Netherlands do send a Terran player here and not any Terran player. He is Mark Slappy.
Yeah, I think they're both really, really good these days as well. Like, we've seen it. They both kind of did well in a lot of the matches that they came out in previously here in Nation Wars, so I'm very excited for this. Even that match that M. Canning was referencing of Future against Nib, if Future is able to do well against Nib, he's also pretty scary against Protoss, apparently. Future could end up having to play against Harstem.
Yeah.
So definitely something to keep in mind, but yeah, very important to open up the scoreboard with the win here for either team. Starting in the bottom right-hand side of the map, playing as the Red Terran, representing Stars and Stripe, Freedom, the United States of America. It is Future.
Should be adding something every time you intro America like this. I think chicken wings could be on the menu as well.
Yeah.
I love me some chicken wings when I'm in the United States.
Blue cheese, ranch.
Yeah, ranch sauce. Love it.
Of course, they're going to ask you if you want some celery and carrots. You say no.
You know who I am?
Extra wings.
Do I look like I eat vegetables, guys? In the top left-hand side, representing the Netherlands, he is one of the greatest Terrans that the foreign scene has ever seen. He is Euthermal. Is he the last Terran to actually win a major event? Major international event? I think he is. With IEM Shanghai back then? Phil's replacement man?
Yeah.
Where he was
a last-minute replacement.
Last-minute replacement that ended up taking it all.
Apparently that's what it takes. You just remove all the pressure, tell yourself that you're not even a pro player anymore, you're a streamer, and then boom, play some of the best StarCraft you've ever played.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Remember, guys, you can vote in the chat as well for who you think is going to win there, USA and NLD, respectively, for the two teams. And that's the first blood has been drawn.
Yeah.
Oh, he left a tag.
Ooh, easy peasy tag as he gets a SCV kill. That's just bad-mannered. I know that right now, M. Canning is just yelling in his room. It's like, yeah, let's go, son. Easy peasy and an SCV kill, that's just what he likes.
And if you guys love these tags, of course, check out matcherino.com/nw2019. There is a nuke here tag, which looks amazing.
Yeah.
You can taunt your opponents from the get-go in these games.
You can also get a Wally emoticon, which is quite amazing. If you want to show your support for the weirdest StarCraft community in the entire world, the O-Gaming SC2 community. Here.
Catch him?
Nah, he won't. I think you want to dodge. Yeah, and actually there's a second Reaper that comes in, but he messed up a little bit. Wow. Once again, nice micro from Future, but at some point the other Reaper did block the first one. Uthermal was just one hit away from getting the kill onto that first Reaper. It would have been a nice pickoff. And interestingly enough, Future, both players went for almost the exact same build in a one racks Reaper expanse builds, but they're starting to deviate from each other, right? Like we've got the earlier Starpot, and on the opposite side, Future went for an early Tech Lab to get himself a Cyclone on the map.
Yeah, and of course, we have to remember how important Ravens can be here in this matchup down the line, but first and foremost, we are currently in the Reaper and Hellion phase of the game. Some good map control here, actually, from Future. Keeping the watchtower, but actually he gets caught. He wasn't paying attention. Wow.
Yeah.
He had vision for such a long time, but reacted a little slowly, and now Uthermal is looking to try and punish, and he might be able to catch that second Reaper there. Yeah.
He will. Hellions are slightly faster than Reapers, and those two Hellions make quick work of those two Reapers. Interestingly enough, this is not a classic TVT build by any means, or at least a classic timing in TVT, which is that Hellion drop. Went first for a Medivac, and now we'll try to grab all of his Hellions and try to drop him in the main as he gets a Reaper in the middle of the map to control the middle and get some vision ahead. Now we can see those two Cyclones, they are out of position. But does he go back? Does he smell something? No.
Oh, this could be really bad for Future here in a second. He's not even going to see it until the last second. This is a bit of a blind spot there.
It is.
That Uthermal's going to fly through. Oh my God, he's even going to drop first. Beforehand. And you know, the panic reaction is that like a lot of the SCVs are gonna clump here when they are trying to leave. He actually leaves a bunch of the SCVs behind as he evacuates with the rest. But yeah, this has already killed 7 SCVs.
Ooh, and that was a double lock-on to the Medivac. So probably that Medivac might die, but that means that those Hellions, they will get an extra shot, which is 2 SCVs extra. And I was saying the Medivac would die, didn't even die.
Yeah, can escape now.
Yeah. They will be able to.
On the way for both players. Actually, one of those was already made, right? I think it's maybe Uthermal's second Raven being made.
Yeah, let's see about the unit stab. Yes, you're right.
Wow.
So getting those 2 early Cyclones usually keeps you safe from most of the aggression. But this time, it wasn't enough because of the blind spot that Uthermal used to his advantage. That was pretty brilliant. And at the same time, Cyclone costs a lot of gas, which means that your Raven is going to be fairly late. So everything is going well for Uthermal. That's a really great beginning of a game for him. 7 extra SCVs on the side of our Dutch Terran and an extra Raven. And we mentioned how good those are in the matchup. They can pretty much block every single important unit here.
Another Reaper here will be caught in the middle of the map. Future finding some stuff to kill here as retribution for the damage dealt earlier on. And Future, he comes from a country that has had some very strong Terrans in the past. You know, I guess Select somewhat counts as Team USA, even though he's also Korean. We've had Nathanias, one of the biggest names as well, a previous amazing player here in Nation Wars.
He had the play of the day.
He had an epic game. What was that map again? Like the island on the left side? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, with the weird bridge, the early
that map was actually awful, but
yeah,
some epic games did come out of it. Double armory going down now for Future. So he's looking to play with a lot of mech units as Uthermal wants to keep up with the aggression here.
That's cool that he uses that Medivac to get a full scout. And look at this! Doesn't even need to use and to expand a scan to get the confirmation that his opponent is going for mech, and not any kind of mech. A pretty greedy and late game oriented one with double armory.
Did he see the armories?
Yeah, he did.
Both of them?
Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe just one, but yeah, he did see 2.
Oh, and wait, what? He's getting Steam Pack, but he's getting 2 armories as well.
So is it a mistake, or does he want to... no, that's double armory for a Starport play after that.
So he's already going to start upgrading the starport units, and then go for what, BCs?
So personally, I'm not a huge fan of BCs. Usually, like Vikings and Liberators are plenty, but you can also go for battle cruisers. But I feel like in a game like this, Liberators are going to be key.
Yeah.
And upgrades for Vikings in general are just amazing.
If he can get air control and have Liberators to counteract the tanks that he's going to face, that would be great.
And he already has air control, and a pretty massive one too. I mean, it's 7 Vikings.
3 Ravens on the other side, though, for future. Can he defend that location?
Okay, he's actually sieging the extractor instead of the command center. Now he does get the vision on top of the opponent's tank. And there is no vision for future. This is terrible for him. Losing an extractor, losing a tank for free. Now the Raven are actually going to come from the left side. But is it going to be enough? We've got some Marines with Stim, and we've got a lot of auto turrets, and that's what he's using right now. Look at this. All the tanks actually got obliterated by only turrets, and GG. Future has to tap out. That was such a quick game, and that early damage that was dealt by the Hellion run by, as well as the double armory being scouted that early, it was like, okay, I know I can kill you right here now.
The reaction from Utomo was perfect as well, because he shielded his tanks away from everything with auto turrets. So instead of going for Matrix as well, he was like, I can just get a bunch of turrets, have extra damage. My tanks, you're using Matrix on them, but they're not going to die. No. They're just going to be taken out of the fight for a little bit, and then behind this, they're going to wreck everything. So really great usage in reaction here from Utomo, and another game push that's just going to be very successful after the initial damage that he had found. And Netherlands is up 1-0, and up next it's going to be Neeb going up against Ret.
You mentioned momentum earlier. That's now 5 games in a row that Team Netherlands is able to grab for themselves. That's a pretty huge momentum. I can see Rotti smiling from here. Like I can tell that
I can hear his smile.
I can hear his smile through the walls. And those are pretty massive studios, so he might be really far away, but I still can feel it, you know? So Rotti having a good time as his team is leading 1-0, but I've got a feeling that it could be a tight situation after game number 2, because Neeb against Red is going to be a tall order for Red. Even though he was really good in that first matchup, Neeb is also, just before Cyril came to his premium and top level, Neeb was the top-notch foreign player just before, just looking at only 2 years ago.
We have to remember, though, Red played a very convincing game, I thought, even though he lost that against Showtime previously. I thought he was in a very good spot, like he did a lot of things right, but maybe, you know, at some point he started making a few more mistakes, and if he had made a few more adjustments, played slightly better, I think he might have been able to beat Showtime. Showtime and Neeb, they're the best 2 Protosses that we have in the WCS circuit. So if you're able to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Showtime, you should be able to do well against Neeb as well. So hopefully Red can have a good performance like that, because otherwise, obviously, it's going to be a very one-sided game and Neeb's going to win easily. And I don't think anybody wants that unless you're a Team USA all the way. But sometimes, you know, even people that are cheering for a certain team, they would want to see a closer match.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, like, if I'm being honest, Red would need to recreate the same kind of weird opening that he did earlier against Showtime, because it was, once again, a Ninja expansion. I think it was World of Sleepers, right? I think the map was, and he really went for something quite crazy, because the map is quite crazy, and the fact that he opened so weird, you could see that Showtime just didn't know what to do with that, you know, with that scouting information that he gathered at the beginning of the game. So that gave Red a pretty massive advantage, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do the same thing on F and Aaron. You know?
Probably not the same. Not only also because of the map, but Neeb was watching that game against Showtime, I'm sure.
Yeah,
there it is, 21 years old, Alexander Haft, aka Neeb, going up against Red, 34 years of age, but still got it, as we saw in the previous matchup against Ukraine.
He still got it.
And the veteran pulled off the massive upset there. That would put Netherlands in such a good spot.
Yeah, if Neeb were to be defeated here, that would be a total different ball game here for the United States of America, having then to put all their trust in M. Canning, get a proper victory in the Pro League format to still have a realistic shot for the Revive format, which is the second phase of the best of 7 would start. So
I think if Red wins here, Roddy is gonna go and break into Carrefour supermarket downstairs to get a few crates of champagne already.
Oh yeah.
Even though it only would be 2-0, they could be ready to celebrate.
That would make sense. I mean, that would be a massive victory if Red were to take that game. But I'm guessing Neve is not the kind of guy that would feel the pressure. You know, like, oh my god, you know, I could lose this game and I could put my team behind 0-2. I don't think that's something that Alex feels quite usually in those kind of situations. We're talking about a guy that won already a couple of WCS events and is just pretty much one of the top contenders to be the best foreign player. So yeah,
He's very good against Zerg in particular as well, technically. So
yeah,
that's also a pretty scary thought here going to this one.
All right, we talked a lot about this guy, and he is definitely the heavy hitter here for Team United States of America. In the bottom right-hand side, in the blue, playing Protoss, he is Nebe, or Niblet.
His opponent in the reds, representing Netherlands, Joost de Kroon, aka Red. Keep in mind that in this group, it was South Korea that took... it was... Which country was it that took first?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it was South Korea, yeah.
Yeah, they played South Korea.
Yeah, so it was South Korea that took the first place. So that means that, obviously, there is no easy opponent, right, in the quarterfinals. But
you're dodging South Korea.
Yeah, whoever advances here is not getting South Korea in quarterfinals. So obviously, I mean, it would be Finland, Germany, or Italy, which is no easy match. But definitely, some people might say, more doable than South Korea. That top 8 is going to be so stacked, but oh my god.
Yeah. Actually, every time there's a new player coming in, you know, I'm always satisfied if it's you know, a new nationality that's brought to the table, because it means that we've got many more countries that are stacked, you know, every year that goes by. That's pretty nice thinking about it. Even Finland, imagine if Welmu was still like playing at top level. This guy was just so good.
Yeah, what about Elfie?
Elfie, yeah, of course. Elfie Taja or Fitaya.
This guy.
Imagine a team like Welmu, Elfie, and Cyril.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
That'd be sick.
Nobody can handle that.
Oh no.
But to be fair, Zhuge Liang has had his moments. Thomas Zero finally won his first map.
Interesting opening, right? From going for the double gateway before Nexus.
It's old school. Like Protoss used to do this double adept stuff, and then they would go into double Stargate a lot of the time. Very, very aggressive, looking to try and achieve some damage. I'm actually surprised he's shading to the Queen there.
Yeah.
He might just wait for 4 adepts, and because it's unconventional, and I don't know how much Red is scouting exactly, there is a chance he doesn't react appropriately. Like, he's supposed to get more links against this. And right now,
you know what?
I don't see more links starting. He's already getting one of those drones caught.
Honestly, Neve is just saying, you know, I know what kind of beast you are in Reds. Like, you like your drones. How about I play super aggressive and I send out 4 adepts? Like, are you going to be able to produce as many drones as I'm going to kill you? You know, it's like, he's actually going to lose a queen there.
He's going to shade as well. No, he cancels, like, knowing that there is not a queen there. And now he's going to force so many links. Does he keep on fighting? I mean, he's going to have 6 adepts here in that location in a second.
Oh, he's going to wait for 6 adepts, I think. And see, like, Red, at the same time, I do understand that he doesn't want to go into that many links, but he keeps on droning every time. Like, he's like, okay, I got some damage dealt to me, and now I'm going to go back to droning. But he did go for a lot of Zerglings in the early game that got destroyed. So now he's in that weird position where he doesn't know exactly how many drones he should be building, how many Zerglings he should be doing, and he should be making. And 8 adepts against 13 Zerglings?
Yeah, this is gonna be really
just
tough.
not enough, man.
And I think Red doesn't have much of an idea. He's gonna see it now, but it's so late. I don't even know if he will have the lava. He actually didn't even attack against the links here. He's gonna start shading all over the place.
But even killing the queens is pretty massive, I mean.
10 links are gonna start, but I mean, they're only on the way now. They're gonna take forever to come out, and he can shade inside of the main base. So many of those links are already gonna die. That means his link count is gonna be even lower here when those new ones do come out finally.
Does he cancel the shade? No, he goes to the main base, but look at how much indirect damage he's actually dealing here. Like, those drones are being pulled out of the mineral lines left and right all the time, and he's losing anyways 10 drones, and it keeps rising. And yes, Reds is trying to replace those drones as they die, but they pop, they die.
Yes, so many drones have already fallen. 14 in total. Neeb taking a massive supply lead here at this point. And in the meantime, he's still making probes. He's starting an additional base. He's even going to recall, loses one of those adepts, but saves the rest.
Guys, close your eyes if you're Zerg, but can we look at the income difference? Ooh, that hurts. That hurts so much.
And units lost, Tab?
Ooh, 18 drones, 24 Zerglings, 2 queens for 4 adepts.
He lost 5 units and killed 45. This is absurd. In particular, the 18 drones, you know, like losing 24 lings, I guess if you hold on, it's okay, but that many drones is just so hard to recover from, because then you have to keep on squeezing them out. And guess what? There's going to be a follow-up attack coming. It's not like Neeb's going to sit back. He's like, oh yeah, no, I'm ahead. No. He's going to move right back out. He's got force fields to work with. And as Red here, you're in just an impossible situation, because you want to make units to defend, but you want to make drones to build your economy. And if you don't make one of them, which, I mean, you can't make both of them all the time, you're going to be in trouble. And in this case, this force is looking very scary. Force fields in particular can help a ton against these links. Red did a very good job, actually, of baiting that and then pulling back. So for now, that's going to be Neeb pulling back.
I do want to highlight the fact that Neeb is probably playing, like, just the best way possible against a player like Red.
Yeah.
Like, this is just so smart. Obviously, his micro and his unit management is just pristine, and he's probably one of the best in the business in terms of Protoss players. But just the selection of strategy, I just freaking love. And it's working so well already. 57 probes against 49 drones. And we're talking about a pretty aggressive start in terms of army production on the side of Neeb. So even his Nexus got delayed, and he still has 10 extra workers than his opponents. It's just... Sometimes StarCraft makes so much sense when you've got a player that's just well thought out and knows exactly what his opponent is supposed to be, or what stylistically his opponent is going to bring to the table, and takes the right decision. I just love it.
And we've got a Spire on the way now for Red, whereas Neeb is about to harass with the Prism. All the links are pretty much across the map from Red, so I don't know how much he's going to have back at home ready to defend against this, but this could be a disaster. Keep in mind there is no charge yet, so it's not nearly as scary, but these Zealots, they still do a lot of damage. And we have +1 even about to finish. 2 Archons being morphed on the other side. And I feel like Neeb here, if he realizes how far it is, he might just move out, make a whole bunch of units, and then go and try and kill Red. Because Red just can't afford the correct units to try and hold against this composition. AKA, you know, a lot of Ravagers, a lot of Banes, maybe some sort of Lurkers. He's light years away from being able to reach that. The best he could make is maybe a whole bunch of Ravagers to try and land some good cohesive buys, but even army supply-wise, it's going to be tough. He's on 51 against 76, and we've got a lot of Big Daddy Immortals.
Yeah, well, for a second, we had as many Immortals as Red had Roaches, which is not a good sight if you're a Zerg player. And the fact that Neeb is moving out made him like our Zerg player had to build some extra Roaches, which is, once again, not that great of a composition where you're facing Big Daddy Immortals with +1 attack, 55 per shot against armored units. And Neeb is just putting on a clinic on how to beat some greedy Zerg. USA will probably tie this one out here after this game, splitting his army on the right side and on the left side, hitting as well as the third base, but also the natural. The Spire is not being used, and GG gets called 1-1.
Neeb.
GG Neeb.
Very
great.
solid. Wow, that was a vintage build order here with the double adept production, and very, very well executed, as you would expect from Neeb. He did so much damage with his little guys here. You see, even at this stage, because he had gone for so many adepts, he hadn't really prioritized his own walker production. Those numbers were equal, but he was able to kill so much. His management of the shades and the positioning behind those minerals, making sure he never gave too much surface area to Lings as well, was quite brilliant.
No, it's just like, once again, it's a 50-50 between a perfect choice of build and opening, and also close to perfect execution and decision, like tight decision making in the game between, swapping from the main base to the natural, going back to the natural, then canceling the shades, or also targeting some queens when he had the opportunity, getting tucked in towards the mineral line. And as you can see here, he's actually going to go and recall, which means that he only lost an extra adept. Like, how good is that?
Yeah,
how is this possible?
That fight here was pretty well managed. Like, he forced the Cozy Vice to be used on top of the force fields, dodged the one that was onto his army, and then he chased beautifully with the correct split of units on the right-hand side, left some on the left-hand side as well, and he was just overrunning red completely at this stage.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the units lost before GG got called, but I think this game was pretty brutal if you look at the resources lost in general and the units lost. I mean, everything just went according to plan here for our good friend Neeb. That's now 1-1 between those two countries. I guess from the two early matchups that was anticipated. Even though future Utomo was up in the air, I think a little bit, but Neeb and Red, that was way harder for Red to get that victory. So now 1-1 after 2 games makes a lot of sense. But I guess you could give the advantage once again to Netherlands now with this matchup of Harstem versus M. Canning.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry, guys.
No, of course. I think Harstem's going to be favored in this one, but obviously M. Canning, we shouldn't count him out. It's PvP.
Never.
He's a pretty good player himself. Anybody that's has ever put 5 on it and tuned into his stream, they know that they can. When it's time to go down to business in Mirror, he's going to be there. He's going to be ready. Especially, he's pretty crafty with the disruptors. If we were to go into that type of game, I mean, why not?
All right. PvP on Thunderbird. Is it going to be a macro fest? Or is one of those two players ready to fire up some aggression and try to win it faster? We'll see in a few moments as this game is being loaded up right now. 50% of the chat thinks that the United States of America will take it, whereas 48% are on the side of Harstem. And Roddy, that just appeared here on the casting desk. He'll be alongside me to cast that amazing PvP, and thank God I need him, because PvP is not my cup of tea,
I'm sure it's your cup of tea. Maybe it's not where you feel most confident, but you gotta enjoy watching a little.
No, I like it. Yeah, maybe my phrasing was not accurate on this one. I like it, but I'm not the biggest expert in the PvP area.
I think the matchup has had its ups and downs over the last couple of years. I think there was a time where it was super explosive, it was really fun. And then every now and then we get stuck in certain metas. I don't know how I really feel about these Archon Immortal armies with all the Zealots. I feel those fights are a little clowny. I actually really didn't mind the Colossus days. I know I'm one of the very few, but if I think back of how good old Rain was splitting up those Colossus to get those perfect shots off, I thought that was art. Anyway, guys, here we go for the final Nation War of the day. It's been a very long day of StarCraft. But I think we saved the best for last, because this really should be a cracker. At this point, we're all tied up, 1 apiece. We're looking at the main base of the man. That's representing stars and stripes, bald eagles, and all the other good stuff that America has to offer. It is M. Canning.
His opponent in the bottom right-hand side, in the blue, representing the Netherlands. He is the captain, Harstem.
07's in the chat, Ken's in the chat.
Of course.
2 fan favorites, right? Both of these dudes stream a lot. Harstem has really been putting in the hours over the last year. M. Canning has been streaming for a much longer time. M. Canning always streams at such an odd time to me. It's like middle of the night or something in the East Coast for him. I don't know why he would do that to himself. I guess once you feel like you have a certain time, you feel like that's your time, right?
That's your dedicated slot. Yep. That's mine now.
Yeah, and that's also where you know that certain people of your stream will always be able to tune in. But streaming every night can become pretty intense at one point.
Yeah, I can see that.
Harstem spicing things up a little bit over here. That's his second pylon, correct? Sorry, guys.
I think it is. Yeah.
So only a single pylon in the main base. This is actually a little bit unlike Harstem. Maybe he feels that since he is obviously the more experienced player and he's the stronger player, as we get the good old spray from M. Canning, the good luck, have fun with the Colossus, I love that spray, that he feels like maybe if he brings the aggression to M. Canning immediately, he can start forcing out a couple of arrows on the side of the can. Because obviously, defending, you could say, is a little bit easier than attacking, but once the attacking player starts getting the upper hand, if you are already like the quote-unquote weaker player, it's really hard to keep up with the pace of your opponent if they're pushing it really hard, and it kind of just feels like you're being hit from every angle, you know?
Yeah.
Like a boxing match, but you're in round 8 and you don't even see the punches coming anymore. They just keep on landing on your face.
Like, please.
I've been there. It's really sad when you play against somebody that's like, you know that he's better, you're like, I'm going to do my best, but then the first thing goes wrong, and then just always feel like you're playing catch-up. And it's like
you can never
feeling.
put your foot down. It's like, okay, I want to stabilize. Can you let me breathe a little bit? No, that's never going to happen.
Okay, this is nice, and then you lose 4 more work. Oh, he's like, well, how bad is this really? And then you lose 3 more. You're like, no. Well, the scouting is quite good on the side of the can. He is going to be able to spot this Stargate. The Stalker is going to try to prevent it, but I don't think that Stalker will ever be there in time. Hallucinated Phoenix being built as well. Really good scout there by McKenning. Well done. Went around the map. Not easy to find everything that you want to find on a map as big as Thunderbird. Would you agree, Funke?
Yeah, I agree. I agree on that one. And I also agree with the decision I am getting, going for those cute shield batteries in the middle line that will deflect that Oracle, at least the capacity of it to destroy workers. You could still use some stasis wards later in the game, and also that probe was not covered by a shield battery near the wall.
That's actually kind of smart. If you know you've been scouted, you know it's going to be very unlikely. You can just fly into the mineral line and get damage. But almost everybody in PvP will have a probe on top of the ramp. So I actually kind of like the decision. Like, I know it's not the jackpot, right? But sometimes you just got to be happy with what you've got going. And if a single probe is all you're going to get, well, that's fine. At least the Oracle still has full HP. Can we take another look at that probe that's mining gas in Hearthstone's main base? Does he have? Okay, well, we'll do that. No, never mind. He fixed it. Let's go back to the Oracles. Sorry, Crow.
No worries.
Double Oracle is going to show up.
Oh.
Good defense by McKenning once again. Don't forget that Blink has already started, guys. Obviously, the moment that Blink is done, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with the Oracle harass.
Yeah, for sure. On the opposite side, Hearthstone fires up a Forge and a Robo, which is kind of the new way of playing that macro-centric PvP. You want to get those upgrades as fast as possible. Same time as your technological building here. In this case, the Robo, after the proxy Stargates, he's being super active with those Oracles without taking that much damage. I'm liking this from Hearthstone, flexing his APM and army control a little bit.
Yeah, but I also like it from McKenning. You gotta give credit where credit is due. It may look easy, right, to always have the Stalkers in the right position and not take any damage from a proxy Oracle, but that Stalker movement has really been on point so far. He hasn't really made any mistakes. He hasn't slipped up. I think it's been a very sweet game. I think he could maybe chrono boost a few more workers. This time the unit's a tiny bit out of position, but only a single probe. Once again, yeah, I really like this kind of stuff. Like, I know this all looks easy and this may not look spectacular, but it's so easy to slip up. And before you know it, you lose 4 or 5 probes, and then things start going from bad to worse. But McKenning absolutely holding his own so far.
Yeah, and at the same time, Hearthstone not overcommitting every time. Just he wants to keep those 2 Oracles alive, and he just gets 1 probe and gets out of here. And I mean, on both sides, it is pretty impressive what they're pulling out here. I'm loving this. Twilight Council to get some more upgrades going, and especially that +2 attack when that +1 finishes. On the opposite side, McKenning does have a Forge, but he's slightly later on the timing of the Forge. I wouldn't expect Blink to be researched on the side of Hearthstone. I think it's a little bit too late for that.
Done, by the way, but there's only 2 Stalkers, so I think the Oracles will survive. A Revelation does land. That is a relatively quick Robo Bay. Not something we see super often, unless, of course, we are talking about the one and only Can Man himself.
The Can Man. Yeah. I mean, if I see him with a couple of disruptors on his side, suddenly I do want to put a 5 on him. You know, that's where he shines. He's an amazing player with it.
Oh, real talk right now, Funke. Did you ever put 5 on it?
I think I did once. I think I've got 1 month subscribe on him.
All right.
I should take a look, actually. I can't remember.
Not a bad decision.
Yeah, or at least once, you know? I mean, what is a 5? Kebab, cheeky kebab.
Well, these days, kebabs are getting more expensive.
These days, you know.
But it's worth it, you know. That man has been putting in the hours. He's been landing those purification novas. Look at that production tab. It's quite feisty. Double Robo. Obviously, the Robo Bay has finished up. And now already a Dark Shrine as well. So I'm getting is just getting a little bit of everything. Thinks it's Burger King or something. Have it your way. Well, I'm getting something you have to choose, my friend.
Okay, did he check and did he confirm that disruptors were being built? Hearthstone, that is? Yeah, he's being pretty diligent in knowing this because the defense of... okay, sees the Dark Shrine, sees the Robo Bay. That's amazing because for the longest time, Canning was able to prevent the Dutch player from confirming any type of technology, so that was really good on him. But now Harstem knows and instantly fires up a Phoenix.
Yep. It's actually kind of funny because its target obviously is still proxied, so it's, you know, it's a little bit exposed. It's maybe not the most reliable counter, because imagine you get 2 Phoenixes out, but then suddenly you lose power to your Stargate. It could take a little while before you could continue that strategy. Harstem did create a little economic advantage for himself with the last few minutes. I know it hasn't been massive, but it's been something that you can obviously work with. 5-6 workers. I gotta say though, I am a tiny bit worried for Harstem. Not because I think he's losing this game, not at all even. I would even say he's slightly ahead. Okay, this is nice by Mechanic, sending a single zealot. This is exactly what I meant, by the way.
Yeah.
But I have the feeling that with these disruptors already out and on the way, you're 1 or 2 devastating purification novas away while the oracles took care of the zealot. That's quite cute.
And there's a zealot, another zealot that's waiting for its time to go.
But you're 1 or 2 big hits away, right, from Canning suddenly being in the driver's seat of this game and potentially running away with it. It wouldn't be the first time ever that a game of StarCraft 2 ends with 2 disruptors just hitting the absolute jackpot shots.
So what's interesting, I feel, in this map is that if you can prevent your opponent, if you're the player that's playing with disruptors and you're able to build some kind of a soft contain at the bottom of the ramp, as we do see a DT that's about to kill that pylon finally. Is the Phoenix about to actually chrono boost it out?
Feels bad.
But that's not going to be enough. So if you're that player, you can probably get a soft contain going on the opposite side of the map. But as you can see, it is Harstem that will be the first one to pressure his opponent with his army. So that's out of the picture at the moment.
All right, tagging that army is really important, by the way, because Harstem obviously wants to know where those disruptors are at. Even
he
didn't tag them, but they are still kind of revealed, right, by the movement of the Stalkers and the Sentry. So it's definitely something that Harstem can work with. I'm getting a little anxious over here because I know Harstem is doing it all right. He's doing what he's supposed to do, but the disruptor count is quite fine. And like I said, 1 or 2 big hits, and this could suddenly be an absolute watch of a fight. Forward blink, Canning grabs a Oracle. Will lose the Stalker in the process, but that's still a trade you'll gladly make.
For now, I think Harstem is just flexing. You know, he's showing his army in the middle, or at least at the bottom of the ramp, and now he's probably going to go for a little bit of harassment with a Warp Prism and 2 Immortals in the north side, but he doesn't have enough Phoenixes to combat those disruptors, so he goes back to double Stargate back in his main.
Is there an observer with that Warp Prism as well? Well, we'll take a look. And that's actually very cool because he knows about the Dark Strand. I think that's a very intelligent play because how often don't we see people forget about that? Harstem did forget about his Phoenixes though, so -2 Phoenixes immediately. And this is kind of what I meant, right? With that unpowered Stargate. Now the DTs aren't going to be revealed. That bringing that observer is a really slick move by Harstem. I really like it because it's so easy to forget about that kind of stuff. But it's still a lot of Stalkers as well. Harstem is going to recall. I think it's a little too late for that. So all of this will get cleaned up. Excellent defense by Canning.
Excellent defense indeed, but he had to pull back his army in its entirety because of the pressure that was happening in his main base, so he's not making progress in punishing Harstem for taking a 4th base at the moment. And as we can see, he's building triple Phoenixes.
Yeah, but his army has potential by Canning. He's actually up a little bit in army supply as well, and I really like it. It is important. Does he have a Warp Prism with his army? Okay, well, he's gonna rest with it. I prefer to keep it with the main army because there's actually so much potential in all these disruptors. He just has to make sure that his army is a little bit fragile, right? If Harstem can get right on top of the army, then it's really good for Harstem, but that's not easy because running into disruptors, chasing disruptors is often a nightmare in this matchup.
Canning is playing a beautiful game, man. Like, he's really, really playing well. I like all the decisions that he's making at the moment.
He needs a few more probes though, Funky. That's the only thing. I feel like he's been stuck on the 61 for a little while. That does obviously mean that if he maxes out, he's going to have an absolutely monstrous army.
Warp Prism making its way into the main base. Those are 2 DTs and 2 Zealots, but all the Phoenixes went there to defend against that Warp Prism, which means that right now Harstem, he has no way of taking the fight against those disruptors. If the Phoenix aren't there, there's no way he can fight.
I would almost say, if I'm Canning, I'd take it a little easy right now because you just got an awesome pickoff in that 4th base. Going up a ramp with disruptors is a little bit crazy. It seems that Harstem is eager to take the fight. He's going to send the Phoenix forward, loses a couple immediately. Good movement so far by Canning.
Yeah, really good. Let's see about those disruptor shots. Actually, 2 of them connecting quite hard. And Harstem's supply just plummeted here. Rotti, all of those disruptors will end up dying. All the disruptors that were lifted up by those Phoenixes. But now, both players have to disengage, and I'm liking this position from Canning.
Wow.
Canning, sorry. Better supply, 4th base still alive, extra probes being boosted out at the moment to get that those assimilators going, and still a pretty sizable number of disruptors. How many is there?
Insane, like 10 or 12.
Yeah, soon to be 14.
You know, I would like a couple Archons on the side of Canning, because the only thing that's really complicated is if Zealots get on top of his army. But if Canning finds the gas to get like 3 or 4 Archons in his army, he's actually in a magnificent position, because 7 Phoenixes are not going to cancel like 14 Disruptors, okay? And as long as he lands 1 or 2 big shots on all the Zealots of Hearthstone like he did before, Canning is playing an amazing PvP so far, and he's absolutely in a good spot to potentially take this game, and Hearthstone has some catching up to do.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned catching up. He's about to go for the zone disruptors as he's making a lot of Phoenixes in the background. DT is killing some probes, and now Hearthstone has to pull back, and once again he got a couple of Phoenixes sniped, another one misrallied, and right now Canning is just the king in his map, man. Thunderbird is his freaking garden. Oh, DT's, massive amount of DTs.
Well, Disruptors can take care of that as well. Hearthstone is doing a good job in at least buying some more time. But Canning on 4 bases. He's up in workers now. He is down an upgrade, but he's catching up. He's still building more Disruptors, by the way. Is there such a thing as too many Disruptors? Well, perhaps if you're the can man, the answer is no. Canning is playing an amazing game, but this is really bad news for the Netherlands, because obviously Neep is out there. You want to keep all the star players alive to potentially take down Neep, maybe even twice. Obviously, that's what we're all expecting. Hearthstone losing here will make this very difficult for the Netherlands.
Okay, let's see. There's still a pretty beautiful concave for Hearthstone. Let's take a look at the number of Disruptors and Phoenixes. Okay, 17 Disruptors against only 9 Phoenixes. And the number of Stalkers that Canning has right now means that at least 1 or 2 Phoenixes could get one shot at every time they get close to that army.
Yep. Now there is a forward Disruptor from Hearthstone that gets a couple of gateway units, but Hearthstone needs more. He knows that he needs to get up to 4 bases, but that just doesn't seem to be an option right now. Canning is doing a good job in containing Hearthstone, sends forward a few more Purification Novas, gets a few more Zealots. Canning up 40 supply, 30 army supply, and an insane amount of Disruptors. Is looking like he's in pole position to take this game.
Ooh, nice disruption here, connecting with so many Archons. 2 of them just gets blown up. An Immortal and some Zealots go down. And Canning, with his clinical play here, with Stalkers and Disruptors, is actually about to beat Hearthstone in such an important match. What a performance here for Canning. It is not over, but the position he has right now, containing the army with Disruptors, how are you supposed to go down as Hearthstone?
He's maxed out, and he's got an insane amount of Disruptors. The only thing that Hearthstone could hope for is that he somehow lands his own Purification Nova in the middle of the Disruptor pack of Canning. But don't forget that Canning also has 1 million Stalkers, so he can always blink forward and try to snipe the Disruptors of Hearthstone. He's getting nice and close on top of that 3rd base. No, loses that one as well. Canning just zoning away the entire army. What a game by Canning.
What a god. Now the Phoenixes will try for a last hurrah. He needs to lift off all of those Disruptors, and now Zealots might be able to go close and personal against those Stalkers. But look at the army supply. It's 130 against the 84 of Hearthstone. Right now, Canning is just playing a beautiful game, and there's nothing that Hearthstone can do. He's fighting with everything he has, but he's slowly but surely dying to the disruptor shots here of Canning.
Yep, Canning still maxed out, and Hearthstone hovering close to 100 supply, and his economy is in shambles as well. This doesn't really have a lot to work with anymore. He's trying to get a few more Phoenixes, but the disruptor count has been higher than the Phoenix count for basically forever. And Canning, I mean, he's not making any errors. He's going to avoid that one as well. I mean, he's got you know that the can is smiling right now.
Oh,
that's a good shot.
He's having a great time right now, for sure. Living his best life at the moment. About to beat one of the greatest Protoss in Europe in a PvP here. Thunderbird, obviously a really great map for Canning, but the way he's handling things for the longest time now is just nothing short but beautiful. I am loving this. And now Blinkstalker is going to go super aggressive, trying to snipe a lot of those Disruptors. That might be a little bit dangerous, but look at the army supply. Like, he did give about 12 or 14 Stalkers, but he's still got 1 million of them.
Yeah, I think it's okay considering the bank. He's been maxed out forever. He's
5
ultra
bases.
rich. Like, even if he loses 10 Stalkers for every Disruptor he kills, that's still a good trade given the circumstances.
Yeah, now DT makes it a little bit awkward for Canning, because it looks like he doesn't have any detection here. And he will have to pull back, but The contain that he's been able to put on Harstem means that he's on 5 bases with a massive bank, where Harstem is only on 2 bases with 107 supply.
And it's 17 minutes, so these 2 bases are pretty much mined out. I mean, what's the income right now of Harstem? It must be like non-existent, right?
Yeah.
500 minerals a minute. I mean, that's nothing.
That is nothing. And that will be quite the difficult loss here for the Netherlands. I mean, this game's not over. Harstem doesn't want to leave, but now he does see that there is a full base of probes here around that 5th base position, which makes it even worse for him. We can see Blink DT being researched at the moment. You said it, M. Canning is having a great time right now.
Boys, I mean, he's enjoying every single moment of this, avoids that one as well. And like I said, you guys don't have to worry if M. Canning loses a couple of Stalkers. Every trade for him is good. Given the circumstances, he's got the bases. He did end up losing a lot of probes here, but he obviously has all the freedom in the world to just simply remake them. And these Phoenixes will run out of energy. Okay, that was a very good hit there by Harstem, but can he ever get nice and close on top of those disruptors? That is the big question.
Yeah, that will be a difficult situation for sure here. Disruptor shot actually connects with a Darkon, removing most of his shields. And yeah, it's a slow and painful death here for Harstem. I don't know if he believes that he can win this game. I don't know if he believes that
oh no, the Phoenixes
will ever make a massive mistake to throw that game away. But he's playing with everything he has. He's fighting for his country, and I respect that, but he is dead. GG, well played, gets called. And the United States are actually going to take the lead after 3 games here. What a victory from M. Canning. Nothing short but amazing, man.
Yeah, quite a devastating result, I think, for the Netherlands when it comes to the hopes and dreams of winning this nation war. I don't think it's over by any means, because Uturmo is a beast. He can absolutely get a couple of maps in a row. Harstem has done a lot of heavy lifting in the past, so maybe Uturmo can still turn it around. But I said it from the beginning, I like the defense a lot from M. Canning. He made it look easy, but I can guarantee you guys, it's never easy to just barely lose any probes against the Oracles. I thought he was doing all right. Then using the Phoenixes as a counter against a disruptor play, the relatively defensive disruptor play at first of M. Canning, was a risky call, because there is a chance you lose power to that Stargate, and then the Phoenix count will be underwhelming. And I honestly feel that is exactly what happened. And I mean, this is kind of the turning point in this game, right? Harstem is trying to force the fight, and M. Canning is doing the right thing with disruptors. You shoot and you run back. You shoot and you run back. And after that, he played it out in a marvelous manner.
Yeah, the moment you lose control over the south side of your ramp, it is so hard to get control over it after that on a map like this, on a map like Thunderbird. Disruptors are amazing. This game reminds me a lot of a DNS versus Harstem game. Like back in the day, I think it probably was a WCS Challenger, where it looked kind of the same. And Harstem had a big trouble actually to go down his ramp and grab his 4th base. So the fact that he lost that fight early into this game and lost the position that he had on the 4th base, and he had to retreat up the ramp, was basically the beginning of the end here for our Dutch brothers.
Yeah, I think that if Harstem wanted to take that fight there in that pivotal moment in this game, you have to have some sort of a pre-flank setup, like a concave. Even 7 or 8 Zealots coming from the left side can really complicate things for M. Canning. Because M. Canning's army is very good in facing an army like head first, basically. Looking at it, front to fight, you shoot, you blink back, you run, you just keep shooting and running back. And this is a horrible army to chase. If it gets flanked, however, this army is going to be forced to stand there and just fight. And then it gets really awkward, because the moment Zealots get on top of Stalkers and Disruptors, what are you going to do? Blow up your own units as well, right? And Stalkers just taking care of Zealots takes a little while as well. But Harstem not having a flank there. I mean, once again, all kudos to M. Canning though. He played a very beautiful game. I think unpowering the Stargate was smart. The defense early game against the Oracles was on point. Well done. Big victory for USA.
Massive victory here. And yeah, we might have said in the past that M. Canning was not on par in terms of level with the other players from Team USA, but that victory alone is so important that it will, take out every single comment that I might have done in the past, or any person that looked at this team and looked at this lineup thinking that M. Canning would be some kind of a weak link. The fact that he was able to get that victory against the MVP, once again, of last year's season of Nation Wars, a guy that knows what it takes to play those kind of really high-pressure games and be super important for his own country, this is this is everything. Like, really, this is everything right now. So the United States are in a really great shape right now, looking at this 2-1 lead to qualify for the qualifiers. But obviously, this is not over. Uthermal will be sent out as the first player, obviously, in that next phase.
I think traditionally or historically, it's been quite close between Uthermal and Harstem, right? Like, people often ask me, who's the best player from the Netherlands? There are moments where I'd go with Harstem. There's also plenty of moments in the past where I would have gone with Uthermal. Now, it's going to be very hard because obviously, you know, Neep is just a monster. Like, when we look at the WCS circuit, Neep is a given in the top 8 and very often in the top 4 as well. It almost feels that other than like a Raynor and Cerro and then maybe Showtime once in a while, this feels like Neep doesn't really lose, right? So it is going to be very hard, but Uthermal is a previous tournament champion in the past. He has absolutely defeated Neep in the past as well, and he should be able to defeat him, Kenning, as well, but let's not underestimate anybody here. So it's far from over, but things are looking dicey for the Netherlands. I do believe after 3 matches, it's time to remind you guys once again that our Matcherino page is still live. If you guys enjoy Nation Wars 2019 and you want to pick up some cool products, you can head over to matcherino.com/nw2019.
5K.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
oh, if he's spending some money. I mean, especially yesterday. Friday night seems to be a shopping night.
Oh, yeah.
I've noticed that when I stream as well. Like, Friday night streaming is always juicy. Don't stream on the Monday afternoon, guys. Monday afternoon is terrible.
You guys increased the prize pool by $5,000 already, which is really, really cool. I think it brings the total prize pool to 45K, I believe, which is quite amazing. So obviously, thank you very much for that. But the marketplace here at Matcherino.com is still available for Nation Wars. So if you're still wondering if you could buy those items and if you should, well, you definitely should. We will go into a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be Uthermal against either M-Canning or Neeb. So once again, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after that. All right, guys. It is a dark hour for the Dutch fans because those guys are led 2-1. And Rotti is going to say differently, but that victory by the Can was such a massive one.
No, I won't say differently. I said it. I gave the man all the props in the world. He played a fantastic game. Yes, of course, I want to see my Dutch boys do well, but I will always give the man kudos that and M. Canning is fantastic. Like,
he is an amazing
obviously,
guy.
I love him. I love his stream as well. So you got to be happy for him to step up on such a big moment and then just play close to perfect PvP from his side, right? Like, I really don't think he could have done a lot of things better than what he actually did. So he has all the right in the world to be on Cloud 9, but it's not dark for us at all. 2-1. It ain't over till it's over.
I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what? I'm rooting for a 4-3, and you know why? Because in the case of a victory, whether it's Team USA or Team Netherlands, if it's a 4-3, I'll be doing the interview. Imagine how good it would feel.
You got to keep the streak alive.
I got to keep the streak alive, indeed. Yeah. But that was a massive victory here for M. Canning, taking out Harstem. And with the new format, that means that Uthermal is the only player that can start here before a potential revive if he were to be defeated. First of all, M. Canning will be sent out, as Uthermal will decide which map he gets to play. And I think that's interesting because... So, what happens here is that Team USA decides between Nib and M. Canning. I think they send M. Canning, and then Uthermal, I don't think he goes for World of Sleepers because he thinks it's the best. He goes for it because he thinks he can win on this map without even needing to use Disco Bloodbath. That's how I see it as well, at least.
I don't know. Like, I really don't think that Disco Bloodbath is like the absolute sweet dream for Terran against Protoss. I don't know why you keep thinking that.
Because I do believe it's the best map for TVP in the map pool. That's remaining in the map pool, at least.
I think it's all right, but I really don't think it's the sweet baby dream.
There's not a single map that's good for Terran, I feel, in this map pool.
Yeah, but I like, for instance, World of Sleepers has a closer rush distance from ramp to ramp, and I think we all know that the 2-base power of Terran in general is very important in this matchup. Right. And I think 2-base pushes are a little bit stronger, for instance, on this map than they are on the other one. But
yeah.
We'll see how it all plays out. In the left bottom side, we're looking at the man who just played an absolutely fantastic PvP from his side. He put USA up 2-1. It is M. Canning.
And in the top right-hand side, he is the last player alive for Team Netherlands before the revive. He is Mark Schlappy Uthermal, the blue Terran.
Well, Uthermal, we know what he's capable of. He's had a lot of amazing victories in the past. But he's going to have to do some of the heavy lifting now. Obviously, this is a must-win game. Otherwise, it becomes almost impossible. You need to win 3 in a row, need to beat M. Canning, and then probably need to beat Neep twice. I mean, you don't really want to do that to anyone, right? There are very few players in the world that are capable of that. Ooh. That would have been a sweet little momentum pick-off, grabbing that probe immediately. Going to be a Reaper fast expand on the side of the Dutchman. I don't know, Funka. Like, yes, that was sick by M. Canning. Absolutely sick. Yeah. I still believe, though. I don't know why I'm so positive, but I still have a good feeling about it.
Well, first of all, as one of the biggest fan of Team Netherlands, I'm happy that you still have faith, and it's good that you keep it positive because they will need some amazing commentary by you, and also some good feelings going towards your Dutchies here to grab themselves a victory.
Well, I can promise good vibes and good spirits. I'm not sure about the amazing commentary. I have to admit that the brain is starting to become a little fatigued after like day 47 out of 50 casting StarCraft 2 or something, and going around the world 4 times in the last month and a half. So we're doing our best. We're hanging in there, Funka, but I will bring the vibes and the energy. And I think that's going to be enough for our man Mark Schlappy, as he's doing a good job so far in avoiding the Adept. Okay, gets a little scout up, but didn't really get to see much, because there isn't much to see at this point.
Okay. Oh! Yeah, okay, it did heal for just a second, so good for Uthermal not losing that Reaper, because once again, 3 hits from the Adept would do the trick. So if you get hit twice, and you get shaded on, and suddenly you lose the Reaper. But this time, the regeneration here from the Reaper did kick in just before that last shot. So that Reaper is still alive and would be able to keep some map presence as well as a potential scout in the main base. Even though, obviously, the Can, he locked that out pretty well. We're actually close from a force field, blocking that that Reaper. M. Canning was not too trigger happy on this one. The Reaper will make it out alive, and we should be seeing a Widowmine drop here. with a reactor on the barracks, producing some decent Marines here and mines at the same time with a medivac from the starpots.
And he gets the scout. That's quite important. It's a very safe opening coming out of Mcanning. Obviously, the Robo, I would say, is the safest of the three. In general, you can't do much aggressively. And yes, guys, I know today a Protoss won with just 3 gates and a War Prism on the other side of the map in the game against the Riddler. But most of the time, this is mostly used for just a strong defensive play. Get a couple observers out. If you get pushed very early by like a weird Marine tank attack, you can squeeze out an Immortal. So this is mostly a macro-oriented opening, and it's a very quick Robo Bay already. Now, for most people, I'd say Colossus. With Mcanning, I'd say Disruptus.
Yeah, I agree with you.
This is super fast, by the way. Why would he get Disruptus this quick?
I don't know.
Crazy.
Maybe he wants to go for the drops, but...
How many units does he have? Like, obviously, there's no Blink because there's no Twilight Council. It's actually going to be hard to snipe
all 3 mines
in time.
Yeah,
yep.
No, I agree.
Obviously, if the units are in the right position, it's going to be okay, and this observer could spot the medevac. I'm sure that Uthermal is the kind of Terran that will be looking to see if there's an observer, and it's actually going to be a very quick Colossus opening. Now, I do kind of like that. I think that makes more sense.
The units are in position. Let's see what Uthermal does here. He will drop a first Widow Mine, but with the extra adepts, he does get the snipe. Does get the snipe before the Widow Mine actually connects with anything. Drop in the main base, though. Might connect with something. He might be able to get 2 probes. He actually gets 3.
All 3.
That's pretty massive. Like,
can he get out as well? I mean, there is no blink, so this actually turns out all right. This started off quite poor, obviously. Not much done with the first 2 mines. The units were in the right position, but the fact that he gets 3 probes in the end and gets out of there with the mine and the medevac, that turns it into a little victory, if you ask me, especially since there's already 3 bases happening as well for Uthermal. Mcanning, meanwhile, still just on 2. This is not going to go well, though.
Yeah, this is well scouted just before, and that's a really low hit point medevac. Ooh, no, yes, the second shot does land. That was really close. Like, that was really like borderline the end of the range of that Stalker, but he was able to fire up that shot. Medivac will fall. The Widow Mine, the last remaining Widow Mine, will die in the process. There was already a Stalker that was ready to intercept if in case that Medivac were to go back, to the safety of the natural base.
Mcanning is going to go up to 3 bases himself, but there's actually 2 workers behind. If there is one thing that I feel like I have noticed is that Mcanning is definitely a little bit paranoid about like certain pushes potentially like ending his game. I think he's afraid to be too greedy and caught off guard, so he quite often stops worker production. Obviously, as a Protoss, you're supposed to have a slightly stronger economy here than Mcanning has, but he does have a very quick Colossus, so maybe the moment that Thermal Lens is done, he might try to get a little adventurous, right, and see if he can find a hole in the defenses of Uthermal. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, pushing across the map towards the 3rd base. We do have 2 Colossi, and the range is about to finish here. Marine in the middle of the map is going to get caught by an Adept, most likely.
A lot of tanks, but all the tanks are out of position.
Yeah, they are. And, he's now working on the minerals, and now we can bring out some tanks to go for the defense. Nicely done by Uthermal, without really knowing that this push is coming.
He's about to find out the hard way. He needs to move his Marines back. Good forceful there by Mcanning as well. There is a tank that lands a couple of shots. I believe the Adepts have shaded into the natural. Because something took some damage. Yeah, a lot of...
yeah, that's an Adept, all right.
And they got out.
Yep.
Maybe that was still the first Adept.
I think there was only one Adept that wasn't... Yeah, there was only one Adept that shaded in, and... Target fire was not perfect here on this one, but he did get a lot of damage done to those SCVs and did get a couple in the process. Now a double drop will be fired up here, and he did go really close to an observer, and now Mcanning should be aware of that.
Yeah, the map vision is excellent by Mcanning, right? Did a really good job in spreading out his observers. I wanted to say I think it's going to be relatively tough for Mcanning to survive the next minute in this game without taking any real economic losses, because obviously his army is a little bit slow, it's immobile, you don't have Blink yet to defend, but he left the Colossus in the main base, which I really think is quite a sweet play. He's got the double forge going on as well. Once again, it's absolutely a strong performance already by Mcanning. He's holding his own, but let's see how he keeps track of now the real army starting to move out, and of course there is still that double drop active on the map as well.
All right, the scan in the main base reveals the positioning of the Colossus and also a Disruptor.
It's a really sick spot. If they don't go Raven, if they don't go Raven, I honestly don't think that that's ever going to get revealed.
Okay, now Utomo goes for a snipe on the pylon that will supply block M. Canning for a bit.
Oh, that's a lot of tanks, by the way. Yes, there are a couple of disruptors.
Ooh, those Colossus. Oh, they're so close from the range. Are they going to get baited? Ooh, that's so smart, actually, from M. Canning, avoiding those tank shots here.
Tanks are going to siege up a lot closer. M. Canning is going to try to fight, but realizes that that's not a fight that he's going to win.
He doesn't have a great army to fight against tanks, to be honest. Not that many Zealots, not that many Immortals. Colossus, they do take a lot of damage. Stalkers as well. And all of this army is actually blowing up right now to the tank fire, shelling away at that army.
If he goes all the way into his natural, isn't his third base very exposed? I don't think there is much there, right? So imagine if 8 Marines just walk up there.
Yeah. I think he feels like he can take the fight, and I do believe he's right on this one. So he's actually going to stick together with this entire army and with the entirety of his tanks. Now that the army has to go back, I love that DT Shrine that was quite close, that was quite early in this game. We didn't mention it. So now Utomo, he doesn't want to mess up because he's gonna get harassed by every single unit here in the main base in the natural, but he's also getting surrounded. All the Colossi are falling, and Utomo, yes, he will lose a lot of economy there, but he's also going to be able to probably finish the game. GG gets gold, and Utomo ties it up 2-2 here in this best of 7.
Really slick tank positioning, I think. Great movement with the tanks there.
Oh, yeah.
Also, like, even though he didn't do much with that double drop, he's still distracting M. Canning a little bit, and suddenly he's like, pop, I'm in a spot that I would like to be as a Terran player. And like you said, the army of M. Canning was simply not very good in dealing with tanks, because you don't have a lot of Zealots, and even the Zealots that you do warp in, they don't have charge. So, like, unless they can somehow come in from behind, they're really not going to add much to the fight. And even if they do come in from behind, they're just going to melt, because they're really not that impressive.
Throwback to Nation Wars 5 and Hearthstone performance. This is the win from Hearthstone, and look at the audience here in Paris. They were really happy with the victory, and I believe we should be seeing Hearthstone, standing up, saying no to the camera. Beautiful. Asking the venue to go up on their feet. And Canning sometimes likes to put on a show when it comes down to it, and America's pride is on the line. He always pulled through.
No, it's been a great showing by M. Canning. He can be very proud. He's obviously amazing in the interviews, but he's showing us that he's amazing in-game as well. Rooting for Netherlands, rooting for Captain, suddenly M. Canning me.
Borsty was...
That doesn't really look like a proper USA burger fries combo, though.
That's a lot of fries, though.
It is a lot of fries, but...
Americans do like quantity.
That's how my fries get served on like a kebab in Cologne at like 4 a.m., you know? And they're like, oh, fries? Like, well, we normally just serve doner, but we'll put something in a
That's
little
weird, right?
box.
Like, in Paris or in France in general, if you get a kebab, you do get fries every time, right? Like, you can ask without fries, but you don't have to ask with fries, right? Absolutely. Which is what you have to do in Germany.
I expected at least a nice Five Guys or something, you know? A double patty Five Guys, yeah. That's the way I like it. In and out, obviously, if you live in Cali, it's quite good as well.
You can get it in Paris as well.
Yeah,
it's
Five
not
Guys,
called
right?
Five Guys and In and Out.
In and Out?
Yeah, there's like a literal copy of In and Out.
Yeah,
like it's not called In and Out.
Yeah.
It tastes almost exactly the same.
There's one in Korea as well. It's called Cry Burger for some reason.
Oh yeah?
I took a bite, made me cry. Not In and Out.
The one in Paris is called Burger and Fries. And it looks exactly the same. You can order a double.
Yeah.
I
wonder if In and Out is aware of that, of all these rip-offs around the world.
I think they know, but maybe they don't want to fight over it.
I mean, it's really hard to say, like, you're not allowed to sell burgers and fries.
You're not allowed to serve
specialty.
cheeseburgers and fries and milkshakes. Like,
and they're like, well, no, that's going to be a tough sell.
I don't think you've got a patent on double cheeseburgers and fries, you know?
The sauce, though. The Thousand Island sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, a little distracted, I guess. It's been a long day. We're getting ready for an absolute cracker of a matchup. Neep versus Utomo. It is going to be played on Disco Bloodbath. So who picked the map here, Funka? Who picked this map? Was it America picking this map or the Netherlands?
Funka is going, yes, to get ready for the interview later on. So.
Okay, Funka.
Either of those two.
All right. Yeah, well, yes, it is going to be either of those two.
You just waited until he took off his headphones. That's good job, Kev.
Well, we just saw it right now at this very moment. This is the very first moment we saw it. Maybe somebody from the production could tell me. So whose map choice was this? Because I thought that... Yuturmo gets the first map choice, and then I think it's USA.
Yeah, it has to be USA, I think. Now.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny that Neep is just picking Disco Bloodbath. But I think this is an alright map for Protoss against Terran. Sure, it can get a little bit
So
annoying.
why is it funny that he picks Disco Bloodbath?
Say again?
Well, so why do you say it?
Because Funka was going on this little rant about saying like how Yuturmo wants to save Disco Bloodbath for Neep and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, it's an alright map, but...
Well, Funka also said that these maps are small, so...
Yeah.
I don't think we should take his word on everything.
I think it's a good map for Phoenix play as well, right? Like we've seen Phoenixes really shine on this map, I think, for Protoss against Terran. But I think even just opening up Blink Robo is not bad at all.
Yeah, Neeb is not exactly necessarily a Stargate every game kind of guy, right?
No, absolutely not. But he's not a stranger to Phoenix play.
Yeah.
These guys...
He's not a hater, you know? He loves all units equally.
Absolutely.
He'll mix in a Stargate here and there.
As long as it comes from Ire, he's down with it. He was born on a different planet.
Initially, he was a Terran, actually.
I know, that's why. He was born on a different planet, but we adopted him on Ire. He's one of us right now.
Well, as far as the Terrans go, though, he's a false brother.
No. He's one of us.
No, the Terrans.
Yeah, I know.
The Terrans don't accept him.
But we're talking from the Protoss point of view.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. Things are all tied up between the United States of America and the Netherlands. Over here on the left top side of Disco Bloodbath, we are looking at the main base. Alex Sunderhoft, also known as Neep.
His opponent in the red, representing the Netherlands, Yuturmo.
Like I said, these guys have quite a bit of history with each other. Don't forget that they played in the final ones of the Intel Extreme Masters in Shanghai. I believe the year was 2016. It was a great year for Dutch StarCraft. Hearthstone winning tournaments in China. Yuturmo won a tournament in China. I think it's the last time that a non-Korean Terran player won a big international event. Yuturmo back then came in as a replacement, but he went all the way. Was fantastic with his Reapers against the Zergs, and in the final he was able to take care of Neep.
Yeah, which was even more impressive in my opinion. Described himself as more of a streamer back then. I think that image just kind of faded away, even though he's obviously a fantastic streamer. But he's
not
a
very
really
consistent.
good player.
Not very consistent.
Well, seems more than he must need most times.
Low blow, Todd. That is a low blow. All right, Reaper fast expand it is going to be. I'm really curious about the attack of choice from Neep here. I think all three options are very viable. I like Robo. Well, I think I like Robo the least of the three, to be totally honest. I think Twilight into Robo is good here. I think Stargate is probably my favorite, but a straight-up Robo opening could be alright as well. It's going to give you observers in really good positions, and you can just take the game from there.
I'm intrigued actually by the harassment that we know is going to come up from Yuturmo, because he loves Liberators and Widowmine drops, and he's really good at them, but all alike. Neeb has some of the best defense in the world against this, and he's actually going to go for a Stargate there.
Yeah.
Probably in anticipation for that, and I mean, if you were to make a bunch of Phoenixes, the defense then just becomes so much easier if they're in the right place whenever those Medivacs are going to come in.
This is obviously very nice for Yuturmo here, getting a scout immediately on the Stargate. He's going to try to be as annoying as possible with his Reaper here. But that's nice, right? Knowing that you play against Stargate is going to give him some good info. The worst thing in the world for a Terran player is just not knowing at all. You pick up your 3 Widow Mines, you fly towards the Protoss base, and then there are 4 Phoenixes waiting for you. And that's when your heart sinks a little bit.
Neeb even checked for proxies actually at 12 o'clock there, making sure there was no starport or crazy shenanigans going down. I mean, Yuturmo is very capable of throwing in something like that, so better safe than sorry in this case, especially if you're going to go for a Stargate, right? It's going to be harder against a lot of this stuff. If it's proxied and hits much earlier, in this case, it's going to be an Oracle up first here. You know, I've seen a lot of Oracles flying into Widow Mines, by the way, as of late, in Nation Wars in particular. It feels like not too long ago that was never happening, but now it's, you know, it's coming back in full force.
Well, there's a reason why I don't make a lot of them, Todd, and that is because I feel like my Oracles are a magnet for Widow Mines. Like any spot,
vice versa.
Yeah. Any spot on the map, it's gonna fly in. There is a Widow Mine on the edge, and Neep is supposed to be paying attention. And Neep is
a little too good for this. Knows where it is now.
Yeah, that's very nice, but the Viking is already almost out.
Yeah, you don't know if there is another one somewhere else. Like, you don't want to fly in there and then See DJ Khaled pop out of the blue and say another one, and then boom, that's where your Oracle is going to get blown up to pieces. Raven being made very early there.
Yeah.
And Uthermal, for the longest time, he was one of the best Terrans at playing very tank and marine heavy and doing big pushes with that style, right? That he was doing. So if you had to synergize some Ravens into his play and do similar plays, I feel like it would be very strong of a style for him to use.
The follow-up is quite interesting here, as it's just single Oracle into Blink Stalkers for Neep. Now, this is something that Neep has done a lot in the past as well. They had a really epic game once where I was like, oh man, Neep can do nothing here. He only has his Blink Stalkers against all these Marines and Marauders and Middle Minds making the way to the other side of the map. Then he just warped in 1 million Stalkers and he actually out-microed, the right amount of bio units that there were. And I asked him about it. I was like, why didn't you make Zealot? You had charge. He's like, yeah, but he had too many Widow Minds, so it made way more sense for me to just make more Stalkers and just micro back and rely on a couple shield batteries. And I'm like, absolute mad lad.
300 IQ.
Yeah, absolute mad lad. Counters by. Ooh, his Oracle took a lot of damage. But just Blink Stalkers.
Do you know how many Protosses have died trying to do this?
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Of course. Like, I tried it as well. I was like, oh, that's really smart. And then, like, obviously, 4 Marauders stim forward and I lose every single Stalker. I'm like, I guess I'm not Neep. And I'm okay with that, it is what it is. Can only be one. Now, Uturbo's playing a very economic game here. The Raven almost gave me the idea that he wanted to go for a super heavy 2-base push.
Yeah, it's just to make him safe, I think. Catch any observer super easily. Still gonna have a lot of initiative because it's not like, the Raven, you get it. It's like a big investment that you need to use immediately.
Oh, Blink is almost done. And Uturbo obviously has played a little bit greedy. He has no idea about all of these Stalkers that are about to show up. There's a Widow Mine that gets sniped immediately. The Cyclone gets sniped. The Viking gets sniped. What a sick move here by Neep.
And you can count on Neep to micro this to the fullest of its potential. He's already killed so many units here. Thanks to these Stalkers, he's going to want to blink back and save everything that he can. We don't mind finally connects here.
Yeah, that's actually very good, right? You take out a Stalker and splashes a little bit over the other one as well. Single tank is repositioned, but the worker count, it doesn't lie at this point. 62 probes against 44.
The soup.
Neep is so sick, isn't he? He's just so confident in building.
I mean, the micro was so clean, right? You just look at it, it's like he moves forward, shoots, moves again, shoots. Really, that Widowmine kind of saved the day, so to speak, in that it killed a Stalker and removed the shield from some of these other ones, but he found damage where most Protosses would have just been sitting at home and, scared of being dropped.
Yep, 20 worker advantage at this point already. And the sick thing is that he opens Oracle into Blink as well, but he just knows, like, you're playing triple CC, that means that everything is going to be a little bit late. I know that you opened Factory as well, so you don't have Stim yet. I can take a look in your main base with some Blink Stalkers and see what I can get done while building 1 million probes at home.
And then Storm is going to be amazing if he goes straight for that. He already finished the Templar Archive. 4th Nexus is going to go down.
Sicko.
Neep's economy is just so consistent. The way he's building it, he doesn't cut probes for the longest time. Now he's finally on 68. He's like, oh, you know what? 4th Nexus, maybe gonna add a few more gates as well. Keep up with the upgrades. I'm curious whether he wants to add High Templars or with Storm or go straight into Archons.
He doesn't have that many units now, though, to begin with, right?
Yeah, but he's gonna have Archons.
And it's gonna warp in a lot of stuff.
He recalls? Okay, so he's paying respect to that attack. Ooh, Oracle actually gonna fall there.
And that's going to make keeping track of the army a little bit harder because Uthermal does have a Raven as well, like you mentioned. We don't have a single observer on the map, by the way. That's quite crazy. Don't see that very often.
And he started Storm. He started Storm, he started 2-2, he's getting everything. Neep knows there is an attack coming. He's like, you know what? I can still go for all of this, I don't care.
The army supply is quite sick though for Uthermal, right? Like I know that if Neep stabilizes here, this is going to be fantastic for Neep, but I actually think there is some potential here for Uthermal. Storm is not done yet. It's going to stim forward, good force fields to buy some time. Just a single drop in the main base right now would be quite sick.
Uthermal trying to force the fight before Storm. I think he realizes that Storm's not finished yet. Neep trying to buy some time. He needs one more set of force field. He's trying to pretend that he has Storm, so he goes forward, but Uthermal's calling the bluff. Storm so close to finishing, but Uthermal has managed to find the engagement before that completed.
Yeah, a lot of probes are going down as well. Storm is going to be done in 10 seconds, but is that in time? The Zealots are going to try to save the day, but the DPS of this bio army is insane. They're going to run forward. These High Templars won't get sniped. I mean, Storm might finish up, but is there enough left over?
Yeah, there's not much left over either for Uthermal, so as long as he can land some big storms like this, then go into Archons, the reinforcement from Nib might be enough, but his supply has plummeted. Uthermal with a brilliant timing has done it.
Wow, just like that. It felt that Nib is playing a flawless game. Nib is getting a lot of things right.
I didn't have time to take my jacket off.
No worries, that's a mighty fine looking sweatpants jacket. You go for a jog in between the games, it's all good. Wow, Todd, I did... Like, that push looked powerful, right? I'm looking at the army and be like, damn, that's a pretty big army. And I was like, Nib has been a little crazy, going up to 4 bases, then going into Storm as well. He didn't have that many Zealots. I honestly think if he has like 20 Zealots there, I don't know if that works. And if he survives, he's in a fantastic position. But Uthermal had great execution with this push.
Oh, yeah, I think he fully realized the urgency of having to make this work. And at this point, I almost would have liked to see Nib just pulling out of there, evacuate the 3rd base, because I think if he gets stormed, then the fight is so much easier. Keep in mind, there is not even combat shield for these Marines. Uthermal, that was his timing to make something happen. He recognized that and he got a great engagement here. He really microed his heart out in this fight.
I gotta mention something that I only see now. Sorry I didn't see it before, guys, but he actually dropped like 3 interference matrices on the High Templars in the beginning of this fight.
Yeah.
I didn't see that, but Storm wasn't even done yet, but that's obviously something that we knew. It's not something Uthermal could possibly know. But the spacing, I mean, the tanks were phenomenal, right? They really put on way more pressure on Nib than Nib would have liked to be under on. The Widowmine connections were fantastic. The Marine splitting was good. The focus fire running into the round. Oof. That was a push, Todd. I've seen pushes.
Wow.
That was a push.
Your post-game replay enthusiasm when Netherlands wins. It's next level, Roddy. You just don't stop talking.
I didn't really expect that one. I thought that Uthermal would obviously have a chance, but I didn't like the way how this game started off too much, down so many.
That was his one timing, for sure.
Otherwise, it would have been a pretty tough game to play. But the Netherlands have turned things around. Things looked grim before the break. They were down 2-1. Well, suddenly, they're up 3-2. We're going to head over to the last break of the day. And after that, we'll be back with the conclusion of the United States of America versus the Netherlands.
Welcome back to Nation Wars 2019. This nation war between the Netherlands and USA is proving to be very entertaining here. Very back and forth, and some very good games so far. And we just saw Uthermal take out Nib in quite convincing fashion with an insane push.
Yeah, and a pretty unpredictable turn of events as well, right? Like Canning beating Harsum in an awesome PvP, but then Uthermal stepping up in Nation Wars, getting 2 victories in a row. A really good and clean game, I think, against Canning. Wasn't too worried against Neeb. I was like, that start, this is going to be a little bit rough. But we're talking a little bit about the games in the breaks as well. And I like how you just pointed out one more time, Neeb really tried to get the world all at once, right? Like 2-2 upgrades, all the gateways, 4 bases, and Storm.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
Yeah.
Against a late third from Terran, if Neeb just focuses on defending this attack here and defends it convincingly, I think he could have just maybe made Archons. Archons, more units, just... I think starting 2-2 is okay. Don't start Storm. Just make a bunch of Archons, buy a little bit of time, then take the engagement. And it's going to be Neeb against Uthermal yet again, as Neeb is going to be the revived player for Team USA. No surprise there. He has to beat Uthermal, and then he would have to beat one revived player from Team Netherlands in order for USA to win here.
You know, Todd, I got to be honest. When we were down 1-2, I was like, I still kind of believe in the boys. Now we're up 3-2, and I'm always like...
You're worried.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous again, because now you're getting the hopes up, right? Like,
what do you think about the vote?
58 against 42. I mean, I understand a lot of Canning fanboys in the chat. It's all good. And we still have potentially the captain who can have another crack at Neeb. And of course, we still have Uthermal on his active life as well. All right, guys, here we go. This is the final Nation War of the day. Of course, we are back tomorrow again. Don't you guys worry. One more day at 4 p.m. We're going to wrap up the round of 16. It's going to be epic. It's going to be a very long day.
Some more Funka interviews.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get all of them as well. I mean, I'm okay if Funka doesn't get the interview this time, Todd. Anyway, over here on the right bottom side, we're looking at the main base. One of the very best Protoss players in the world. He has proven it time and time again. It is Neeb.
His opponent in the blue just gave the leads to the Netherlands. Playing Terran, it is Uthermal.
Who do you guys open up against tomorrow again? Like, Poland is still in the group, right? Is it Croatia? I guess
yeah, first they play one another, and then the winner plays against France.
But tomorrow it's Poland against Croatia, and then the winner plays against France.
Yeah.
I mean, Poland as well is going to be tough, man. Like, Elisa was already on fire, and Mana, and obviously Sol can always step it up.
I don't know, we kind of smacked them earlier.
4-3. What smacking, mate. I don't know. Typical French. They squeeze out a victory, they get a little cocky.
Say you. Oh my God, please.
What? I am humble.
Sure.
I'm humble in victory or defeat.
Sure, Connor. That's a very long block here, by the way. I want to lose the probe this time around. Neeb is going to get out of there. And I'm pretty sure that Neeb this time around will respect any attack that's being thrown his way a lot more than in the previous game. Because again, 2-2 upgrades, Storm, 4th base. He was getting it all at the same time, except more units.
Yeah, I almost feel like he had more gateways than he had zealots.
Maybe he didn't have enough gateways in the first place, I think. That's also why he wasn't able to produce as much as he wanted. But yeah, it was just so brilliant by Uthermal. That scan, he saw the High Templars, he's like, I know exactly what you're doing. Storm's on the way, it's not finished yet, I need to kill you right now. So he had the killer instinct, and he got rewarded for it.
Really sick. Quite the game, but it is far from over. We know that, of course, with Neeb still around. Ooh, the Adept is going to be in time. One probe has taken a couple of shots already, but obviously Neeb is on point. Once again, guys, keep an eye on the work account of Neeb. Like, this man produces probes like no other in this matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes gets a little bit carried away in the mid-game, but he's really smooth, always on point. I feel like he never supply blocks himself without a reason.
Oh no, mechanically he's like one of the best out there. Absolute beast. And I think that's also why he's like so good at sometimes having comebacks.
Yeah.
It's just because he's always going to be so consistent with getting everything that it is that he needs to get, whether it's probes, you know, in terms of tech, he's never going to really miss a beat. It's just super solid.
It's so funny as well, because it doesn't really happen often that he's not ready for the first drop or something. But, you know, when I play PvT, I'm always like, I know that I have to chrono boost work. So you chrono, and at one point I'm like, yeah, I really need to like land the chrono on Warp Gate now, or land the chrono on one of my gateways, because I want to get like 1 or 2 more units out for the first drop. And Neeb seems to always be ready, but at the same time just create like a 10 worker advantage like it's nothing.
His unit movement is like no other as well to defend against the early game harassments. But Uthermal is also quite good himself, especially with those timings like he did last game. Whenever it comes down to, you know, massing units for 1 on 2 bases and hitting timings, definitely one of the first Terrans to really use that style super effectively. I remember that was at DreamHack Leipzig, where he went all the way to, was it the semifinals, I think?
Semi or quarters for sure, but yeah. He did very well, had a good run there. I actually think that, like, for Terran, it's always alright to go up against Robo first. Like, of course, Robo first is good when it comes to giving you a sick amount of map vision, as Neep is just casually going up to 3 bases, 3.5 minutes into the game. He doesn't even have Blink yet, like, I actually think there's a lot of potential for this medevac drop, but obviously it all comes down to the unit movement once again. Look at a Neep. 3 base and a Robo Bay, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. What does he have, like 2 Stalkers in the depth? Absolute mad lad.
Yeah, he's gonna get them at the last second when he needs them. By the look of things, 2 very well-placed observer will spot this coming here, so he's already gonna be in position there to maybe even chase this away. Like, it's kind of hard to boost on top of Stalkers. Like, you'd lose the Medivac a lot of the time. Yeah.
No Blink, no problem. Reaper is gonna be annoying in the natural. That's nice for Utomo. Gets a probe kill. Can we see if Utomo now has identified that Neeb is already going up to 3 bases? Yep, this time the Reaper did catch a glimpse of it. Obviously, Neeb also knows that Utomo's going up to 3 command centers because there was an observer in the main base of the Dutch Terran player. Colossus, right? Cheeky Utomo lens and a Colossus.
Yeah, gonna start production with this here. I mean, he's already getting quite a few Stalkers. Like, those always are gonna synergize very well with Colossus tech.
Right.
And on the other side, we're seeing tanks, but this time a much grittier build. I mean, grittier. I guess that's not the right word. Economic-based build order from Uthermal, who went for the 3rd command center much quicker than in the previous game, and now double eBay is being thrown down. So he's gonna want to look for some upgrades and not gonna be playing nearly as aggressive. This time he'll let Neeb get away with the 3rd base. But Neeb, maybe because he was afraid of attacks, this time skipped on the upgrades for a very long time. Remember last game he opened with Blink and then he went into double Forge. This time, 1 single Forge and a fairly late Twilight Council as well.
I think last game Utomo had a relatively quick 3rd command center as well, but it obviously looked a lot worse because he took some economic damage, right? Like that Oracle was being annoying, and then obviously the Stalkers blinked in.
No, I think he made it on location when he moved out.
Oh, no. He had one in his natural.
You sure?
Yeah, for a long time.
Okay.
He was 3 base very quick in that way. So, but I think the real power here for Utomo, I think he really looks forward a lot as there is a cannon there. Cannon is gonna finish up in time, and Neeb will not take any damage here at all. I think the first push shot is gonna be the real push again for Utomo. While Neeb's already going 4 bases. Because tanks and a Raven together can do very well against Colossus, right? Oh, with a might. Ooh, that was close.
Only gonna lose one of those hallucinated phoenixes for this. Very nicely done. And 3 more gates are gonna go down. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 2nd Forge down the line. Templar Archives to follow this up as well as Neeb. He's always saturating the gases pretty quickly as well on his new bases. He's never really prioritizing the minerals that crazy. Like that Roti style with few gases.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get a lot of Zealots now as well. So it makes sense, right? Getting all the extra gates too. Utomo wants to keep his medevac alive. And that medevac will stay alive. Once again, what's the tank count at right now? Like, tanks and a Raven can be gnarly, but it's only 2 tanks actually.
You don't have... Okay, finally, Steam Pack and Combat Shield will complete now. Concussive Shells as well. That's actually pretty early for that. Utomo always knows when to start mixing in a lot more Marauder in his composition.
Scanning.
Go home, Medivac, you're drunk.
He's checking.
Get prepared.
I think he wants to see where the army of Neep is.
Go and hit the body shop.
I wonder what he's gonna do with this. Set up a little hit squad or something? Wants to flank? Maybe the Colossus? This is a pivotal moment once again, guys, because there is a Templar Archives on the way. Double Forts on the way, a lot of extra gates on the way. We already have a couple of Colossus. Neeb has a smaller army, but it's already much bigger than last time. Uh-oh, Neeb is setting up a flank as well. There is a Raven, of course.
You can buy a lot of time here through this inhibitor zone. I think it's so hard to engage on this map, right? Like, where do you go? But on this right-hand side, it's, I guess, a little bit easier for Utomo, who's going to start sieging those tanks. Neeb's not going to give him time. He's going to send everything he's got straight into the action here. 2 of the Colossi get hit by Interference Matrix. Neeb, he shouldn't be fighting. He should be pulling back here, waiting for this Interference Matrix to expire. But he got caught out of position for a little bit. He's going to pull back, reinforce with more Zealots. And he's going to hold on for now.
Close fight. One Colossus did go down, but the Zealots saved the day in the end. Don't forget that Neep has a much better economy than Uthermal, so even if the fight wasn't the dream, it was quite alright in the end, because he kept 2 of his key units alive. Now, obviously, there is, I think, a Templar Arcus as well, so we could maybe even see an Archon or 2.
Did the Raven die?
Yes, I think it went down.
Okay, so that means observers can start spotting him in the middle of the map. I mean, Neeb's on double forge, so in terms of upgrades, he's going to be doing fine. And the problem for Uthermal is that he has no anti-Colossus.
Oh, he's getting the boys.
He's getting Vikings now, but actually he doesn't have that many Vikings yet. He's going to pull the boys and go for the all-in here.
And Neep is not expecting this, by the way, because he's been building even more probes. Neep is up 26 workers. If Neep defends here, it's obviously going to be a win. But can the boys make the difference? This is it. Can Uthermal send the Netherlands to the quarterfinals, or is it going to be Neep who puts a halt to that and sends us to a decided match? I think the right thing to do here is absolutely retreating, right? Look at these Colossus. They're getting some fantastic swipes off on this Terran army, and I think Uthermal's in trouble, man.
Yeah, Neeb reacted perfectly. He saw this army, realized this was all in, pulled back on top of the ramp. These Colossus, I don't know what mission in StarCraft Master this would be, but it would be a pretty easy one. They're swiping away at the entire Terran army, and Vikings can't do enough. Neeb will get the equalizer and force the revive here out of Team Netherlands.
Woo! Netherlands versus USA. We knew it was going to be close. We knew it was going to be a very exciting fixture for the round of 16. One of these 2 great nations is going to fall right here. And obviously, it just had to go to a game 7, right? I think like picking off that first tank was massive, right, for Neep?
Yeah. And I mean, behind this, I think he reacted on time. I thought he was a little bit late because this Colossi, they were starting to run inside of the army. But then he started pulling back, only lost 1 of them. The reinforcements there were on time. And I think it was the right call not to take the gases on the 3rd base. And also, like, the reaction here was just so good. He had so little time to react properly. He was like, oh, okay, you want to pull SCVs? I'll just move up the ramp, reinforce there, kill my 3rd base, all you want. I don't even care at this point. And Neeb, he realized what really was on the line here. Yep. If he had lost, Funka would not have done the winner's interview. So he's like, oh, yeah, let me fix that for a second. Gets the win. And now we're going to get Funka back on the desk.
Yeah, really
for the
clean,
rubber match.
Really clean kiting on these Colossus. You got to give to him, because if you make one wrong call here as Protoss, and you do think you have to defend that base, right? Because you're like, oh no, if I lose that base, I could lose the game. Then there is a chance that these Marauders do get in range of your Colossus. But the way that Neep retreated up to the high ground, he kept them safe. He kept them where he wanted them to be. And then obviously the next wave of Zealots would keep those units even safer. And he knows it. The moment that the SCVs are pulled, I mean, that's it for Terran. Terran needs to win right here, right now. Otherwise, they won't. Really good hold by Neep. It's kind of like, if you look at that big fight again, the first one, there were 2 tanks. One tank pretty much got picked off immediately, and the other tank never sieged, right? Like, imagine if Uthermal does have both tanks siege.
Kev, who do we revive here?
Yeah, that's
an emergency.
That's tough,
Uthermal again?
I think you go Harstem.
Harstem's really good, but he lost in a PvP earlier.
Yeah, he did lose in a PvP, but I think that was...
Do we just look at that as like a one-time thing where...
I think it's a very unique game. Like, you know, MKenning is obviously very good at what he does, and maybe, in a way, like, losing power through that Stargate made the Phoenix count a little bit low. I think it was a very unique game.
Why don't we do this? If it's a PvP, you stay.
I mean, I don't mind staying.
Yeah.
But I don't think... Okay, Funka says if it's a PvP, I stay.
If it's PvP, we swap Funka. Funka was supposed to cast the next one. So we're about to find out in a few moments. A very important choice. I wouldn't be surprised if they let their time run out here for a little bit, Team Netherlands, and took their sweet time to try and decide who's going to be the best fit to try and take out Neeb.
I think Neeb is so strong in PvP as well, though.
He's so strong everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, only Uthermal was able to do it once, but it just seems so hard because Neeb made such great adjustments here. You saw how many gateways he was on. Like, he didn't cut nearly as many corners. The second forge was later. He really wanted to make sure that he had enough units to hold against the upcoming attacks that he knew were going to come, and that did come later maybe than he thought they were going to come, but he had enough anyway.
All right, well, we are getting close to finding out if it's going to be a PvP, if the captain, Harstem, will step up, 07's in the chat, or if it's going to be a PvT one more time. I really think the obvious choice is Harstem. Like, the more I think about it, because I think Neeb is incredibly good in the matchup. I think the map pool is quite good for Protoss against Terran. Yes, he got caught off guard once, but even in that game, let's not... Like, sometimes you can say, like, you're 1-1, but in both games, maybe Uthermal was dominating. But I don't think that was really the case, right? Neeb probably should have won game 1. He got himself in a really good position. And then game 2, it just felt very smooth, very controlled. I like that as well, like how the observers give him the vision that even though he doesn't have Blink, it's almost impossible for the Terran to deal economic damage, right?
Yeah.
Because he just sees where the Medivacs comes from.
I always wanted to let the Medivacs drop inside of my base and clean everything, but then it always backfired. I just lost like so many probes, because then once Widow Mines are there, instead of your mirror line, it's much tougher. But Nib is like next level. It's like, I won't even let you get in. Just get out. Like, you can't harass me.
He also builds a Sim City in the natural, so even if you would say like, well, what about a Hellion opening? You know, that could be harder to defend. Well, he can just wall off. All right. Oh, I thought we were about to find
You'll
out.
hear the music. You'll hear the music when we get the player reveal. For now, it's just going to be some tweets with a cheeky whiskey. Not bad, not bad.
I know this guy is
Looks like a
dedicated
lounge.
Protoss band. Whoa, that's where is this? It looks all right.
Somebody's living the life over there.
He's in okay, there's daylight, so maybe this guy's probably somewhere in America.
At the pool, chilling, having a cheeky drink, and with the stream as well on the laptop. Not
That
bad.
is a nice way to enjoy some StarCraft action, I think. When you're,
All right, I hear the music. Who is it going to be? Hearthstone is coming back out, and we're going to be playing on Triton here for the PvP.
Oh, wild map as well, right? Like relatively small map compared to some of the other ones. There is a ramp, of course, going into the natural, so just ending games early on could be a little bit difficult. But of course, if you play stuff like a tree gate with a prism, you will have high ground vision with your war prism. Man, this is so tense, so close. Both, I'm so sad that we're gonna lose either America or the Netherlands. Like,
I mean, we have to eliminate some teams.
I know, but I like both these lineups and both these countries so much.
They're so even in stats, 25 and 10, 25 and 11. Obviously, didn't take in consideration today's games necessarily just yet, but yeah, it's two very, very good players in the WCS circuit, two of the absolute best Protosses that we have out there. Nib supposedly rated higher than Hearthstone, but Hearthstone excellent in mirror games.
Yep, I mean, obviously a rough game earlier, but Hearthstone is a mentally quite strong player. I've never really seen him get super worked up over like a single individual loss. Like, I don't think he really carries it on the heart. It's just one of those, it is what it is, things move on. And this is that moment that you can rectify everything, maybe even feel a little bit better. Because nobody's going to talk about your defeat against M. Kenning if you defeat Neep in the ace match, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's tense.
And I hear little sounds.
I hear probes. It's a cannon rush. Printf is taking over his body. Oh my god. Just kidding, guys.
Just a chrono boost. Starting in the top left-hand side of the map. Netherlands' last hope in the blue and playing Protoss. Hearthstone.
And in the right bottom side of Triton, we're looking at the main base of the ace player of the United States of America. One of the most successful non-South Korean StarCraft players of all time. It is Neep.
You went too long. They even cut the music. All right. How about Triton in PvP specifically?
Like I said, because it's a little bit smaller, I think it is better for aggression, but there is one important aspect in this matchup, and that is there a ramp going into the natural or not, right? Obviously, the answer on this map is yes, and that means it's harder to keep high ground vision, because you don't really want to expose your prisms, you don't want to rely on an observer either. So in that way, you can also say, like, it's a fine map to expand, but it's tricky, man. It's a map where you really have to be laser sharp. You can't be slipping any moment.
Yeah. And like sometimes there are build orders that can do really well by default against some sort of expansion. We don't see Neep going for any kind of proxy here just yet, so not too worried about that for now. You mentioned it, Hearthstone, he likes to open with some Stalker, mix in some Sentries, which you need when you're expanding to scout with hallucinated Phoenixes, and then expand a lot of the time. Neep surely has to be aware of that. But then Hearthstone knows that Neep knows. So then there's this interesting mind game of what adjustments do they both bring into the game. Neep, he's not exactly a player that's like shy of expanding. You know, he might just accept the challenge and say, oh, you want to play it down to mechanics? I'll just expand and then show you how it's done.
Well, it's a double Stalker opening on the side of Neep. Hearthstone is going to get a sneak peek of that with his pylon. That's actually quite nice. You guys wonder, why is Hearthstone building a pylon there? That's just to see what kind of units popped. Neep is trying to hide one of the Stalkers, but if Hearthstone was paying really close attention, he should have been able to see it. It's a lot of sentries as a follow-up. You know, in big moments like this, I really keep a close eye on production tab and see what they're doing. Hearthstone started over the sentry, but then he cancelled the sentry, and then he went Stalker, but then he still went sentry afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he wanted to go super greedy, and he's like, let's not open sentry, you know, because what if 4 Stalkers run to the other side of the map, and I just end up losing. I think good news for all the fans at home, Robo versus Robo, and I think that gives us a very good chance for just a nice, fair, cool, macro-oriented game.
Like I said, Neep is not one to shy away from this kind of game. More macro heavy. relying on mechanics. And usually expansion against expansion, you're going to be seeing a Forge being dropped down from both players momentarily to start working on that +1, unless they wanted to play with some crazy style. The Adepts and Glaive style, with a lot of Adepts, really fell out of fashion, it seems like. Just everybody has gotten so good defensively against all of these. It feels like if you scout it and you play properly against it, you're not supposed to lose.
Yeah, like obviously shield batteries are the kryptonite of that build, right? Because Adepts don't really have super sick DPS. So if you can get one Arcanaut and a shield battery or Stalkers and shield batteries, these Adepts really start falling off eventually. It's hard to transition out of it. Thought we have a War Prism
and no
Forge on the side of Hearthstone. Yeah, and Hearthstone normally... this actually can do devastating amounts of damage as well. Especially if Hearthstone wants to move out. I don't know if Neep is aware of that. Hearthstone finds it and gets the first hits off as well. So this is
200
an
IQ.
easy victory for these Adepts of Hearthstone.
One might even be able to catch this one after.
Oh wow, that's actually really good by Neep, that he can still get a one-on-one trade there.
Yeah, but he's gonna get caught with this one.
Most likely.
It's a 2-4-1 as +1 now starts for Neep, and he's got a Prism on the way as well. Where is Hearthstone's Prism?
I think he's been hiding it. Yep.
Nobody puts War Prism in a corner.
Well, this pylon got found, so it's going to get picked up. This hallucinated Phoenix is most likely going to miss the War Prism once again. Now, obviously, Neep has a War Prism too. Don't know if he has any big plans with it. Neep is going to scout. Wow, Neep sends his Prism out. Okay, feisty. Obviously, if you warp in 2 Adepts in your opponent's main base...
Oh my god, he's moving out.
That could do a lot of damage.
Are we ready for the Clown Fiesta?
Force Fields against Force Fields. No shield battery in this natural, but like I said, it's still... There's your Glaives, by the way, Todd. Wow, I did not expect him to bust out a Glaive attack.
Things are about to get crazy here. 4 more gateways as well for Hearthstone. He's gonna start warping in. Okay, this gets spotted for Neep now. And I think Hearthstone might be able to tell here.
Immediately build shield batteries, by the way. 2 batteries on the way immediately. Early force fields go down by Neep. Hearthstone can obviously pick up these units with the Prism. You don't want to make any errors.
Yeah, I mean, the shield batteries are so late. Hearthstone has to focus on the defense. Back at home, there's an Immortal. He manages to catch this, and the Prism is on the other side of the map for Hearthstone, so he can't even save that one Immortal. He's got his Prism there to pick up and save units. Probes are gonna die so fast, and 5 more gates are about to finish for Hearthstone, so who can reinforce so much better than Neep now. But Neep's gonna have the shield batteries here in a second.
Yep, the shield batteries are gonna be up. A lot of probes have fallen on both sides, by the way. These Adepts are still going ham. Hearthstone wants to get more, but there is another Immortal out for Neep right now, and that should mean that Neep is going to stabilize. Hearthstone does have 2 Immortals here himself, and he does still have that shield that War Prism. Can he save his Immortal? The answer is yes for now. Gets a couple of big shots off on the Immortal of Neep. This is so tense. 1 Immortal does go down. The second Immortal goes down, and Hearthstone has lost 20 probes.
And he's only down to last few Adepts here on this side of the map. On the other side, Neep is still finding damage. He saved one of his Adepts here. He's looking to try and kill some more probes. Hearthstone, he has to go all in. He's on 21 probes against 29. The +1 finishes for Neep now. And he starts Glaives himself. Hearthstone needs to find more damage.
Yeah, Hearthstone needs to do an insane amount of damage. That War Prism is still going uncontested. This one Adept has a ridiculous amount of kills. Neep is just showing off at this point. 17 kills on 1 Adept, Todd. How often do you see that? Wow, that was so crazy. At first, it felt that Hearthstone was winning the fight with his Immortals, but the second Immortal really saved the day. Hearthstone is going to try to strike back, and yeah, he'll find a couple of Adepts here, but the shield battery actually saving one of those Adepts as well. It's an 11 worker advantage on the side of Neep.
Look at the supply, 60 to 36. Neep in a dominant position, and he's gonna match this upgrade here with the Glaives being on the way. He's keeping an eye on the Prism with the hallucinated Phoenix, which is so smart. I don't think Hearthstone should be shading in there. There's enough units to get ready for it, and he's just gonna tap out. USA moves on to the round of 8 here. After an action-packed PvP, a little bit of a clown fiesta with Adepts all over the place.
Yeah, that got so wild, right? Because Neep sent his Prism out with the 2 Adepts to just deal a little bit of economic damage. It's like, well, we're playing macro. And suddenly Hearthstone is like, well, actually, I kind of wanted to attack. And obviously there was Glaives on the way, so I don't think Hearthstone was ready to fully commit. But the moment that Hearthstone is like, oh my god, I'm getting attacked at home, I'm gonna lose a lot of probes, Hearthstone is like, all right, I can't second guess myself, I gotta go for it. And he did trap that first Immortal, and he got the first Immortal quickly. He got a Stalker as well, and I thought the focus fire was good, but eventually Neep pulling all the probes, just got the right amount of units out to just barely stabilize. That second Immortal really kind of saving the day, and the moment he got the first Immortal of Hearthstone, well, he got the second moments later, and obviously on the other side of the map, he's microing his heart out with a War Prism and 2 Adepts and kills 20 workers and sends USA into the quarterfinals, Todd.
Neeb,
Kidding. No, it's all right.
Neeb is incredible though. Like those force fields as well, not messing them up. Remember WCS, like the first WCS ever, which I think there was a PvP in where like one of the players was supposed to force field a ramp that needed one force field.
You mean on Cloud Kingdom?
Yeah,
that was Rain.
Creator or something?
Yeah, Rain against Creator.
Yeah, and then he messed it up and then lost the game.
Yep.
Now Neeb had to make 3 perfect force field, landed them perfectly, bought himself a little bit of time. The shield batteries finally kicked in. One single more mistake than what he made, and he might have lost the game. But no, he doesn't make these mistakes. He holds on, and now Team USA will join South Korea here. In the round of 8, they will face either Germany or Italy or Finland.
That is correct. Those
It'll be a pretty tough match, but hey, they look really good here.
Wow. Are we going to get some highlights of that game? I mean, that got really close and tense, right? I would like to see that final fight one more time. Because at one point, I was like, that second Immortal showing up of Heist, I'm like, is that going to get the job done?
Yeah.
Suddenly, Neeb got so much damage on those Immortals. Turns out that we don't have it. But we will, of course, get a winner's interview. United States. I mean, fair game to my brothers. From the Stars and Stripes, you know.
Your second homeland.
Exactly. You know, I spent 6 years in California. Definitely feels a little bit like home. It was an awesome nation war, right? That's what this tournament is all about. Yeah. And obviously, eventually, your own country could potentially go out. We're going to take a look at all groups, by the way, at the entire overview. Well, actually, no, this is the group that was played earlier today. Sorry, guys. It's been such a long day.
Yeah. And Canada was able to join Italy in the round of 8 as well. Russia sadly lost to Chinese Taipei, and then Chinese Taipei failed to beat Canada. So a very strong showing here from the countries, you know, that historically have done well here at Nation Wars with Canada.
Well, yeah, but the Netherlands, we were the runners-up last year, I thought.
True.
Yeah, we were second place last year. And Mexico also made top 4 last year. And they're going to come in action tomorrow, but they've also got their work cut out for them. It's been a very strong day for NA. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
Canada advancing, USA advancing. It's been a rough day for the CIS region.
They're very good at taking second places in their group, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they're going to have tough matches in the quarterfinal. Yeah. But I think with Scarlet on your team or Neeb on your team, this is what's going to take place tomorrow. By the way, guys, we've got 2 more groups to wrap up for the round of 16. And then we're going to take another break. As of course, we're all going to get ready for Home Story Cup 20 next week. That will take place in Berlin. But yeah, Todd, we already mentioned it. Great matches though. Poland, Croatia.
Yeah. Goblin's been on fire. Laser's really good. Like a lot of good players on both teams. And then France waiting for the winner of that as well. A lot of pressure on Team France as well, obviously, with the tournament here taking place in France for now and with the offline finals being here in Paris.
Last year was a little bit of a disaster. So.
You just got eliminated and this is what you do?
Well, at least it wasn't in the opening match. Am I right? All right, and this obviously is going to be the second group that will be played out tomorrow. We're going to kick things off there with Brazil versus Mexico. That's going to be a lot of fun. My good friend Turkey Dano, Kelazur, and Eric, who played a 6 EVT in this tournament, will go up against Mexico, a top 4 finisher from last year's edition.
And then China is waiting for the winner of that as well. Might be a clear favorite as well, I think, to make it out of this group in second place. But again,
Mexico, though, still very good, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, we've had upsets. I believe that the interview is ready. So, Team USA, can you guys hear us?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear. Wow.
You guys pumped?
It's getting hot. It's getting hot here. Wow. Oh, we're jacked up. Future, are you there, buddy? Can I hear you? Can I hear that voice? Can't hear it. Can't. He's too loud. He's probably breaking the sound barrier right now. I don't know. What's going on?
All right, guys.
Double it up. You know how we do.
I know how you do. First of all, crazy. Of course, congratulations for advancing into the quarterfinals. I think it's fair to say that was an incredibly tense nation war. It really came down to the wire. I mean, let's just kick off with the ending. M. Canning, what was going through your mind in those final moments of Triton? Because we're obviously like looking at it like, this can go either way.
Actually, a bunch of the NA guys, me, Future, and some other NA guys were in a voice call.
Yeah.
And we were thinking Neeb was in trouble for sure. I was like, this Adepts. I was thinking Neeb needs to get disruptors. I'm like, Neeb, get a Ruptor out or something. But he made so many right decisions there. That was actually such a bad spot for him. You know, to handle the Warp Prism across the map and to hold, pulling the probes, it was actually insane. That was an insane game.
Yeah.
And I want to highlight Neeb playing, a crazy game there, crazy game versus Sue. He's a bit of a show-off. You know what I mean? This guy lives for the moment.
So do you. What about your game versus Hearthstone? Like beforehand, were you confident it was going to go this way?
They were kind of right in the pregame where we were expecting Rhett to go out first map. So we were kind of playing around that. And I know Hearthstone's PvP is his best matchup by far. On Europe, he has an insane PvP win rate. And PvP is actually my worst matchup by far. So, but his PvP, I don't know. I actually had a different plan. I was going to do a build he showed me a long time ago versus him. And then he went Stargate, and then I couldn't do it anymore. And I know it was like pulling teeth at the end for you guys for me to finish that puppy off when I'm up 100 supply, but we got it done. No.
I can absolutely understand that. I think you played a beautiful game, man. Like even in the beginning, right? Because the oracles are flying around, they're looking for openings, and you don't have a lot to work with. But I was really impressed by your unit positioning because you just didn't take a lot of damage. And I guess the moment that you maybe defended like the Harass the first time and started to get your disruptors out, was that the feeling where you feel like, hey, I can actually freaking win this game? Or when did you start believing?
It's funny because when I'm doing Blink Stalker Disruptor versus Heavy Phoenix, sometimes I can just dominate with it, or sometimes I just get rolled. So it's like, it's kind of just how I'm feeling it. And once I was in that mode where I was able to snipe the Phoenixes before he was able to really challenge me. So the Phoenix count was never at a good spot to handle my disruptors. So then I was kind of like, yeah, I'm going to win this game. But it's scary, man. PvP and like he was going for that. Yeah, he was going for that fast third, and you're right. It was like there's so much harass, and I don't really get too nervous, but. It's the best of ones. Anything can happen. Of course, I want to help Future and Neeb. They've been doing great, and it was truly awesome for me to get a win. I was legitimately clapping in my house to myself because I was so jacked up when I got that win. It was awesome.
Tomorrow we're going to find out who your opponent is going to be in the quarterfinals. It's going to be between Germany, Finland, or Italy. Do you have any preference?
We talked about it. We have some disagreements on who we think would actually be the best. I think maybe Italy would be the best for us, but I honestly am feeling okay versus all of them. I think Future can beat everyone on Germany. I think our team is honestly really good, in a good spot to make it to the round of 4. I think obviously Cyril is always good, but Raynor is similar to Cyril, but both those teams are doable. And Germany, of course, have 3 great players, but we got 3 great players, We got 3 great players. We just took down the finalists of last year. Let's not let that go unnoticed, all right? Jeez.
All right, Future, let's have a couple of words with you. You've done fantastic in the early rounds of this tournament. Obviously, in this Nation War in particular, you couldn't have that much of an impact. Is there something you want to share about your game versus Uthermal? Where do you think it went wrong or what happened? I can't hear you, by the way. Future? Future actually has no audio, by the way.
No, I knew that. So I was surprised you asked him something. Why don't we do this? Future types, and Canning reads what Future says.
I do like that we can see his face. Can we do this with Neeb as well?
It's funny because his voice works over. We were just in a call.
Oh, you hear him?
His mic works. No, okay. I don't hear him now. I know his mic was working.
Maybe he can type his answer to you and you read it out, or would you be so kind so we can get at least one?
I could if he wants to DM me what he wants to say.
I obviously want to ask as well, I'm Kenning. Did you guys get any words from Neeb? Like, how did Neeb react? You guys probably have like a group chat, right? Did he go, yeah, or something? Or just typical Neeb, be like, hey, what was it?
Yeah, he was excited. He was excited. Me and Future were going. We're a little bit more of the excitable type. We were getting jacked up because it's funny because you guys are on a 3-minute delay. So it's like, do I click on the Discord because I know it's going to say something? It's going to be a spoiler, but do I want to click on it, right? So it's like he's excited. We're all excited, honestly. Because Neeb the last few years, the Team USA hasn't been able to be as good for him, and now we've got a team that really can thrive. Future's relaying in. He says USA is going to get round of 4. This is the strongest USA lineup of all time, which I would agree with him. I will say. I know. Just from talking to Future, his first game, he said he was feeling his hands were a little bit cold. He didn't feel 100% when he played Uthermal. Even though I do think Future actually is a bit of a favorite, and I think Future is insanely good right now, and I think he should not be underrated. I know Team USA we have Neeb, but I think Future is right up there with them. And of course, I want to let them shine. I'm right below them, but I want to let them shine. You know what I mean? So they're right above me.
Would you say you guys have already been able to make American StarCraft great again?
I think so. This was a pretty tough group. Even Ukraine was honestly really good. I know Bly's been playing really well. Hellraiser. Honestly, all the teams are great. So this has been a great result, but I mean, I gotta get a picture with Roddy and Todd in France. You know what I mean? So we're all trying to get that going.
As long as you bring us some of those outfits, we'll wear it.
I'll bring matching outfits for the casters, no doubt.
Let's do it, man. All right, I really don't have much else. I am obviously very happy for you guys. Sad for my country fellows, but you guys fought hard and it was a fantastic nation war. It was so close towards the very end. So, yeah, maybe any final words, M. Kenning, and maybe if Future has something else to say, you can type it to you.
There was a lot of people in the chat cheering you guys on. Fear Dragon was typing like crazy, obviously very biased for you guys. So, do you have anything to say to all the people that made noise for you, mentioning the can? And
you can do it in American, by the way. It doesn't have to be English.
I'll stand up to get you guys out of here. You know, I gotta say something to the fans. We wouldn't have won without the fans. We wouldn't have won. Now I know every Team USA fan out there, they're wearing this as well with me. We're all wearing the same thing, and you know them spamming the chat and stuff, and all the love you get on Twitter, and it actually is incredible. You know, people cheering for USA. It's so fun. It's honestly, there's nothing like Nation Wars, and I know that this event is truly one of a kind. It's up there with Home Story Cup was special for me. It's how special it is for me, and you know, to make USA proud, the fans have been honestly insane, and it's been awesome. It's been actually awesome, man. I don't know if Future's trying to change us anything, but I don't see anything from Future. Now he's probably taking a victory lap. That kid, he's got those young legs. Has to run around or something.
All right, mate. Thank you so much for A, the fantastic interview, and B, obviously the awesome performance today. Congrats once again. Make sure to give Neep our best wishes as well. We're proud of you guys, and we can't wait to see you in action in the quarterfinals.
Thanks, guys. USA, chat, USA.
USA, USA. I believe that we will win. Now I'm cheering for USA, man.
You've got converted.
Yeah?
Dual nationality after this interview.
Oh, well, I'll show up. If they win it, I'll get a bald eagle on my helmet. They win the entire event. Hey, bald eagles are awesome.
Yeah, but a tattoo, like a proper tattoo.
Yeah, proper tattoo.
That's a big commitment.
I mean, you've
only got tiny tattoo. You don't even know yet what it feels like to get tattooed for hours.
Well, the bald eagle will be worth it. If those boys go all the way, that would be the memory of a lifetime. That's going to be it for us today, live from the O Gaming Studios in Paris. It's been another very long broadcast for us. We hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as us. These days, Todd, are they just getting better, or is it just me? Like, come on, you can't script this, right? I'm Kenning winning an epic match, you thermal turning it around, and then the final Game 7, it gets close, hectic. I mean, what more can we wish for?
4 more games. That's about it. And guess what? We come back tomorrow at the same time, 4 p.m. CET. And I think Brazil versus Mexico will be our first match. So for all of us here, thank you for tuning in. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. CET. Have a good night. Take care.